Curiosities in Willow Grove Halloween Flipbook class. Yay! I'm just going to give it a second because this is live. If you're watching live, you'll know I'm not live yet. If you're watching after the fact, uh, I have to start talking right at the beginning. So I see we're live. Good morning, friends. Welcome to the Curiosities in Willow Grove Halloween Flipbook class. So happy to have you guys here. We'll see how many will join us live. A lot of people will have purchased the kit and they don't have the product yet. Some people are probably here to see what it's all about, and then they'll decide if they're going to grab this kit or make it with something else that you have on hand. Whatever you want to do. I just thought it'd be really nice to offer you guys a free class. So I hope you guys have your Halloween attire on. I have this on and my ghost earrings because I have to feel, we got to get in the mood for this. Super exciting. This is Vicki Boutin's first ever Halloween collection, and it is with my friends at 49 and Market. It was an add-on kit to my latest release, Curiosities in Willow Grove. So Halloween comes as its own collection pack, and then I've just added a few things that can be confusing, right? This is the Halloween, or pardon me, the Frame Necessities pack. But there are two of these. So it's Frame Necessities 2 and Frame Necessities 1 came out with Mistletoe and Memories. So it's not actually part of the collection. They're add-ons, just like which we're using today, super excited, the 49 and Market Vicki Boutin Irresistables, which are these white rub-ons that work great on dark and are going to work great with the 49 and Market inks or Distress inks, any kind of water soluble ink that you have. So lots of fun things. So welcome. Some of you are probably new here. Put your hand up. Are you new? Welcome, friends. A lot of you have been around for a long time. We have a lot of store owners and groups that are supporting your local scrapbook store. So welcome. Very happy to have you guys here. I'm Vicki Boutin. I live in right outside of Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada. I have been an avid paper crafter since my son was born, and now he's 24. So I've been doing this for a long time. I think this is my 24th paper collection. I think it's 24, maybe 25. I'm not sure. I don't keep track of that kind of stuff. It's just like when the new ones come in, I'm like, woo, super excited. So we're gonna have fun today. So we're making this project right here. So when I flip the camera, we're going to do a walkthrough of the project. I'm going to show you where that project, what that came from, because I'll tell you where this whole thing came was from a Christmas kit that I did. So let me show you that too. We're going to walk through this too. So this, a lot of you are going to be doing this class with me. I think it's on November 30th. And this is where this stand came from. You can get this as a kit. A Flipbook kit with the shaker and everything in it, and then I did add some extras in here to zhuzh it up. I just taught this in Conroe, Texas last weekend, and it was a huge hit. And then I thought, we have the stand, wouldn't it be fun to do a project that you can switch out as you go along? So like I said, it started with this one. A lot of you are going to be joining me on, I think it's November 30th. This is available as access only, so that if you've bought all of the things, it's all listed on vickyboutin.com. You can join me for that one. If you love this class and you're like, I need to do more, there's so much coming down the pipeline. And one of the questions was, is this leftover for the Halloween layout class? It is not, because both of them, I'm going to show you a peek at the layouts. I did 5 double page layouts for the Halloween, and sorry, my voice, a lot of talking lately. And so I have my tea. Let me have a sip of it. Got my sexy voice on this morning. That was my first sip. Trying not to burn my tongue right out of the gate. So the Halloween layout class is a whole different thing. Look at. We would not have had enough left over because we're going to make all of these. So you know what I mean? Look how fun it is. So there's some confusion around all of this, right? Because this is a free class. I didn't, in the beginning, sell any kits for this. This was to support all of our online retailers. There was demand for people who order from me. So I just added a couple of kits, but that was long after this was announced. And then there's a Halloween layout kit. It is the exact same kit. The only difference is you need the flip stand for the Halloween flip stand kit if you haven't or didn't order the Christmas one, if that makes sense. So I know it's a lot. There's a lot, like a lot of questions have been coming out. So as we go through today, I can't see what you guys are posting yet till I flip the camera, but I'll answer all your questions. We're going to have a blast. We're going to be here for a long time because I will be here until it's done. Natalie will be here with me. A lot of you guys will come in and out. You might just be here for the paper cutting, which we'll do at the beginning. You may only be watching today. You may be here for the long haul. Whatever you're here for, I'm here for it. So I want to make sure everybody gets here. I'm going to flip the camera. Like I said, the Daffodil ink is similar to which Distress ink color. Here's the easiest thing, Carrie, is match your papers. I would say like maybe Scattered Straw would be closest to that. Scattered Straw. I don't think Mustard Seed. I'll grab my samples, but we're using very little of it. I'll show you. You need like a dark blue and kind of midnight colors. So those, I'll show you the inks. I did a little bit of off the rails with, we'll get to it, okay? It's when I flip, that's when I'm going through the inks. Let's do that because it's just easier, right? So when I flip the camera, I'm going to show you all the tools that I need. I missed some on the list. It's not a vital thing, but I did notch a pocket with a circle punch, so you might want to have that, or you don't have to add the notch. If you don't have border punches and you have deco scissors, you can totally use those, or you don't have to use them at all. You could tear an edge. So with that, I'm saying so a lot. I apologize. It's my excitement. So is my excitement. I like sew a needle and a thread, right? So good morning, friends. Let's flip the camera and we're going to get right into it. I'm going to go through the list. I'm going to share. Guess what? I'm going to share too. Mistletoe Memories, like I said, was the kind of the beginning of all of this, right? And I just almost finished the album last night. I was working on it. And I want to share that with you guys because that's super exciting. I'm going to give you a peek at that Christmas flip book. Aren't they cute? My daughter, who's 22, even said she really liked these. So, when you're talking to your adult children and they tell you look cute, I'll take it, right? Because normally now I'm just the weirdo in the house. I'll take that too. So, like I said, it's just a girl in her basement with pants on today. They're shorts because it's hot. But I'm going to flip the camera, so I'm going to Blair Witch you for a second. I don't have a totally pro setup. It's just me here figuring the stuff out, right? So let's look up my nose for a minute like we do. And I'm going to flip the camera and we're going to get into it. Like I said, we'll take a break in the day here because I'm going to be here for a long time. But have your drinks ready. Have everything ready to go. They're cute, right? Love it. Okay, flip. Ooh, don't hang up. Flip. Sorry. Boop. See, not too bad. It's just a slight Blair Witch and not hang up on you. I've bought all the things. It's just Vicky needs to stay home for more than 5 minutes so I can get my stuff together. Okay, now is the time for questions. So there are a lot, right? Is there anything I missed? Hello, Vicky Von Vicky. How are you? So good morning, Inez, who's here all the time. Victoria, hi, Irene. I saw Kari's here. Natalie is my partner in crime. I think my friend Greta is here too. Another partner in crime. I see her. There's Greta there too. So hello, friends. Very excited to have you here. I know there's a lot of questions about ink. I'll go through those because I have everything laid out that we're going to need today. I like to use a pretty basic kit. Like my tools are pretty basic. Every time you do one of my classes, it's pretty much the same tool list. We are going to cut paper together and then we're going to start assembly. And you're going to find that the system works really well. The system works really well. I think if it's your first class, you're going to enjoy it. Hello, Paula. You're probably like, I don't have my kit yet. It's coming, friend. So yeah, we'll talk later. I will email you later. but it's going to be a lot of fun. So we're going to be doing inking today with the resist for those irresistibles. It's not a ton. It's just two or three pages that we're going to be doing with a little bit of mixed media, but it's going to be good. Question: is the Mistletoe and Memories Access Only flip book up yet? No, Debbie, because this has all been incredibly confusing, all the classes I have. So I wanted to get through this weekend. The group for the album is going to open. Natalie and I have talked about that yesterday. I know I'm late opening it, but it's a lot. This has all been a lot. So it's all coming, right? And then I'm going to post, once I get the group open, I will post the access only for the flip book, right? So is a flip book for decor, or do you put pictures in it? Totally put photos in it, Melissa. And the whole idea is it's both, right? And then you don't really need multiple stands. What I would do is just take off when Halloween's done and you want to put your Christmas one up, you can do that. And I'm going to show you those so you kind of get an idea, right? And Halloween, I'm really excited about this, Deborah. I've done Halloween for other manufacturers because I've been in the industry for a lot of years, but this is my first ever collection with my name on it, and I love it. This is one of the most fun things that I've done in a long time, right? I love all of it. I do. I'm still as passionate about paper crafting and mixed media art and card making and stamping and stenciling, all the things as I was when I started, but this was kind of fun to kind of create the collection and then make with it. It's really, really fun, right? Really, really fun. So yeah, I know a lot of you guys are waiting for a lot of the things. They're coming. They're coming. It's just one Vicky, right? And then I was away teaching at the most freaking amazing event in Conroe, Texas. When I'm back there, because we're talking about the next one, get on that list. Get on that list. It was so much fun. We had the best time ever. So lots of VBoo crew were there. Loved seeing you guys. So thank you for representing as you always do. Okay, let's talk about some things. Are you ready? Are you ready? So I'm going to go through the tools that you need today. I'm going to do a kind of sneak peek at what's to come as people are joining us. So we give everybody a second to get here. And then I'm going to do a flip through of the whole flip class, what we're doing. And then we're going to organize our bits and start cutting paper. So I'm going to tell you all the things that you need. So this will give you a chance to gather it. And we're going to have the best time. It's going to be a lot of fun today. So if you're new here, welcome. There's a lot of you guys that have been here for a long time. I think you're going to enjoy this. Even for people who don't necessarily do a ton of Halloween, or your kids are older, I still think this project can be a lot of fun. And it kind of forces you to take photos maybe you wouldn't have. It'd be fun to go out at Halloween and kind of take some pictures, not obviously of the front of kids' faces unless you ask, but I think it could be fun of like what happens in your neighborhood, or even going for a walk and how houses are decorated. I think can be a lot of fun when maybe you don't have kids and you never really have participated in that, or you don't go to Halloween parties anymore. I still think there can be a place for that. And even if you're going to use this and do a fall theme and you're not using this product, you still can use a lot of the techniques. There's something for everybody. Something for everybody in this, okay? So let me drink lots today. I'm apologizing now. My voice is still missing from teaching 2 8-hour classes in Conroe, and I've rested, but still, voice is coming in and out, so I apologize for that. I love that. So Carrie said, we never get trick-or-treaters. I just eat all the candy. It can be a problem, a blessing, or a curse, can't it, Carrie? It can be a blessing or a curse. So first thing let's do is you will see Natalie has talked about housekeeping right at the beginning. To check that your video is clear, plus is to hover over your screen, and you'll see a gear that when you hover over it says settings. Make sure that your quality is set at 720p. The other thing is, do you see when you're hovering on your screen, there's a word that says live? If that red button beside it isn't illuminated red, it's white, you're not watching in real time, you're watching in the past. So just know that if you are doing that, your questions might not make sense to me because you are a couple steps behind. So it's always important to know if you're watching live on any YouTube videos. The other thing that I find helpful is to make sure you thumbs up the video. If you haven't subscribed, do that already. And we like to start playlists. So if you're watching Vicky Booten Friday Night Lives, or a video that you've loved, or a class you've taken, start a private playlist, and then you can store all of your stuff there for easy retrieval. Like when you come on here and you're like, oh my gosh, I remember Christmas 2 years ago. I loved this thing that Vicky did. You can have your own kind of library. So super helpful. This is a live feed, so if for any reason I lose connection, knock on wood, but I like to say it, what I'll do is start another live. So what you would need to do is just look at the description of this video. I'll post it on the Vicky Booten Creative Community, and just follow that link. So it might end up being a two-parter. I like to say it ahead of time, and hopefully now I have prevented any jinxes, but it's always good to know that when the feed is live, that could happen, right? So let's do the things. Hi, Deborah. How are you? I'm very excited to have lots of you guys watching. So like I said, you guys are going to pop in and out probably throughout the day. A lot of you will be here. We'll do the paper cutting, and then we'll get ready to start building. So I'll give you like a 10-minute break in there to stretch your legs, pet your kids, feed the dogs, whatever you have to do, right? And then we'll roll into assembly. And we're going to be here for a long time because I'm doing this whole thing with you because there's no instructions beyond what I'm going to give you, right? Okay, let's do the things. So the tools you need for this, you will need eventually. We won't do it right away, but you'll need a hole punch, right? You need a hole punch. And I love this one from We Are. And for the book, I use the 1/4 inch. So a 1/4 inch hole punch. I don't punch as I go. I punch when I'm done building. And if you already own the crisp, or here's another, okay, golden nugget. When you open your flip stand, at the front of the flip stand, right, where the title, the name of the product is, there's a little plastic piece. I don't know where mine is right now, but it's your guide for punching holes. Okay, so look at that right now. Super important. You need to have that little piece to punch holes or make your own guide. But that is much easier than trying to figure that out on your own. So when you find that, I would put it somewhere safe for future flip books that you might want to make, okay? So super important. There is a guide in the actual flip book stand package, okay? So that's muy importante, and that's your golden nugget number 1. Let's go through the tools we're going to need for today. I'm all organized for cutting. There's lots left in this class, and we will end up doing from this one, the layout class, anything we have extra around Halloween. I think I'm here. I'm going to do a bonus class mixing some Curiosities in Willow Grove, leftovers from the classes, so we can do some more. You know, I give you as much as I can, right? So let's start with that. You know, you need a hole punch. You know, you need a kit. And we'll talk about what is in the kit when we start cutting it, okay? So inks, let's talk about this first because I know some of you guys don't have the 49 and Market inks, so you want colors that'll match. You need like probably, what is the smoke one from Timmy? Let's look. So what could you use with that? Hickory smoke, I think, is it? No, hickory smoke isn't dark enough. So you just need, maybe scorched timber has a little brown in it. I don't think I've even inked all my darks. Super helpful, right? But just some kind of dark gray. So I'm using Off the Rails from 49 and Market. Pumice, you just need a darker, like just something that'll dirty up your blue. Does it matter if you have this? No. If you only use a dark blue, you'll be fine, right? But I find that even with Tim's Distress, there's not like a navy-ish. There's darker blues, but this just kind of gave it some earthiness because it's supposed to be nighttime, right? Nighttime. So I used Off the Rails, and let's grab the blue, and Arctic Blitz. So those are my two that will give that atmospheric evening night kind of. So what could you use for your blues? What are you guys using? Like this would, Chip Sapphire is way more purpley blue, but you could use that if you wanted to. You could use Faded Jeans if you wanted to with some of the gray. If you have a Prize Ribbon, you could use that. So you get what I'm saying. You just need something that you want for dark nighttime. And then a darker gray. So I'm really going to say it doesn't have to match on this front page. These colors don't have to match, right? You just want things that are just going to kind of give you that earthy, atmospheric, evening-y color. Simon Hurley Shady. Yep, definitely. Because they're water soluble. All of these inks are closer to regular distress. They're not oxide. Can you use oxide? Yes. This is what I'm going to say. Use what you have, but you want something that is water reactive, because we are going to, if you don't, it's not going to, I think you won't be able to remove it from the Irresistibles. So that's the important thing, okay? So let's go through the colors I'm using. And like I said, just pick anything that you have that's close for fall colors and for night colors. So these are my two night colors, right? Arctic Blitz, Off the Rails. They're both $49 in market for Ranger. And then for one of the pages, which I'm going to show you, is kind of falling leaves. So I use Daffodil, Just Peachy, and Cappuccino. You could use anything that is earth, like fall colors. And when we get to the page, you'll see what I'm talking about, okay? So I have my ink blending tools. I have my inks. Okay, so they're all on my little tray ready to go so I don't make a mess. Tools that I'm going to be using. I am using these two border punches. So one that looks like notebook, one that is a scallop, which you guys know I love, and was super excited. I thought you couldn't get this anymore, and people were finding it. So I love the Fiskars one. I still love this punch because do you see that little space there? It makes punching straight so much easier than these ones that the design is right at the edge. So if you're out there and you're a manufacturer of punches, you need that space. It's super important to set the this metal die deeper in so we have that straight line. It makes punching so much easier. If you don't have that, but you have these, perfect. If you don't have any of these and you have fingers that can tear paper, winning. Or don't do it at all, right? I just like to use paper to the max. I'm a pattern paper layerer. So I just love that I have the ability to do this. I have a circle punch that is not on your list, but the only reason that we need this is there's a pocket in here. And I like to notch my pockets. So I'm going to walk through, but see, that's all I used it for. We're going to notch a pocket, okay? I have my adhesives, which I have double-sided adhesives. I don't know if my friend Renee is here from Scrap-A-Latte, but thank you, Renee and Janine, for this fun little tool that I can put all of my double-sided tape on it. My Sukwang. I love this, so thank you. I have this beside me. So you need double-sided tape for the pocket. I have my tape runner, and I have my liquid glue with the fine tip, because we have a lot of laser cuts and die cuts in here that this is going to be your friend, right? I know, it's so cool, right? So I don't know if Renee is on here, but that's where it came from, Scrap-A-Latte, and I love it. And they gifted all of this to me. Super generous, right? But look how fun it is. So I'm sure if you reach out to them, they can help you. I don't know if other stores carry them. I just know what I know. I don't have a local store, so for me, it's whatever I find online or great friends send to me. So we have that punch. I have corner rounders. I have this one that notches corners like a tag. You can just use your scissors. One page, I use this. And then I love a corner rounder that has all the 3 sizes. So it's 10 millimeters, 4 millimeters, and 2, and 7. And super helpful, right? Love it. So I have those. And then I have paper clips and numbers. If you don't have numbers, grab a stack of Post-it notes or just scrap paper. But when we cut, if we keep everything organized with a number as we go to build, and I say we need a 4x6 from stack number 8, it makes it so much easier. So this is the Vicky way. We cut paper together. I always supply a cutting diagram. We put paper clips on it and numbers. And I've been doing this for, oh, friends, how long now? 15 years, 10 years, 10 years. At least the paper cutting always for the longest time. And then the number system just came from the VBoo crew. Somebody said that they used sticky notes, and I just went, well, we should just number it. Why don't we number it? And it just, I'm telling you, don't fight the process. It really works. I have a pokey tool because I have fake fingernails and I can never lift the releasing page from my rub-ons. So I like that. I have scissors. I have a rub-on tool. So whatever you're going to use for your rub-ons, okay? Doop, a ruler. I have foam squares. There's a lot of popped up stuff on here. You might want a pencil. And then I have my craft mat. So when we go to, with Simon hair on it, nice. When we go to do some of the mixed media, I can just lift it off. I don't have to have a mess on my desk. I have paper towels and I have a mister. And that's everything that you need for today, right? It's everything you need for today. And my water. And my sorting trays. Whatever, even if you have a dish. Because when you start popping all of these, we'll organize them together. We're doing everything together. Like if this is your first time at one of Vicky's classes, I'm going to do it all with you. And I don't know if I said a ruler. Ruler's helpful. Paper trimmer, which I actually realize is on the other side of the desk. So I got to get up and grab that. Now let's do a flip through of some things as everybody's grabbing their bits. Grabbing your bits. And then we're going to walk through the whole kit and put it in order. Okay? Drink and my paper trimmer. What a dingle-lingo. Can't believe I forgot that. Okay. So what I was saying is this class actually came from this idea. I just taught in Conroe, and I knew that every year I do a class like this. We do this mini album with lots of interactives, and then I do, my last class was 18 pages. So 9 double page layouts. And I'm sure we're going to do at least that. I've got the album done, but I haven't started the layouts. I've just organized everything. So that collection is my second collection from my collaboration with 49 and Market. This collection's called Mistletoe and Memories. It's my holiday collection. So this stand and the Flipbook kit was what started this whole thing. So a lot of my friends that are here did this with me in Conroe. Did you love it? We sat and we got this whole thing done except for your photos in about 8 hours. It was awesome, lots of fun. I brought the Halloween class. I said, if we have the stand, it's kind of fun that we can do other Flipbook projects, but it didn't come with a kit. Halloween didn't come with a Flipbook kit. It just came with the general collection pack. So this is another class, like I said, look how fun. We're going to be doing on, I think it's, and Natalie, I'm sure will help me. I think it's November 30th. I think it's after the Christmas event, but it's very fun. So you can grab your supplies. You can find them on vickybooten.com. All you have to look is the actual class. I have not put access only up for this. It will go up after I get this done today. Like it'll be up, I'm going to say Monday. It's going to go up on Monday because I'm ready for it now. So just know that this is another class. If you have all of the supplies, you have tons of stores that are here. Reach out to your favorite online store and you need the collection pack. You need a 6x8, like the Flipbook. You need a 6x8. You need the ephemera that has the vellum and the acetate in there. You need the Christmas frame pack. So that's Necessities 1. What else did we need, friends? I think that was everything that was in there. The sticker sheet. but all of that's listed. So super fun, right? Super fun. I love that, Cynthia. So yes, and you need the stand. You need the stand. It's so much fun when you set this up. Everybody loved this class. It was a lot of fun. So this is where it started, right? So a lot of the questions have been, well, what about the Halloween layout class? Friends, that's a whole different class. It is not a free class, but access is posted on vickybooten.com. It's cheap, right? And we're going to be doing a whole whack of layouts with another set of this. So if you love Halloween, if you love layouts, I really love making double page layouts. A lot of you, it's my jam. If you've done my classes before, you are not going to be disappointed. These were some of my favorite ever layouts because it's using stuff I never use. Okay. So this is, you need pretty much the exact same kit except for the stand to do this. There's not enough left over. We're going to use it. So that's the Halloween layout class. And then want to peek at the Christmas album. Yes, if you're at the Scrap Mania event right now, I am sure that you can get everything that you need, right? So here's your peek. So you're welcome as you're filling your cart. I will help you. So yes, I do sell kits on vickybooten.com because that's how I make my living. So you can find a few of these things, but some of it's sold out. And definitely support your favorite online stores, brick and mortar stores. But look at, this is the first peek. This is Mistletoe and Memories. This is my, I think, 4th Halloween collection. First with 49 and Market. But look how fun we're going to be making this album. It's a weekend event. This, like I said, at least 5 double page layouts. It's probably going to be closer to 9 because there's lots left over. And then we do clusters as well. It's a fun weekend. And then I haven't even started. We still have Curiosities in Willow Grove whole weekend. So just to give you a peek at what we do in a Vicky Booten class, look at this, a pocket. How fun is that? So lots of fun. Flips, flaps, tons of real estate for all your holiday photos. I absolutely love this collection. I still have to put a few finishing touches on this, but look at how fun. Boop, boop. Look at, and it's a pocket. It's a pocket with, we're going to make a little book in there. How fun is that? So this is definitely fun. If you haven't done my classes, this is Vicky Booten on crack. When you say, friends, it is certainly not for the faint of heart, but we all get through it. And that's what's fun, is even though we do it live, it's all recorded. So I am just wrapping this one up. Super excited. I love the holiday albums. You get numbers with this, so if you want to do December daily, you totally can. There are tons of words in this that are like holiday, a party, jammies, hello Santa. So when you're done, you're gonna have tons of stickers that have, as you add your photos, you can customize it as you would like. So those are all the things that are coming down the pipeline. Like I said, I haven't even started Curiosities in Willow Grove. That class won't be until January. So perfect Christmas gift, right? Perfect Christmas gift. So I feel like everybody who's going to be here is here. Let's get the party started. Any questions? Any questions, friends? The Christmas is fun. Do you guys love it? So Mary Pat, a lot of you have done probably all of my Christmas classes. That one's pretty, isn't it? If you love 49 and Market, I think that you're going to really love the look of that one. So I have very limited Mistletoe and Memory classes kits left. That's vickybooten.com. But if you have all of the stuff already, access only to that will go up shortly. And you can just get access to the weekend and even use Christmas stuff you already have on hand. If you're like, don't have the budget for it this year, or already bought it from my favorite store, any way you want to play, you're welcome. Okay? So let's talk about organizing our stuff for today. Oh, I haven't flipped through the book, have I? Let's do that first. Layouts is next weekend, Deborah. It's next Saturday. And again, it's recorded. So if you don't have your kit yet, because some of you who just ordered the ones that I restocked, you're not going to have your kits in time, but it's all recorded. So you can do it at your leisure. So let's do a flip through of what we're doing today. That's exciting, right? So this page is going to actually be on one of the already pre-made backgrounds, like one of the papers that we're going to then put some of the Irresistible rub-ons on and some watermarking. This paper has a little bit of a sheen, so it works beautifully with the 49 and Market inks or distress inks. So that's going to be fun. We're going to be layering a bunch of pieces. And then your next page, look how fun this one is. Boop. What's nice with this is when you are watching after the fact, if there's anything that you need to add, you can come back and pause the video, right? You can pause the video. So here's the Boo Crew, and we could put a V here for you guys that have photos that of us together. Would be super fun, but I love it. We're gonna do that page. And I do a flip book as if you're flipping, and it's 2 pages. So you would not look at this book from behind. I know some people, I've always done flip books like that. That's how it's always made sense to me, because some pages should be a double. But for some of you, just watch you aren't building it upside down, or if you're committed to building it the other way, that you'd flip and turn, then just make sure when you go to put your pages together that you are aware of where the holes are going to be. I'll say it to you multiple times, but sometimes you're listening to me and sometimes you're not, because sometimes you're focused on your kids have come in and said, what's for lunch? And then you miss it. So just be aware of that. That's super important. Okay. You do whatever you like, Inez, right? It doesn't make sense in my brain, but for your brain, it's probably different. I just build it. Like if I was sitting here flipping through it, I would flip through it. I wouldn't turn the book around. So like I said, do whatever works for you, works for me too. Look at this page. I absolutely love the font that I bought for this one. You're going to see more of this somewhere. I want a whole set of alpha in this. I love it. So that is another page. When we are doing some of our cutting, one of the pieces, we're going to fussy cut some pumpkins and leaves out of it. So the background of this paper, we're going to do, that's our only fussy cussing today, is going to be that. And then some pages are just going to be simple photo pages, because I find it protects all of the stuff we've popped up, is putting just a plain page in between it. Okay. This page is going to be, I used my foundations paper. So you want a heavier piece of white cardstock. In there I said you need white cardstock and you need black. You don't really, unless you're going to matte, you don't really need them, but you do need one sheet of a heavier weight white paper. This paper was all white when I started. So we are going to do some inking on this and some watermarking and the resist. That's all in that resist. Okay, and then that's the background of it, where I said, don't worry about your inks. You just need inks that will match fall colors. And then another page that is going to just be for photos with a little bit of embellishment on it. And then some of the photo frames on this one. Can you guys, is this in frame? I hope you guys can see it. Let me, right? It's going to be this page. This is going to be a pocket page with a side pocket, right? And then you can put as many photos in there as you like. I matted everything with white just to represent the photos, right? You can put that in there like that. So this will be a double-sided tape. I notched a hole in the pocket. And then look at this guy. So some of these rub-ons you can use, sorry, I have elastic here, just on a darker background. So those are all the Resistables just layered on that diagonal orange stripe. I love it. Pop dots, the little skeleton's hands will hold those banners. So I just put party on there. And like I said, some are just space savers where you can put extra photos in here. I love this page. Isn't this fun? With the little death moths. So when we cut paper, you want to be, we want to make sure we're cutting it in the same direction that I am, because look at these moths kind of go on the skull's head. It's kind of like a flower, pardon me, a butterfly wig, a tube for the skeleton. And then this page is actually the full sheet where just the top hangs over, that we have that little overhang. And then a page for some photos, another just simple page for photos. Okay. And then a little cluster. We're telling a story, Moonlit Magic, Ghost and Ghouls. We are going to glue this on a page. The frames, using the frames again. It's fun, isn't it? And this was all created. It didn't come from a Flipbook kit. I just made an extra one, right? And then another page. This is where I use that corner punch, but you could just cut the edges around them or not at all. And then look at this, lovely. And this is why we need, so the stickers, I'd still put glue on. I find the stickers aren't super sticky. I never trust the glue pre-adhese stuff. I always add a little bit of extra adhesive. Here's the back of this page. Chills and thrills documented. A little mini page that looks like a giant tag. And then I love it clustered with the little frog and the toadstool. So Kelly said, question, if we are going to be doing the layout class as well as this class, you need 2 kits, the exact same kit. I made it so it wasn't super confusing. You need 2 kits. The only thing you don't need to buy 2 of, if you have already, or you haven't bought everything, is the Paper Trail Alpha stickers, because I hardly use them in here. You could go in and personalize, like put somebody's name on here with those stickers, but you need 2 kits. And then there is going to be stuff left over. There are lots of staples left over. But like I said, I'm going to do a bonus layout on Halloween from all your leftovers of the 2 classes. And the layout kit is next Saturday. I'm going to be doing this whole thing next Saturday. So this is your last page in here. Oh my goodness, look at. For my friend Valerie, tell everybody the name of your cat, Valerie. Look at. Right there. Love it. So we're going to do this kind of, it reminds me of the story. What's that story about the pumpkins on the fence? But I love that. And then look at, in the background, we're inking with the Irresistibles as well. And last but not least, ooh, because we are spooky storytellers. I love it. Simon after he walked in Cinder. Yeah. Sometimes he has the heart of a black cat. That cat is crazy, right? Dumb question. How high do we need the numbers to go for this? 13 or 12? 12, maybe? So not very many. And if you only have Post-it notes, is perfect. So let's start doing the things. This is what we're making today. I will be here until it's done. So this video will be recorded once the live is done. So even if you can't stick around for the whole thing, that you have other commitments today, no worries, friends. No worries. It'll be here. So I'm going to set that aside. I'm going to have a quick drink. I wish my voice was with me today. But I got peppermint tea with some honey, and we can do the things, right? Any questions before we get started? What's going to happen right now is we're going to put everything in order of our cutting diagram. And then we need paper clips and numbers and your punches. And we're going to cut everything. I have the book to reference. So now is just do what I tell you time. In the kindest way possible. Is let me do the thinking for you. Okay, let me do the thinking for you. We're going to do this all together. It works really well. I'll tell you what number to stick on each stack because I didn't write it on the cutting diagram, but it's going to go from left to right. And we're going to go, I think it's 1 through 12. Okay, so grab your staples. That's the cardstock colored papers, like the kind of basic backgrounds, and grab the paper out of your Halloween collection pack. And we're going to put it in order of the cutting diagram. Okay. There is a printable cutting diagram, Sarah. It is in the description of this video. There's a link for it if you want to print that. So in the description of this video, and maybe Natalie can grab it, but you might need to grab it on your computer or whatever you print from. But there is all the images are in there, the written cutting written part of the cutting, and a cutting diagram is all in the description of the video. I put it everywhere I could. I shared it on the 49 and Market retailer board. So if you are a store and you're going to kit these and maybe even create one, somebody maybe in your store is creating one, samples are the best way to sell some of this stuff, right? So question, can I order stencil set number 3 along with a Halloween flip book? Yes, 100% Tracy, you can. Yes, whatever you order will all be ordered together. If you didn't realize and you put 2 separate orders, Greta's here for the US orders, I'm here for the Canadian ones, we'll sort it all out. Yes, you can. You can put, if you are like, I just won the lottery, I'm going to put Curiosities in Willow Grove, I want the Halloween one, I want the Christmas one, I want all the stencils. Even if that box and the shipping is double, we will condense it and only charge you the one shipping, okay? So this makes it super helpful. Do you really need to understand all of this right now? No, it's what I'm here for. So just do what I tell you. And then as we build, it will be super easy, okay? So the first thing we need to do is, let's put the papers in order of the cutting diagram. Okay, papers in order of the cutting diagram. Let me get rid of the stuff I don't need right now, which is all of this. I find the tidier your work area is, the better, right? And that's where paper clips and numbering system came, because we would do all of this and then we'd be sitting in class and it would be, Vicky, I don't have that. And I'd be like, it came from a 12 by 12 paper. So I feel fairly confident it's somewhere because I didn't cut one corner out of your paper when I gave it to you. Haha. Right? So this makes it way easier when we do this together. The maths is the hardest part to keep everybody on track. So I just do it all together. So let's do it. So the first paper I want you to grab is 1 sheet of the ledger paper, and the background of that is the black stars. So please grab 1 sheet of the ledger paper and then put it in a stack with the stars up. Okay? So 1 sheet of the ledger paper with the black stars up. That is the first paper on our cutting diagram. I'll go through the whole stack at the end, so just keep up. If you can't find one because you think I'm going too fast, no worries. We'll flip through them all again and you'll have way less to find, to search through, okay? So the next paper is going to be 2 sheets of the black plaid with the book paper. And I'm going to tell you, we're probably going to cut book paper up because this is where we want to make sure we get our skeleton. We want to make sure we get the pieces we need. And before we cut, I'll confirm before the cuts that that is exactly the direction we cut the paper in. So please grab, if you want to call them orange stars, sure, orange, yellow, whatever. But the star paper, there's only 1 star paper in there, Kelly. So whatever color I see that is yellow, but if you see it as orange, they're orange stars. Perfect. So 2 sheets of this. I love the papers too, right? I love them. So 2 sheets of this. When you're looking through your stack, this is what you're seeing. It's the black plaid up. But for direction, we're going to cut it on the newsprint kind of side, okay? So I'm going to put those in my stack with the black plaid up. Very good, very good. And then we have the bats and the orange diagonal stripe. It doesn't matter which side up, but we'll put bat side up because it's a directional paper, so at least you don't end up cutting it like this inadvertently. So let's do that where when we put it in our stack, it's the orange stripes up. I love this paper so much. The pumpkin and leaf paper. So when we cut this, we're going to have a piece left over that we're going to cut out some pumpkins and we're going to cut out some leaves. And fingers crossed that I actually was correct in the one that we're cutting out, but I'll look at it. I'll look at it. Okay, so put that in your stack with the orange and yellow dots up. The next paper in your stack is the green damask and stripes. Right? Green damask and stripes. So put that one in your stack. 1 sheet of each of these, unless the only one we've had 2 of was a book paper with a black plaid. Everything else is 1 sheet. And then we have the words. So it's kind of the Halloween rainbow words and the big, large black polka dot. So put that one in your stack. You definitely want to cut this words up so you don't inadvertently cut them in the wrong direction, right? So in my stack will be the black dots. So that's it from your Halloween stack. So let's go through that stack again. And you should have this left over that we're going to use as a bonus class, right? Oops, what did I just drop on the floor? Hopefully I don't need it. You'll have your cover sheet is left over. You have 1 sheet of the pumpkins, 1 sheet of the bats, 1 sheet of your words, 1 sheet of the stripes, 1 sheet of your ledger. And then this was my leftover if you got the kit from me, because you got this as a bonus. We put it all in there. Your bonus staples. What did I drop on the floor, do you think? Ooh, geez, Vicky. We'll look later. So let's go through our stack again, and then we'll grab our staples. I think they're still in there, Natalie. You can go take a look. But just so you know, the Halloween layout kit and the Halloween flipbook kit are the exact same kit. That's why I ended up selling the stand separately, because some people already had it if they got the Christmas flipbook. So it's the same kit. So if the layouts say it's out of stock, and you get the other one, all we would do is just let me know, because Greta's here and she can move some stock around in Shopify, but it's the same kit. And I think they're still available. I didn't go on this morning to see what was left. And if not, you have tons of stores here too, right? So definitely make sure that if you want to do the layout class or you want to do another one of these as a gift, everything we're using here is the same kit. So let's go through that stack that you grabbed from your Halloween pack. Ledger, 2 sheets of the book paper, 1 sheet of bats, 1 sheet of the pumpkin leaves, 1 sheet of the damask, 1 sheet of the stripes, and that's everything you need out of your Halloween set. Okay, I'm going to keep it flipped though. And then out of your staples, out of the staples, which is like the cardstock, please grab 1 sheet of Staples 1, which is this lovely yellow like corduroy. And the craft, you need 1 sheet of this. If you don't have it, then you could use some version of cardstock if you wanted to. Or even if you have some of Dennis's or Joanne's, you might be able to match some of the colors from other 49 and Market collections. But you do need 1 of that. That's Staples number 1. You need 1 sheet of Staples number 2, which is your oranges, like a peach and an orange. You need 1 of Staples 3, and it's a green. This one, the barcode stays attached. One of our pages is going to have that piece on it. So don't cut your barcodes off until you're ready on the staples. It doesn't matter on the stuff that was in the collection pack because they're all true 12 by 12. Okay, so the green. And then 1 sheet of Staples 5, which is this navy. It almost looks black, but it's a navy. But we love the purple. Okay, so 1 sheet of that. So let's go through the stack one more time. And we're going to start cutting. So this is what my stack looks like. Ledger, stars up. Newsprint, plaid up. Newsprint, plaid up. Bats, orange diagonal up. Pumpkin and leaves, polka dot up. Green damask, stripe side up. Words with the polka dot side up. Staples 1, the yellow and craft. Staples 2, the oranges. Staples 3, the green that the UPC barcode strip does not get cut off of. And then Staples 5, because Staples 4 is the turquoise, which isn't really in the Halloween collection, but is definitely represented in the full Curiosities in Willow Grove. The other thing I want to do is there's tons of elements in Curiosities in Willow Grove I want to mix with my Halloween layout. So when we do the bonus, I'm going to use pieces of that collection with our leftovers. So this is what we're going to get started on. And as we cut, I'll look at how the paper is used so you can visually see it. If you're like me, I need to see it. So the first piece we're going to cut, a lot of these cuts. So chicos, muy importante. A lot of these cuts are going to be vertical cuts. We're not going to cut horizontally. Our first cut is going to be a vertical cut because a lot of these things are directionally need to go a certain way in a flip book. So this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. They're all the first 7 cuts are going to be vertical cuts. So just keep that in mind when it goes in your trimmer, right? I love it. I love it, Carrie. You probably have lots left. You could probably even, some of the stuff out of Christmas, the green might even match. I don't know. Use what you got. Use what you got, right? So our first piece we're going to cut is going to be this ledger paper. It is going to be used right here on this big page in the back, right? So that is that one cut. And it's going to be used on that tag right here. So it is important because it's the black star side up that when it flips, your numbers aren't upside down. Okay. So let's do it. So yeah, one of the questions was, because I'm in Canada, right? And with the tariff stuff, it kind of shut all the shipping down from Canada. So we have 2 warehouses that we ship from now. One is in Indiana and one is here in Canada. So for some of you, for my exclusive stamps and stencils, yes, you can add those. And I restocked the set number 1, set number 2. So along with set number 3 that you guys haven't even seen yet, because I will do that next Friday on Friday Night Live. We're going to go through all of that stuff, right? And Canada Post was on strike. So yes, I had to do everything through UPS and Purolator. It's crazy. Running a business is not for the faint of heart. And I'm sure a lot of the store owners out there, we know. So, you know, I'm a small business. Just because I do collections, I don't own that company, right? So I'm a small business. So I get it. I get all of the heartache and struggle and the love and passion that goes with doing this, right? So when we put this paper in our trimmer, we're going to be cutting through one of the number columns, not across, but through one of the ones at the top. And your first measurement is going to be 7.5 inches cutting out of the left side of the paper. So find 7.5, and you are cutting right at the front of the 3. Okay, so 7.5 by 12 is your first cut. That gives you a 7.5 inch piece and a 4.5. So you can see right here, you need to make sure you're cutting through the 3rd column, number 3 column. So now you're going to take the, I'm going to get my numbers ready and my paper clips. You're going to take this 7.5 by 12. You're going to turn it so you're cutting out of the 12-inch length. And you're going to cut from the top with the number 1 a 10-inch piece. Okay? So this was the bigger piece. You're going to cut from the 12-inch length a 10-inch piece, 10 inches. Okay? So right now you should have some version of this. A 10 and a 2 by 7.5, and we still have to cut out of our 4.5 by 12. Okay, so these 2 pieces you can clip with number 1. Everybody doing okay so far? ahead and clip that. I like to put one of the sides of up for the B side, so it's good for quick reference when I'm trying to find it. So put those two together. And now we'll cut out of our 4.5 by 12. So you're going to put that in your trimmer, and out of the 12-inch length, and this cut includes the 3 to 5, you're going to trim a 9-inch piece. And that gives you a 9-inch piece and a 3-inch piece. So when you're looking at my cutting diagram, we just did this, 9 inches by 4.5. Remember, when it goes in the book, it's going to go like this and flip up. So we're going to cut a tag shape in the bottom. But what I want you to do first is this one only has 2 binding holes. So I think we're going to cut the tag shape when we make this page. Okay? We'll cut the tag shape when we make this page because you want to make sure that you have enough room for your binding holes, right? Question, if you wanted to make a mini album with these cuts, would you flip the book to be converted to a mini album? I sure would. I'd be turning it like this then, right? Turn it like that. Yeah, because it's a whole different thing, right? Whole different thing. So yes, if you're modifying, be aware of the modifications you need to make. And I'm putting it in my pile as I'm using it. Okay, so we're done paper number 1. Paper number 1, the maths is done. How'd you do? Thank you, Scrap Mania. It definitely has been awesome. Okay, here we go, friends. So I'm ready for paper number 2, which is our first sheet of the book paper. So do remember, this one matters how you cut it, because we're going to cut a 5 by 12 and a 7 by 12, and it's going to be used. That one here is going to be this page. Is it? Maybe not. Let's see. I think I'm a liar. If you were my ruler, where would you be? No, that's this one. Okay. So we're using this in multiple places, right? So this skull guy is going to be, oh, you know what I didn't add in our stack is our piece of foundations paper. So we'll do that when we get to it. So this first one we're cutting is going to be this piece. And then there is somewhere in there. We might not even use it all, but here's the other one. Is this guy. We cover most of it anyway. Okay, so we're good. Vicky was right. I have to double check. I have to double check to make sure I actually know what I'm talking about. So in this case, I did. So our first cut, you're going to want to make sure you're cutting through the page vertically. And your first cut is going to be a 5 by 12. So see how this is going on here? I'm cutting on, what does this say? The Amber Witch. The Amber Witch. I'm cutting right beside that, 5 by 12. So 5 by 12 and a 7 by 12. So from your 5 by 12, turn it. So you're cutting out of the 12-inch length. And from the top of the page, please trim a 4-inch piece. Okay? 4 inches from the top, so opposite the skull. Okay, so this is what we have so far. 4 by 12, and then we cut a 4-inch piece and an 8-inch piece, and then we still have a 7 by 12 to cut out of. So go ahead and take your 5 by 8 and your 4 by 5, clip those together. I'll do a plaid side up with number 2. It's fun, right? Because this is an all-day class. And once you got your supplies, the class part's for free, right? So even if you're just using stuff you have at home, you may have been collecting Halloween for years and you're just going to be making this. You can use the bones of this class to create anything. You can make a holiday one, a Christmas one, Easter, whatever you want to do, okay? Oh no, Laura, take care of yourself. That's not fun, right? A sore neck is not fun. So you're going to put your 7 by 12 in your trimmer along the longest side. So this is the 12-inch length, and you're going to trim a 3-inch piece from the top of it. So, right, measure twice, cut once, 3 inches. So there's my 3 by 7, and then I have my 9 by 7. And we're going to put those in our cutting pile 2. So that was the first sheet of this paper is cut. And we're done with that. Who's playing along today? Who's just hanging out, folding laundry and watching, making something else? You know, I'm happy to have you guys here, regardless if you're doing the class. The community is the best part, right? These insulated cups, you put your tea in it and you think, okay, it's been down here for an hour and a half. I can take a big swig. Don't do it. You'll burn your tongue. You'll burn your tongue. Who's here for the first time ever? That you found us through your favorite scrapbooking store, or you just happened to see on social media there was going to be a free class? I love it. Are you normally a scrapbooker? Do you do a lot of altered stuff? Are you into card making? Right? I love it. So we still have the second sheet now, right? We're still going to do 2 vertical cuts. One, some of the stuff we're not using. It'll be left over for our bonus class. Hello, Courtney. Courtney from our event in Conroe is here. Amazing event planner. Her and Cherie, we had the best time. Like, it seriously. I know some of you guys are at crops right now. Scrap Mania has something going on. If you ever get an opportunity to do that, what was really fun is we were at that crop in Texas last weekend. The classes, there was cropping, but it was generally classes. And I have to tell you, I came out of there with, my heart was bursting. There's something special about being gathered with a group of like-minded people. A lot of people came to that event on their own. They went by themselves and they left with like a whack of new friends. It was like a big warm hug. It was like a big warm hug. So thank you for putting those things together. I had the best time ever. I did. I got to see a lot of you guys that are online with me. It just was super special. It was super special. So I'm still riding the high. It was so fun. So for this sheet, we're going to cut, again, a vertical cut, 2 6 by 12s. 2 6 by 12s. Hello, Babs. I love that. First timer. I love it. I hope that you are going to thoroughly enjoy this. I love it. I love what I do. So I'm glad to have you guys here. I love the community. There's people that hang out here and I'm sure don't even own a paper trimmer. But the community matters, right? So 2 6 by 12s. This one we're not using, okay? It can be clipped with number 3. It's homework. It's a bonus, right? It's a bonus. So clip that with number 3. Now this one with the tree on it is our cover. So we're going to take that and we're going to turn it. And from the top of this sheet, please trim a 3.5. 3.5 by 6. So that leaves you with a 3.5 and an 8.5. So this is going to be our cover. You can go ahead and just round the top 2 covers, not the bottom, just the top 2 on that tree piece. So see where the tree is? I'm only going to round the top corners. Paper punch. Here we go. Pop those corners. my little garbage cans on the other side of the desk. I work on both sides of this desk, right? I work on both sides, so sometimes stuff isn't on the side I need it. So you still have this piece, right? Which is 6 inches by 3.5. So I want you to put this in your trimmer along the longest side, the 6-inch side, and please trim a 3.5-inch mat, and that gives you a 2.5. So a 3.5 and a 2.5. And this was from the 6 by 3.5-inch piece. So one, we got a square, and then the little doobie left over. And all of this can get clipped with, I know it's hard, it gives your punches a workout. The paper is very heavy. So clip this all with number 3. I always put the B side so it's represented in our stack. You think, would there be interest in Vicky Boutin merch, like mugs? We have t-shirts, we have aprons, we have bags, but I don't know. Is there interest? Would you guys want a Vicky Boutin mug, or like Stanley or something? Anything's possible, friends. If the interest was there, right? Anything's possible. So Lily was saying she was going to skip this kit when she saw it in person in Conroe, and then when you saw it in person, you were done. It's hard, right? You can't. And we came out with a lot of stuff right there at the end. I had my last American Crafts cut and paste, which I freaking loved. That came out, and then right after that was Mistletoe Memories, and that is a big kit. This product is, there's a lot. So it's pricey, but worth it. I will give you every dollar's worth when you guys support your stores, when you buy the kits for me, when you do the classes. I give you over 21 hours of content, and more than that, really, with your Friday Night Lives. And then right after that, what came out was Curiosities in Willow Grove and Halloween. And I did a lot because I was trying to do a free class to help the stores out, especially because some of them, their customers aren't used to Vicky Boutin with 49 and Market. So I just want to give you a teaser, something that gets you to see that even though it looks different, it's the same in a lot of ways. I make you do all of the layering in real life. The paper doesn't come with it, because if you're buying all that product, I want you to use it. I don't want it to just sit in your storage bins and look pretty. I want you to make stuff with it, right? So your next paper is the bat and spider webs. I love black. I know for this rainbow and butterflies girl, I love black. Black needs to be in every collection. Like, I love it. So this Halloween is really making the darker side of my heart super happy. The dark side, the Vicky After Dark, right? So yeah, I'll have to look in some of that. Thanks, Babs. It's my the teaching part is my superpower. I have taught thousands of classes now, and the reason I do it the way I do it is because I'm also an observer. So when I am in person and I see the thing everyone will struggle with in a class, 9 times out of 10 is the math and having to follow somebody else's brain, right? These instructions aren't how you would necessarily cut, but because I'm teaching it, you got to do what I say, right? You got to do it my way. So what I found early in the game is make a cutting diagram. That's how my brain works. I don't read instructions. I need to see a visual representation of the cuts. So I started doing that. Somebody saw it on screen and they're like, hey, that's how my brain works. Will you start sharing that? And I started sharing it. I draw it. I draw the whole thing. I don't know how to do it on the computer. One day we'll make it all zhuzhed and fancy, but right now it's still a girl in her basement just doing the things with you. And the other thing is doing it live, so you can cut with me instead of just following instructions. And then the paper clips and the numbers. You're going to see how, even if my style isn't your style, you will love the style of this class. You will love it. Okay? So that's what it's a joke where I'm like, just do what I tell you. You paid me, right? Or you're actually here for free. But let me do the heavy lifting. Let me do the heavy lifting. So this paper is right here. We're cutting this right now. So we're going to cut the 3 vertical strips, and then we'll cut the interior cuts. So when you see those numbers at the top, those are the cuts we're going to do first. So your first cut out of the left side of the page is 6 1/4. 6 1/4 by 12. So make sure your bats aren't sideways. They're not upside down. I'm looking at my bats depending on how you hold your paper trimmer. And you're going to find 6 1/4. 6 1/4. And you're going to cut right through. Right? So that was my first cut. 6 1/4. I'm not taking my paper out of my trimmer because I'm going to slide it in. And I'm going to trim. The second cut is 4 inches. So 4 inches. Ish. So what we just cut out of there are these 3 pieces. 6 1/4, 4 inches leaves us with something like 1 3/4, depending if you're good at the cutting. Whatever you got is perfect, okay? So we have these 3 pieces. This piece we're not cutting out of, the smallest strip, so let's clip that with number 4. It works. You'll see this whole technique has been, I see a lot of teachers use this now, is the cutting diagrams. Back in the day, nobody did them. No one did it, but it's how I draw it all out when I teach it. So for me, it's how my brain works. And now a lot of people use a cutting diagram, the written instructions, they cut first. That is not, definitely is, I think, a fairly unique thing, is a lot of people, you cut as you build. And I just find you lose stuff. You don't know which piece to cut out of. So I took the control. I took it and I went, let's cut it all together. And then the paper clips came from, I think it's one of the ladies who might even be here, said that they clipped and put Post-it notes on. And actually the paper clipping happened in a live class. It was a Post-it notes. It's from one of our VBoo crew. But I love it. It works. So why fight it? It works, right? And if you're a teacher and you teach scrapbooking classes, I've seen that, like I'd say a lot of people have adopted this and there's nothing wrong with it. Use it. This works. It makes it way easier. So now you're going to take this 6 1/4 by 12, turn it so you're cutting out of the 12-inch length, and please trim a 3 1/2 inch piece. 3 1/2. So that leaves you with a 3 1/2 and an 8 1/2. And we can clip that with the little strip. Okay. Doop. So the last piece you have now is your 4 by 12. You're going to turn it so you're cutting out of the 12-inch length. And please trim a 8 1/2 inch piece. 8 1/2. And that gives you an 8 1/2 and a 3 1/2. Well, these classes, I do access only for all of my classes, and it has supported online stores that carried Vicky Boot and American Crafts for years, and there's lots of them out there. Because even people who purchase my kits, I still send them to all your stores to buy extra, because every Friday night live is a free class. If you join me when I'm live, it's a free class every Friday night. I could be using Ranger stuff. I could be using, and I only really carry my kits. I'm not a store. It's just this education part is where my income comes from, right? It's not from product sales because I don't own that company. I just get a small portion of it, but it's always worked. It's a very reciprocal, cohesive thing that we have stores that carry Vicky Booten product, and then Vicky teaches her classes. It's a limited number. It pays my bills, but you know, my access only sometimes doubles just in people coming to watch. They're not buying it from me, so they're buying it from all your stores. So it's definitely something I support you guys 100% doing tons of free content. And then the access onlys are like, really, for 21 hours, it's $1 an hour, what they pay, not even, right? So do the things, keep doing the things, supporting those stores. right? You know that all the stores that are here, blood, sweat, and tears, it's a passion project. So we're all in it. I've been doing it for years, right? It's so good. Yeah, the access onlys, because a lot of people love their local stores. It's a family. So they're going to get all of their stuff from you guys, and then they have all the content. I do lots of free on Friday, and then just when my big releases come out, or pretty much the weekend events, are access only. And then if it is like a 10 plus layout class, I sell those for next to nothing. And then you get all that content. And a lot of people will use other people's product. They might have like simple stories that they love, and they're like, I'm going to do Vicky's layout class, but I'm going to use this older 49 and Market collection I have, whatever. It works, right? It works. I love it. I love it. And I have, right? I've trained you guys, Dawn, for years. It's like, you buy the kit for me, but you're going to need extra because I use everything in my weekend. So every Friday night, if I'm pulling out an existing collection, I'm going to be using new stuff for it. So it's good. It works really well. All right. So here we go. Next paper is going to be this one. And this was the one I got to double check what we're doing here, because we need to cut out some of these pumpkins. So let me look to see, because I might have cut it yellow dot side up. So before you cut anything, let me confirm which corner I need to get that 3.5 by 5 from. Because see, is that a cut one? No, these are from, let's double check. Yeah, that's ephemera. So I just don't want to lead you astray. So give me 1 second. That is cut. Ooh, it's right there. Yep, it is from that corner. I just wanted to make sure, friends, that I drew it correctly. Okay, we're good. We're going to do pumpkin side up. Just, if I'm going to be your instructor, I don't want to lead you astray. I don't want to lead you astray. Let me look. Makes me nervous. Because sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about. No, it's right there. Perfect. I did it right. Yay! Here we go. See, when I'm doing the paper cutting too, I have to watch. Don't talk too much, Vicky, because then you're going to make a mistake. So we're going to take it. We're going to cut it like this. So your jack-o'-lantern should be sideways. Okay? So the top of this paper, right, has that little half jack-o'-lantern. That's going to be your first cut. Am I right on this one? No, I'm a liar. We're going to cut it this way. I was jumping ahead of myself. So we're still doing a vertical cut. We have to do this cut. So we're going to cut this 4.5 inch piece and then cut our interiors. So we're going to do one cut first. Did I confuse you? I want to make sure you are listening because I just led you astray. So here we go. We're going to cut through it. And your first cut from the left-hand side of the piece is going to be 4.5 inches. 4.5. So this is what your cut should look like. Four and a half and 7.5. So let's cut out of the 4.5 inch strip first. Everybody okay with that? So take this one, turn it. So you're cutting out of the 12-inch length, and please trim a 5.5 inch piece. So this is what we have. Okay? 4.5 by 5.5 and 4.5 by 6.5. You can clip those two pieces with number 5. Thank you, Betty. I am the girl in the basement. I would like that the filming, that I get my overhead camera set up and stuff, because I would love to be able to zoom and do those kind of things. But I'm never going to change. If you guys have been following me, I've been doing this for 23 years. 23. Teaching for probably 21 of those. I'm not going to change because I do this for me first. And then it's a benefit that, like, I teach this stuff. I love what I do. I love what I do. So thank you. That's very nice, Betty. And I'm not going to change. Styles will change because sometimes I want a little bit more white in the background. Sometimes I want a little bit more distress. I love it. I love product design. I love teaching classes. I love making, right? I love it. Can you hear my cat? Is yelling at the door because I didn't let him down here. So Simey, you can't come down here because you're not a good boy. He would be right here. This is where the cat would be. So from your 7.5 by 12, turn it so you're cutting out of the 12-inch length. Poor Simon. I know he's not happy because I also left him for a week, right? So your first cut out of this is going to be 5 inches. Okay, we're going to trim a 5 by 7.5, and then we will end up with a 7 by 7.5. Okay, so this was a 5 and a 7-inch piece. Yes, yes. Are you repeat 2? Are you for repeat 2? It's live right now, but yes, it's recorded. It'll be there until I delete my YouTube channel because I knew a lot of people were not going to be able to be here live all day. So yes, all of my live classes are recorded. So yes, if you can't stay for the whole thing, 100% can come back. And then Natalie's really awesome, and she'll even put whatever that little time thing is on the timestamp on the bottom. Okay. So this larger piece, the 7 by 7.5, clip with number 5, but we're going to cut 2 pieces out of this. Hi, Sarah Miller House. So we have Natalie here from my design team, and we have Sarah from the design team. And there's lots of fun, exciting stuff going to be happening in the world of Vicki Boutin. I will be starting, my first release with Sizzix is going to come out in the new year. And we have new Sizzix design team that we're going to have using the stuff. So much stuff is coming. And so a lot of the stores that already carry Sizzix, there's going to be so much support and inspiration for all of the new SKUs that are coming. I have already designed 3 collections for 2026 with Sizzix. It's super exciting. And I got to hang out with Sarah in Texas and told her she can never leave me. And you guys know, and I say the same thing to Natalie. It's Hotel California. You can come, you can enter, but you can never leave. So this piece, we're going to cut 2 pieces from, okay? So the width is 7.5, okay? 7.5. So you're cutting out of the 7.5 inch length. You're going to trim a 4-inch piece, and that's going to leave you with a 3.5. Okay? We're going to cut fussy cut right now. I'm going to do it with you because we need it. So the 4-inch piece can go in your cut pile. The 3.5 that has the pumpkin and the leaves, we're going to cut those pieces out right now. So we're going to fussy cuss. I know some of you love it and some of you hate it, but there's not enough embellishment for me. This is small. This kit is small for me. You guys know I need 20 million pieces. So we're going to make a couple extra right now. It is Hotel California. You can enter, but you can never leave. You're never allowed not to be my friend. You're never allowed to not love me the best, right? It's crazy like that. Don't, hey, Tony, stop with the fussy cutting. But how? You don't want to waste this. Look at, we have 1, 2, 3 pumpkins we can use. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little leaves. We need them, right? Or don't fussy cut right now. Do it later. But I'm going to do it because this class is live and I'm going to need that stuff when we go to build the pages. So to start, I'm going to make them bigger. Even cut the pieces out and paper clip them. And then when you feel like fussy cussing, and that's what we call it, because that was a Freudian slip one day. It's not fussy cutting with Vicki Boutin. It's fussy cussing, because I know a lot of you are cussing me out when I make you do this. But I am all about maximizing. And if we have these pretties, we need them. We need the pretties. So let's cut all those leaves out. And this is a perfect time if you need to stand up, stretch your legs. If your cat is knocking at the door, or your husband, you can let him in and pay a little attention to him. husband, significant other, kids, whatever. I know it's really important that you guys take this time for yourself. And I love that you do. I love that you do. And I love that your family supports us. I know some of you hate fussy cussing. Some of us love it. I find this super relaxing. But I know some of your hands probably have some dexterity issues. So this is a perfect thing to hand off to one of your grandkids or a friend, or don't add them. But you're not going to have the same things I will have, right? I find with ephemera, because I'm going to be doing, because I have some cruises I teach on. I teach on cruises. If you're ever interested in that, you go to cruiseandcrop.com, cruiseandcrop.com, and you can find the cruises. I will be teaching on a cruise that we still have spots on. I added last minute one in, I think it's on Easter weekend. So that would be April. And there are still spots. And we're going to be doing some really fun things on there. And I am going to be doing some Vicky Boutin exclusives. So I'm just going to be creating some product for some of my classes, and we'll sell on my site, because I want to do more. Like, I want to do things that are cruise themed and whatever. So if I do that, then we will have some stuff to make with on the cruises. See, one pumpkin. And we have to fussy cuss, because I always do papers that have additional ephemera, because it's never enough. It's never enough for me. I love the stuff to decorate, because I am 100% a clusterer. I love to cluster. I love large pieces. Scale is important. So if I'm doing for a mini book, I want it smaller scaled, or cards, or altered stuff, or your art journals, or your planners, your listing. I like to have different scales, so it doesn't matter what kind of crafting you do, you will find some of this art that you can use. And then for double page layouts, I need larger scale. If everything is really tiny, it's not great for a scrapbooker, because the scale doesn't, you're going to use almost all of it. So you will find that sometimes we can do papers that have tons of butterflies on them, florals, and if you feel like fussy cussing, you get a whole additional ephemera pack, right? A whole additional ephemera pack. So it's a thing with me. But now with my World of 49 in Market, and my Janine lets me do so many awesome things. And she's like, sure, you can have that many pieces in your ephemera pack. In my American Crafts days, it was all a set number. We were only allowed to have 50 or 75 pieces in an ephemera pack. And I'm like, that's not enough. That's not enough. I can't do enough projects with that. So that's when I started, well, I need an ephemera pack, and then I need a journaling pack with titles. And I got to sneak that in there. And then it worked. People liked it. So every collection with American Crafts started having 2 ephemera packs. And then I went, well, I really need an ephemera pack that has acetate and vellum in it. And then how about a papery pack? Because I need all the ephemera. And then we came out with Flower Emporium, and there was like, what, 175 pieces in one of the ephemera packs? Because we need it. We need the ephemera. We need the ephemera, right? So yes, so the cruise is going to be April 4th to 12th out of Fort Lauderdale. It's going to be an absolute blast. We have 4 days at sea. We are going to be doing some Sizzix stuff, and I'm going to have some exclusives on there. We're going to do some mixed media, and we're going to make our own pattern paper, and we're going to make layouts from it, probably a couple cards. It's going to be fun, friends. So if you've ever been thinking about cruising and crafting, to give you an idea. So if you're like, I want to do this, but I'd love to bring my husband, or I want to bring my family, you sure can. They don't have to pay for the cropping part. Those kits are sent right to your door. So I ship them right to your door, and you just bring most of it in your carry-on. And then you crop with us at Days at Sea. It's open in the evenings if you want to go and work, but you have plenty of time to also be on vacation. Hang out with the crew if you want to. A lot of us like to hang out in the evenings. But it is a cruise with crafting. So a lot of people are like, why would I want to be stuck on a boat and then like just scrapbooking? I'm like, no. It's scrapbooking, but it's also vacaying. So we love it. I don't know how many I've done now. Over 20. I don't keep track of any of that stuff. I'm terrible like that. But over 20. I did them to start with, where there's a store that I used to love to travel with. It was called the Scrapping Turtle, my friend Hannah. And that was my first with Cruise and Crop. And then I've done them in Australia with Michelle. We do them. That one sold out in, I think, under 20 minutes. I think it sold out really quick. So I know a lot of you are probably sad you didn't get on that one, my Australian friends and New Zealanders. But we normally do back-to-back. There just wasn't a back-to-back option. So we have limited numbers on that one, right? Vicky, should we bring our die cutting machine? Maybe a sidekick. I will have them because I'm going to ship it all to Florida. So there'll be shared machines, but certainly at that time we'll talk about that. The sidekick, and I probably can bring some in if you guys want to order it if you don't have it. So, but it's going to be, some of the stuff will be pre-cut. It's going to be good. It's going to be a whole mix. It's going to be kind of like the best of. It's going to be a good one. So we'll be doing inking. We'll be doing lots of things. So there'll be technique and then projects on that one. So if you guys are kind of on the fence or you're just hearing about it for the first time and you want to join us on that cruise and Crop, reach out to the ladies at Cruise and Crop. They'll give you all the details you need. It's out of Fort Lauderdale. I think it's an 8-day cruise. We have 4 days at sea. It's in the Caribbean. I think we go to St. John's, St. Martin, the private island, which is my favoriteest thing. Kari will remember. We just booked the Flamingo place on the one, wherever we're going. I think it's St. Thomas, or I don't even know. I'm going on a cruise as well in like 2 weeks with my family. So it all blends in. So I could be telling you totally the wrong ports. Am I telling you the wrong ports? Probably. This girl's brain. That's why I know some of you are waiting. Like, when are you doing the Christmas access only for the Flipbook? Did you get the group open yet for the Christmas? I'm trying, friends, but it's seriously not enough hours in the day. So I don't annoy you on purpose. It's by accident, but it's all coming because I'm home now. But I said, let's get through this one and then we'll do the next one. Okay, I'm cutting them all because we're going to need them. And this gives you a little bit of a break if you need to stretch. And then we'll get back to the cutting, right? Question, how many leaves do we need? I'm going to cut out that partial one just in case, but I think we get like 4 3/4. It's all that's in there. All the part ones on the side I did not cut out, Kari. Only the one that's kind of a big leaf. That's a partial. But just cut them out. If this isn't your jam to do right now, you don't have to. But I love these floating down the page, and I did use all of this. Every single piece that I'm making you fussy cuss, I did use. Greta, are you still here? She might not be here because I work her like a dog, and her son is home. So she might not be here anymore. But definitely we'll get her, make sure you have her email as well, Greta, Natalie, for Greta. I have 2 of these people, Natalie and Greta, who certainly, remember I've always said that I need help, I need staff. I'm very excited that we are definitely set up for some amazing things for 2026. Yeah, we're working on a lot of stuff, right? But yeah, we would love to have you there. We have a lot of people that once they do one cruise with me, they're booking the other one. And a lot of people were really upset that the New England one sold out. It sold out in less than a day. I don't know why, but I guess everybody wants to see the leaves change. But I think it's like Alaska cruise. The New England ones, they're I think they only get 3 a year with that itinerary. So people like the colder climate cruises. But like I said, you're never guaranteed to see the leaves, friends. If you're on that, just know if our temperatures have been just too warm, and what happens is the leaves fall off, they don't change. So it's just starting here. So just be ready, because there's my family. Don't let the cat down here, Riley. I'm teaching. Was it open? Where is he? Okay. He opened the door. Did you hear that, friends? That cat opened the door. Little bugger. The leaves are gone here at my house. Yeah. It's sometimes we get a great fall and sometimes we do not. Because where are you, Don? Because if we don't get that cool weather, it just goes from hot to cold. The leaves just die and fall off. We need that transition of temperature. And it was 85 for the longest time here, which it shouldn't have been. It should not have been that warm. So what ends up happening is the leaves just dry out and fall off. They don't change color. I wanted to go to that cruise so bad, but I already have one scheduled for May. It's tough, right? And for me, I just got to find ships that have the crop area. So we're limited sometimes in what we can choose. But for 2026, I am seriously looking at, I really want to do a river cruise, friends. I really want to do Portugal. But that one, I would love if we could, because it's only, I think, 75 cabins on a lot of those ones. And I think that would be really fun if we could fill the whole cruise with our group. And I think we could do it on something like that. But I don't know. We'll have to, I don't even know what to pick for and when they open. Because we have to wait till Royal Caribbean releases. And I only generally cruise on Royal Caribbean because it's only Royal, really, and Celebrity that have conference areas. So we need to have the space to do it, right? You need the space to do it. There we go. That's it. And one partial. How you guys doing? Are some of you done already because you're like super fast cutters, or you're like, I'm not doing this right now? Totally okay. I almost licked that. I just want timing wise. If I do it, then you guys will have, I know how much time to leave for you. So I'm going to cut this one out, or I'm going to clip this one. I don't know if I need it. So let's just clip it. So I'm going to clip my little pieces. Got 3 pumpkins. I'll sandwich my leaves between the pumpkins so I don't ruin it with my paper clip. And then I'll just set these aside in front of me. Okay? And you know what, Babs, let me tell you, is you can have your sister or somebody come with you. They do not have to crop. The only time we do it are days at sea. And then they can go to the pool. They can go play bingo. They can do music trivia. And then when we're at ports, you're on a vacation. So, and they don't have to pay the cruise part, right? So we have a lot of fun. I really highly recommend it if it's something you've been considering. I don't think you'll be disappointed. Okay, are you ready for the next paper? It's going to be the damask in strips. This one here. So if you ask me how long we're going to be here today, I have no clue. It's going to be late. We'll take a little break to refuel. So when you cut this, make sure your stripes are going the right way, okay? So you want to make sure your stripes are going like this if you're cutting out of this side, right? So, right? How's that paper go? Am I a liar? What is the top of the paper? Stripes, right? I would think so. I think it's like this. This is how I'm going to cut it. So we'll cut it on the stripe side just so we know we're doing it right. I don't think it matters which side of this paper we cut from, but we're going to cut 2 vertical pieces and then a whole bunch of business is going on. You can see here, we're going to be doing some border punching, cutting little flags, okay? So don't just do what I tell you on this one. There are words on this paper, there are, but some of the words are going sideways, some of the words are going, you know what I mean? Like this, maybe. This looks the right way. What do you guys think? Let's look how we used it. Let me look at it. I love that, Wendy. I think it is. I would paper craft every day if I could. If I did not have anybody else living here with me, I would be in the studio doing mixed media art. I'd be gel plate printing. I would be making mini books. I would be doing stuff all the time. Stamping. I love die cutting and stenciling. So I'm right there with you. I'd be doing all the things. So what is this? Damask? Let's look at it. Okay. So this piece is going to be that 9 3/4 with a V cut of it, and the stripes are going sideways. So is that helpful? Let's cut it with the stripes going sideways. We're going to cut it through the stripes. Okay? We're going to cut through the stripes because that's how this one looks. See? I'm looking at it. Doop, doop. But I'll tell you, so it came out of this side of the paper. So I probably cut it like this. Does it matter? I don't think so, but we're going to do this. Just do what I tell you. Okay? It'll work out. I don't want to overthink this. Where else did I use that paper? A mat. So that's the biggest pieces used right there. Where else? Some of these pieces we probably don't even use. There'll be lots left over. We don't use it all. But we will use it in a bonus, right? We will use it in a bonus later. So we're not going to overthink this. We're just going to do it. I think we only use about 3 or 4 of these pieces. So let's do it. Okay? So I'm going to cut it like this. I'm going to cut the paper like this. And we are going to trim a 6 1/2, cutting through the stripes. 6 1/2 and a 5 1/2. Okay, 6 1/2 and a 5 1/2. So just now, don't look at the cutting diagram, just do what I tell you. You're going to take the 6 1/2 by 12 and you're going to turn it. So you're cutting out of the 12-inch length and you're going to trim a 4 1/2-inch piece. Okay? 4 1/2. So that gives us, this is 6 1/2 by 4 1/2. It's a lovely little mat, and I'm going to clip this with number 6. Okay. This piece, you're going to now turn. So the width on your trimmer is going to be 6 1/2 and the height is 7 1/2. So we're going to cut through and make a 7 1/2-inch strip, okay? Not the size, but right? Look at. So make sure you're cutting through the 6 1/2-inch side so the length is 7 1/2. Does that make sense? Because we're doing some interior cuts here. So we're going to measure a 5 by 7 1/2. And that leaves us with a 1 1/2. Right? So we have a 1 1/2 by 7 1/2 and a 5 by 7 1/2. Take this strip and clip it to your stack. Everybody okay with that? Because now we're going to turn this and cut out of the longest side. So we're turning it, so we're cutting through the 7 1/2-inch side. And now you're going to cut a 6 3/4-inch piece. So there's only one way you could do this, right? So this was 6 3/4, and then you get a little nubbin on the end. Let's cut one end of this, a little flag banner. Okay, just cut a V out of one end of this. So this is where it's like, just do what I tell you. Don't think about 3 cuts ahead. So this is one of those things that I realize when I'm teaching, because it just happened when I was in Conroe. Sometimes we got to get out of our own way when we're doing the math part. And people are so concerned of what's coming next, and they lose focus on what you're doing right now. So all you need to do is whatever I'm telling you for that one cut, and then I'll tell you the next step, right? Hi, Gail. Try not to think 3 steps ahead. So you can see what we've cut. I think this is helpful. You ready? So this was this, right? This is what we cut out of this paper. This came right here. This piece was right here. Some kind of version of that. This is what I just cut. It matches the cutting diagram, right? This is what we cut. So this is our 6.5 by 4.5. This is our 1.5 by 7.5. This is our 6 3/4 by 5, and then the little nubbin that's left. And we're going to cut out of this now. So clip all of these pieces with number 6. I like to show what's on the B side, right? So this remaining piece is the 5.5-inch piece. What I want to do is cut from this one. I'm going to cut from the bottom up. So I'm going to cut from the bottom of this sheet. Does it really matter? Not really. Okay, but I'm going to flip it like this. Your first cut is going to be 9 3/4. I don't care if you cut it from the top or bottom. It doesn't matter. But please trim 9 3/4 from one end. Okay, 9 3/4. Slide this in and trim a 1 3/4-ish. And then you have this little strip that I did a border from. And it's going to be tough. Let's see. Because we'll have other paper. If I just made everything super hard, we'll figure it out later. But I'm going to punch a border from that, okay? From that little nubbin. And I'm going to use my scallop. So I'm going to center that on the punch. And this could be so tiny. It's going to be tiny. And we'll see, because maybe I was smoking crack. Who knows? It might make sense. It might not. But if it doesn't, we'll figure it out. We still have lots of paper left, okay? If it doesn't make sense, we'll find a solution. If you're looking at this going, that is just too hard, wait till we get to that page. So I have a little border. I don't think this is right, to be honest with you, but I'm just following along with whatever the other Vicky decided. And we'll see in the end if it's right. Yeah, this is going to be too small, but we'll figure it out. Right? This goes right here. So I think I'm a liar, because this certainly does not match, does it? But I don't even know if we use this other piece, so we'll figure it out when we get there. Not a biggie. Don't even do it if you haven't done it, because I think I'm a liar. I lied right to your face. So for right now, we'll just do this. The other Vicky. Yeah, I don't know what the other Vicky was talking about. But this Vicky's looking at it going, okay, Vicky. Vicky with a Y. I don't know what Vicky with a Y was doing, but Vicky with an I is saying, that doesn't make any sense. It's all good. We'll get there in the end. So don't worry about it. I'm not. Right? Vicky with a Y. That Vicky with a Y. If you ever get into trouble, it was Vicky with a Y. And you should be really careful with Vicky with an IE. Woo! She is a party. Vicky with an I is all business. Vicky with an I is all business. Okay, let's go to the next paper. I'll figure that out when we get there because it's probably that 1 3/4 business. Let's look quickly. See, you know Vicky Masters. Woo woo. Vicky with an I. Vicky with an I will bail you out of jail. Vicky with a Y just goes along. Vicky with an IE is all the trouble. Right? Vicky with the IE is the one who's getting you arrested. Let's see. Did I use that anywhere else? Let me just take a quick peeker. Because then I worry about my, right? I don't want to lead you astray. Because some of you are like, see, it was all good. And then she just messed everything up. But I don't think we use that strip. We can cut another one later. Yes, I think so. I think I was making stories up. Because it's not in here. Vicky with an IE made me do it. Yeah, we'll have lots left. Okay, no worries. Is Melinda here? Hello, Melinda. You're watching Vicky with an I, Melinda. You're safe. You're safe today. It's the responsible one is here. Let's grab our word paper. Word paper, we're going to trim 3 vertical cuts and then a couple of interiors, okay? Hello, Melinda, the Melinda way. You know, it's really fun if you're here for the first time. We have people from all over the world that join us, right? Beatrice is here, right? And I never remember where you're from, so just tell us. We have Australia in the house, New Zealand in the house, England will often be here. And then all over the U.S. and Canada. Where else? Puerto Rico, which is still the U.S., but I love my Puerto Ricans. All over. I love it. This community is really awesome, right? Guatemala. Thank you. Natalie always remembers. Guatemala. I think she's here. I think she was chatting with us earlier. So we're going to trim 3 vertical cuts. We have 4.5 by 12. Right? 3 and a 4.5. Sweden, I love it. Sweden is in the house. The Netherlands, yes. I love it. Okay. 4.5, 3, 4.5. The 3 we don't use. Okay. So that can be clipped with number 7. New Zealand is up with the sparrows, and Western Australia is 1 a.m. Well, I love you guys because you are. It's really awesome. My boo crew. The paper says it because we choose what goes on here, right? So yeah, the words, because it is my boo crew, the V Boo crew, and you guys named it. You picked that name because my nickname is V Boo, right? Boots. So I love that. So let's clip number 3 by 12 with number 7. And then both of these, we just need to cut a piece out of. So we'll take the first strip, turn it. So you're cutting out of the 12-inch length. And please trim an 8-inch piece. So that will give you an 8 by 4.5 and a 4 by 4.5. Clip those together with number 7. 3 a.m. in Queensland, you couldn't sleep. Yeah, it happens, right? And then take the second strip, which is 4.5 by 12, turn it, and trim a 7.5-inch piece from it. And that gives you the pieces you need. Because this is what, the 4.5 by 4.5, and a 7.5 by 4.5. Everybody okay with that paper? What I said because Texas is my last in-person, right? The last in-person that I did. And I said, when I'm at home and I say, is everybody okay with that? Are we good? I don't know. You could be at home yelling and throwing your scissors at the camera or the TV. But I'm just here like, woohoo, we're good. everybody's having the best time of their lives when I'm doing it online. It's a whole different thing, right? So now we have cut all of our pattern papers. We're going to get into the staples. So I need you to grab Staples 1, the yellow and craft paper. It really is. This community is amazing. It's grown so far beyond Vicky Booten. It is an entity in its own or of itself, right? I love it. So this paper here is Staples. Staples 1. This one we're going to be cutting opposite the barcode. So the last thing I ever do is trim this off, right? And we are going to cut 3 strips of 12-inch strips, and then we'll cut our interior pieces, okay? So does everybody have this one? It's Staples 1 or whatever you're using, and it has the craft on the back. I love this paper. I love it. I tell everyone this is what you should buy, lots of extra, because the thing is colors that match the ink colors will match. This color could even match something in Dennis's collection or Joanne's collection, because we choose, our palette is now all from the inks. And there will be new colors coming out in 2026. So my next collection that is all been designed and it's in production will be almost the majority of that collection is all the ink colors. So what's nice is now you all have custom cardstock that matches. And this would go with any of the collections. The patterns I do are very, that would go with Dennis's stuff, anything with 49 and Market. So I always say you want extra of this stuff. I'd be stocking up on the staples, okay? So your first strip is going to be 3.5 by 12. 3.5 by 12. Move your paper in and trim a 4.5 by 12. And that leaves you with a 4 by 12 that you can cut your barcode off of. So the first one was 3.5, then a 4.5, and the last one is a 4-ish. I don't ever find either my trimmer's not square or the paper's not square. So some version of that. Trim your barcode off. And there's always art on the B side. So super pretty if you want to use these, okay? So now I stack them, largest to smallest, and then I don't have to get my ruler out. Okay, so that's our 3.5, our 4, and our 4.5. So the first one we're going to cut out of is the 3.5 by 12. So from your 3.5, cut out of the 12-inch length. So put it on here, 12-inch length. You're going to cut 2 squares. So find 3.5 and do that twice. 3.5 and 3.5. And that gives us the 2 3.5 by 3.5 and a 5 by 3.5. Right? And I'm going to clip those with number 8. Okay. And now from your stack, you don't have to get your ruler out. You see that 4, the smaller one? Put that in your pile. We didn't use this. They're mats. Yeah. Some are mats. Some are going to be pieces. So, Carrie, if you're using your own stuff, some of it you might, if you need to recut out of something else, you can decide later. But if you have Curiosities in Willow Grove, like extras, all that collection matches the Halloween collection because it's the sister of this one, right? Sisters. So this piece here is the 4.5 by 12. I don't need the 4. I just need the 4.5 by, 12. I'm going to put it on my trimmer, cutting out of the 12-inch length, and please measure a 7-inch piece. That will give me a 7 by 4.5 and a 5 by 4.5. And I'm going to round the 4 corners. Okay? Only on the 4.5. I love it. You have some really good matches in the warehouse. I don't even know, like maybe some of a Flower Emporium might even match, right? So from this piece, which is my 4.5 by 5, I'm going to round the 4 corners. Not super satisfying when I don't get that click. The click. So we're done with number 8. Okay, done with number 8. It's very pretty, Courtney. Like, and I haven't even done any samples yet with, I'm telling you, Curiosities and Willow Grove. Don't miss out on that. That is, I think, is going to be the most beautiful projects I've done with 49 and Market yet. I do believe it, and I'm not just saying it. I love it, right? So now we have the Staples paper number 2, which are your oranges, and we're going to do the same thing. And guess what? They're the exact same measurements for the strips. So we're going to turn it, and cutting out of the 12-inch length opposite the barcode, please trim a 3.5-inch piece, a 4.5-inch, and that leaves you with a, ooh, do it right, Vicki, a 4-inch strip. I'm not even cutting the barcode off of it because we don't need this one. So let's go ahead and clip this with number 9. Yes, there is a class with Curiosities in Willow Grove in January. I like to do that one because there's so much going on right now, is to save it for the new year. So the classes for that one are in January. And it also gives people a reprieve if they want to buy that kit or that product because they just bought Christmas, they just bought Halloween. So I like to build something in there. And even Christmas had 2 different classes, right? The Flipbook and the whole weekend event. So yes, there will be. So we have a 3.5 and a 4.5. And guess what? We're cutting pretty much the exact same out of this one too. So from your orange, 3.5 by 12 out of the 12-inch length, please cut 2 squares. So 3.5 and 3.5. And that leaves you with a 5. Oops. Clip that all in your number 9 stack. Yeah, after Christmas, it's in January. That one is in January. I know, Natalie. We have a lot going on. There's so much going on. I laugh at some of the ladies at the crop were like, I'm just doing whatever your class. I don't even look at anything else now because you keep me so busy. There's no time for anything else. So now from your 4.5 by 12, turn it and please trim a 7-inch piece. And that gives you the 7 by 4.5 and a 5 by 4.5. And you're done that paper. We're getting close. The paper cutting's almost done. And then we'll take a few minute break. And then we're going to get right into the building. I probably will just grab a quick snack. So we'll do like, once we're done the paper cutting, we'll take about a 15-minute break. So you can use the restroom, stretch your legs, and we'll get organized. And then we're going to start building this beast. I said, we're going to be here late today. I'm going to be here late. So I hope you told your family, leave me alone. It's my Vicky time. Don't talk to me. This is the one don't cut the barcode off of, right? UPC attached. Because for this piece here, I want that. We're going to be using that pretty, okay? So let's cut it with this side up so you can see what you're cutting through the UPC strip. So we are going to do opposite the barcode. Our first piece is going to be a 4 by 12. 4 by 12. So these are the 2 pieces we're going to be cutting out of, right? the 2 pieces we're going to be cutting out of. So first thing you're going to do is take your 4x12 and you are going to trim a 4x4, a 4-inch piece, and that leaves you with an 8-inch piece. So we got a little business to do right here now, okay? You have your 4 and your 8. You're going to round the 4 corners just on the 4-inch piece. Okay. So this guy's good to go. We can clip this with number 10. And then we are going to just do a border edge on the 4-inch side of that. Okay, I'm going to show you where we use it, because if you're like me, you're like, I don't trust her, I need a visual. I'm going to give you one. Remember the little piece that overhangs in the book? This little guy right here. So on the front of one of my weird, but I love this freaking page. I love this with the little mini frames. I love that. But see this hanging out there? It is that strip. So I'm going to punch with the little note, but you can use any border you want. You might have bats, right? You might have back in the day, like we had every freaking border punch you could imagine. So use whatever tickles your fancy. I'm going to use that edge. Where did I put it? Right here. The notebook. And I'm going to center it on my border punch, right? So it finishes the same on each end. Paper's thick, man, so you gotta use your pipes. Gotta use those muscles. And then see, there's a little bit hanging off. I'm cutting those off. Cut that off. Okay. And that guy can go in your stack. Love it. Hi, Julie. Hoping my stuff will get here tomorrow or Monday, so I'll watch more, then put it together. Yeah. For my Canadian friends that ordered from me, it's Canada Post on strike, so everything went out with UPS. A couple of them don't even look like they made it. I've had 2 people message me that are like, I have a tracking number, but no package. So that's disconcerting because I packed all the orders. So I'm hoping Canada Post starts again. And then depending what store you ordered from, and then the new one that I just did, we don't have the product yet. I did it because I had all these people emailing me. So I'm like, I'll add a couple more kits. So those aren't going to ship for, I have to follow up when it's going to leave Notions. So the plus is that this is all recorded. So whenever you can do it, we'll be fine. And some of you might have just found me today and went, I love this. And I'm going to go online and I'm going to call my favorite store and see if they have all the product. It's all listed on VickyBooten.com, and it's all listed in the description of this video. Okay, so put those 2 with number 10, and now we're cutting out of the 12-inch length with the barcode on it. Okay. I know it's a rotating strike, but I won't be shipping through them until it's over, because that's a nightmare. And it's the worst time of year because all the holiday stuff is going to start soon. So I'll still use UPS, even if it's more expensive, and Purolator. Okay. So we are going to trim now a 6-inch piece from the left-hand side. So a 6-inch piece. A 1 1/4. 1 1/4. And then that leaves us with a 4 3/4. Okay. So take the largest piece first, which is your 6, and you're going to turn it and you're going to trim a piece off opposite the barcode. Okay. Like I want to trim a 1/4 inch off of this. So however you can do that, whatever's easiest. But I want my finished size. So let's do the longest. It's easier. I want this to be about 8 1/4, including the barcode strip, right? 8 1/4 inch piece. So I'm just trimming a little bit off the opposite end, like this. Okay, so this piece is 8 1/4. I just trimmed a 1/4 inch off. That notebook edge is probably EK Success, is what I would think. EK Success. There's one with square binding, and there's one with a circle binding. I love them both. I like them because they're not too delicate, so they're great for mini books and such, like things you're going to be turning pages on. Hello, Loretta. How are you? Okay, so Loretta is saying, I'm here watching at a crop, so hoping I'll be in and out through the day. As we are preparing, question, the package is able to pick up from local craft shop was a Halloween assortment pack. Is this different from the papers you're using here? So there's a Halloween assortment pack, and then you know how I come out with the staples, which are cardstock? That's what these are. So you need, excuse me, the Halloween assortment pack, you need 2 of those if you want to do this in the layout class. You need 2. And then you need 2 of the staples packs. Or if you're going to buy them open stock, you need everything except for the turquoise, which is staples 4. So you need staples 1, 2, 3, and 5. And I only use 1 sheet of each in here, but my kit included 2. So when I do the bonus projects, it'll have that in there. Okay. So that was our first piece. We just cut this. Okay. We've done this and we just cut this. And now we're just going to trim these 2 pieces to the size we need. Boop. Put that all. Do you need the little doobie? Not really. You can get rid of it if you want. So from this strip, you need the finished piece is 7 1/2. So I'm going to cut that off. So I need a 7 1/2. So just cut that little nubbin off the end. And you're going to cut a V out of one end only, okay? So I'll kind of find the center and cut a little V off of one end. And just know your staples, Loretta, are different colors on, like the yellow one is craft in yellow. The orange is 2 shades of so just so you know, when you're looking at it and if it throws you off, it's because all of them are, it's like getting 10 pieces of cardstock. We do 2 colors so that in the 5 sheets you get a variation when you're matting, okay? So your last piece here is the 4 3/4. And I'm just going to cut that little strip off. I'm just going to cut that off. So it's 8 inches when it's done, right? Ish. Might be a little bit smaller, but that's what we need, okay? Very good. You're done. That's probably the most complicated of the papers that we've done. Your next paper is the last of pattern paper, and then we just need foundations or whatever you're using, what version of that you're using. So we are going to do a border punch and cut it out and then just get the pieces we need out of this, okay? So it is the purple. So I used this border. It looks like a scallop, but I used this border on here, right? I use this border. Hi, Carol. So excited I was able to catch the live. I bought everything for the Christmas flip book. It's a good one. You're going to enjoy that. And then this was just a bonus, right? I did this one as a bonus. So that if you already have the flip book or you love Halloween, and then it helps support all of those retailers that I love. So I'm going to find the center. I like to punch out of the middle first. So I have made a mark on here. The other way you can do this, find the center, boop. And then you also can go, is it the same out of both ends? Which is about 4 3/4 out of that side. And 4 3/4-ish. So I gotta move it a little bit. Almost 4 3/4. And now looks good. Ish is fine. I'm going to punch it. And I got to move that a little closer to me. There we go. These are the days, like, I miss my mom all the time, but I especially miss my mom right now. Because I could have said to her, will you text the kids because I hear them in the kitchen and get one of them to throw the air fryer on? Because I'm very excited because in Canada we have these things called Pinty's chicken flings at Costco. And if you know, you know. If you need protein and they are gluten-free, and I went there and they had a fire at the Pinty's plant. So you haven't been able to find those for almost a year. And I went and they were back in stock. And I want those so bad for a quick protein snack. And if my mom was here, Nanny would have messaged Devin or Riley. Rich is golfing, Natalie. I am a golf widow. He is not here. Would have messaged one of my kids and said, hey, turn the air fryer on for your mom. Right? Turn the air fryer on for your mom. So I laugh because, you know, you miss them when your parents are gone for lots of reasons. But that lady always had my back. She's like, make sure you eat. Right? I love it. They are so yummy. If you're a Canadian, you need to go buy them. They're in the cold meat section. Pinty's chicken, buffalo chicken flings. It is the easiest thing to throw in your air fryer, and they're gluten-free. They're so, so good. Okay, so I cut this strip. Now I'm going to cut it down to 1 inch-ish. Let's look. I'll confirm, friends, right? Because I lose some of mine with that border punch. Yeah, 1 inch. Let's cut it to 1 inch. Yeah, you miss them for lots of reasons, but I especially miss her being here. And she would have been the person at the end of the class. I would have said, Mom, did you like that class? Do you think it was good? So, you know, you miss that stuff. You miss that stuff. Okay. So now I'm going to trim a 1 inch piece of what I just border punched. 1 inch. And then we need 2 6-inch pieces from it. Okay. So from that 1 inch, I will trim a 6-inch. Oh, it's perfect. It kind of goes right in the middle of what I cut. There we go. Okay. First pieces to go with number 11 are your 2 border punch pieces. So that's number 11. And then you're going to take your full sheet and please trim a 1/2 inch strip. So a 1/2 inch by 12. And then turn that 1/2 inch strip, and please trim an 8-inch piece and a 4-inch piece. 8 and 4. So it's a 1/2 inch by 8 and a 1/2 inch by 4, and clip those with number 11. Yeah, we miss her. Hi, Nancy. We're happy you're here whenever you can get here, right? So from your remaining sheet, the last piece that you need for this out of pattern paper, please trim a 5.5 by 12. 5.5. This is extra. We don't need it. From your 5.5, turn it and trim 2 6-inch pieces. 6 by 5.5. You have 2 of those. Those go with number 11. So Babs, these number circles are a download for my classes. So make sure, if you haven't already, on Facebook, there's a group, if you search it, called the Vicky Booten Creative Community. And Natalie will probably put a link up for you. And if you go on there, I'll make sure I post the numbers as a download. I'll try to put it in the description of this video as well, a link to the download. But we do them because we use them in all the classes. So you just print them out on a heavier white paper, and then some people laminate them. They're serious. This Vive Boo crew, some people make their own paper clips out of them. You should see the systems. It was quite impressive when we were on at the Texas event. People had file folders. Like, it's serious business. We should actually do a whole post about that, is how you've taken this a whole other step further. I love it. So we don't need this. All we're going to cut now, if you're not familiar with this, it's nice to have a heavier weight cardstock. So if you have the Nina Solar White at the 110 or heavier, will totally work. But I have foundations paper, which, where did I put it? It's right here. I'm going to cut a piece of this, okay? So what was it, Sarah? The photos are adorable, so I'm planning to print them out so she can put them in the album in order. Did I miss it? Oh, my son proposed to his girlfriend in Salem while she was wearing a witch's hat, so I plan to use this collection to make an album for her. I love that, Sarah. I love that. And we're doing a layout class too, so if you find that that's helpful and you have this kit, you can just do the axis only. I'm going to take 1 sheet of foundations paper, and we're going to cut what we need. I think I use 1 piece of this, just the part. So if you only have 8.5 by 11, you'll be able to get what you need out of it, okay? Some version of that. So I'm cheating, even though my cutting diagram looks different. I know I don't use all of this, so we're just going to do this. You foiled your numbers. Oh, yes, you did, Yessie. Oh, yes, she did. So I'm just going to trim a 6.5 by 12. 6.5 by 12. Turn it and trim an 8-inch piece. That's all I'm using, is a 6.5 by 8-inch piece of this paper. Okay. And I'm going to leave that right there for now. So it is right now 1:30. We are going to take how about a 20-minute break? So you guys can, this is a perfect time to go fill your drink, have a snack, stretch your legs. And then the other thing you can do, because the first thing I'm going to do when I come back, because I'm only going to go quick, just mow down something quick so that I have the energy to finish this class. I'm going to organize all of my cut pieces. And I'm going to sort out this when I come back. I'm going to open up my frames and sort by like things, okay? So I'm going to put a little note on here, because the live keeps going, that we will start it in just before 2 o'clock, okay? We're going to start building this project before 2. I would not be surprised if we're here till 7 tonight. Not a lie. It's a long one. You can stay for as long as you like, or do it in snippets. But I'm going to be here till it's finished, okay? I'm going to be here till it's done. And we have some mixed media and all the other stuff. So right now I'm just going to put a note that says break lunch break, and we're starting back at 2. Okay, friends? So get yourself organized. If you need to catch up on the cutting, perfect time to do it. And then we will be back here to do all the things. All of the things. Okay? So perfect. Stretch your legs. Now's the time to get up and move around so your blood is flowing. Super important. Super important. If you work at a desk or anything, you need to make sure that you get that blood flowing so you don't have any clot issues. So Vicky's just looking for a scrap piece of paper to write it on. This will work. You're welcome, friends. You know I love it. I would do all the things for you guys, and I love it's totally selfish because I love being here too. So lunch break. Back at 2 p.m. Eastern time. That's going to be our hard start. 2 p.m. Okay? Because then I can come back and I'll sort all my stuff and get it ready. But I'll be ready to go at 2. Okay? So go and quickly fill your water. Have a snack. I can go say hi to the cat so he doesn't bang on the door anymore. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay? See you in a minute. friends. Did anybody take my advice? Did you have a little snack? Let's get organized. We're going to do, mixed media is going to be the first thing that we do. So we do all the mess at the same time. So I hope you have fun on your lunch date. Heather, that's nice. Hello, Kristen. Working on the grocery shopping list. Yeah, I had some cold smoked salmon. I'm glad you enjoy that, Irene. That is not my cup of tea. I wanted like salmon. I can't do it, like at all. So if you love smoked salmon and we're out somewhere eating, you can have all my smoked salmon. I had some dream berries, strawberries. I had a little bit of celery and then my chicken flings. And then had to put some of it in the fridge because I was like, okay, I'm full already. You found the Lindt chocolate bunny. I love it, Nicole. Baked potato here in Texas. Yummy. You're building the Starry Night Van Gogh Lego. That's fun, Ellen. When I was in Costco, they had 2 new of the floral ones, and I was going to buy it because I really want to do it, but I didn't. But I might go back. There's one that is like a it's a container. It looks like a flower arrangement. It's beautiful, and I'd like to do that. Can you give me the dimensions of the purple paper? So we punched 1 12-inch border and then cut it to 1 inch. So it's a 1 inch by 12 punched border. And then those 2 pieces got cut into 6-inch pieces. And then you cut a strip that is a 1/2 inch by 12. So another strip that's a 1/2 inch by 12. And from that strip, you cut an 8-inch and a 4-inch piece. And then you cut another strip that's 5.5 by 12. And then you cut that into 2 6-inch pieces. So that's really all you need. A border punch that is 1 inch by 12 cut into 2 6-inch pieces. A 1/2 inch strip that you cut into a 4, 8, and an 8-inch piece, a 4-inch piece and an 8-inch piece. And then a 5.5 by 12 that you cut into 2 6-inch pieces. And if you don't have anything, when we get to the page you need it for, you can grab it from there. That's fun. I love Lego. You're welcome, Gracie. I love Lego. I miss when the kids, because all their Lego, I built the Lego. Riley only ever wanted to do the minifigures. He'd do the minifigures and then he'd help me a little bit, but I built the Lego. I was the builder. I wasn't Bob the builder. I was Vicky the builder. I pretty much was the one who put all the things together, right? So we lost about, I think, like 100 or 150 people for the lunch break. So we'll see if they come back. It's a long day. It's a long day. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to arrange my frames. And then when everybody gets back, we're going to do all the mixed media in one fell swoop. And then that'll be great for when Natalie goes to put the things together, like the timestamp, all the mixed media is in one spot, right? So I am going to sort my bits. So it makes it way easier when I need to go find them. So all my titles will go together. All of my little frames will go together. I love this set. I love it. You get your own, you're not sharing. I totally get it. I love doing the Lego. But it was easy back then, right? Because nobody else wanted to do it with me. So I remember building, oh my goodness, all of it. Tons of Star Wars, lots of Star Wars. I love the monster stuff that came out when he was young, but I still love it. Now I just don't want stuff. That's the whole problem now. I wonder if it comes with age. Like at one age, you know, you're nesting and you're doing all the things, and then you get old and you're like kicking everything out of the nest. Now I'm like, get out of the nest. And I don't want stuff. So it's hard, right? It's hard. I'm sad my 18-year-old doesn't play with Lego anymore. She doesn't know what fun she's missing out on. I just love building. I love the building. So we'll just organize our bits. It makes it way easier when we need to go find something. There's going to be lots of this left over. Some of these interior bits still work. You lived through the fussy cutting. Good. Because like, look at, it's one of those things, like if I was your trainer at the gym and you'd be like, I hate doing push-ups. And I'd be like, suck it up, do it. I'd be that trainer. And that's what I do with the fussy cutting. Be quiet and just do it. No. You know what I'm saying? Hello, Julianne. How are you? I didn't realize there were two different Frame Necessities. There are. Frame Necessities 1 is it came out with Mistletoe Memories, and then Frame Necessities 2, which is way more ornate, came out with the Halloween. I love it because we're trying to do things that are just you can use, so I don't have to do a frame set with every collection. So I'm going to tell you this right now. It's a little secret tip. It's something I'd buy extra of. It's the same with, it's not a bad thing to have extra of the alpha sets because I miss those. Do you miss thickers? Like I miss having sets of alphabets. So if I don't want to use Wander, but I want to put Wander Utah, and I want to spell out Utah, there's still a place you need alphas. And so I think, oh, I meant to show you guys. Did I bring? Sorry, friends, I'm going to choke. That wasn't fun. I have new things to show you after I just coughed in your ear. I won't be surprised if my voice is the way it is because I might be getting sick. I'm feeling that a little bit, right? I'm feeling that a little bit. Give me 1 sec, friends. I'm just going to grab something I want to show you. Ran all the way upstairs and they're not up there. So I want to show you something, but in typical Vicky style, but where'd you put it, lady? Here they are. So on our intermission, these are the other things that are brand new. There's 2 new stamp sets. Take note, and this set that is it's called Painterly Art Marks, and the idea is that we could swatch with it and do some different things, but it's kind of an art set. These 2, and then, because you know my favorite thing is stenciling, so look at, we have all these new stencils. So they just got posted. These are exclusive here. It's my art stuff. Look at that set. I actually am going to have 2 of these because I want one that I can keep in as a stencil and one I can cut out as masks. I love it. So I will be doing something with all of this next Friday. Yes, I love my stencil sets. And this is stencil set number 3, so I think we're at like 26 stencil patterns. Look at the waves. So these are all hand drawn. I created all of these. I love the doily too. I'll have them at Scrapfest for sure. I'll have all the sets at Scrapfest. I think Rich and I are going to do a little a store this year, to sell off all of my kits and things that we have piled up here. But that is the new set. So I haven't even done any art with any of it yet. I haven't stamped anything, done anything. These ones don't have dies yet, but I'm going to get dies made for that, which you can order, and I'll give them. If you already own one of this, all you have to do is save your order number, and then I'll give you the discount, like if you bought the 2 together. So I think it's going to be fun. I think the waves are pretty awesome too. I have to agree with you. Hi, Kari. Hi, Kari. Yep, grab bags, old collections. At Scrapfest, there's going to be card stock. If you have to stock up on your card stock, there's going to be a whole bunch of card stock grab bags. But I'll have Rich and Devin. We're going to rent a store space. Because now, what is Scrapfest? So, in Kitchener, Ontario, Canada, there is an event I have been with since its inception. So, 20 plus years, I think it's been going on. It's got to be close. And I've been teaching at it for, I think I've only missed a couple of the ones in Kitchener. It is a shop, a cropping area. We had some of our friends from the U.S. came last year, but it's in Kitchener, Ontario, and I teach there. So we just decided, because now with the tariff stuff and a lot of the stuff I can't ship across the border, that I just want to clear it out and start fresh. So I thought that would be a good opportunity for a lot of my Scrapfest friends. We'll just have the cruise kits, the Disney kits. Like, there'll be a lot of stuff that will just be available. And then you'll get to meet some of my family too, right? Scrapfest's a lot of fun. A lot of us have been going for many, many years. It's not a glamorous one. It's just old school. It's in an arena, and I love it. I love it. It is so much fun. The best people there, right? So look it. I'm just going to do this. And clip all of the like things together. So now when we go to find something, this makes it so much faster if I have like things clipped together and I don't have to dig through the whole set. So anytime you do one of my classes, other than laser cuts, like I'm not going to pop the laser cuts out, we'll grab what we need. It's in April. Yep, Kitchener's in April. Scrapfest. So who's here? Some of you guys came last year, right? Yeah, the Canadians, it'll be up for the Canadians. But you know, Irene, I've had a couple of people email me. But the whole thing is Vicky needs to stay home for more than 5 minutes. But yes, they'll be posted. All that stuff will be posted online too. It won't only be for there. But I need to clear it out, right? I want to start fresh in 2026. So gonna do a bunch of that stuff. My son-in-law has a Lego room where he can de-stress. I totally get it. It is. I think building is building, right? Building is building, and I think it's a lot of fun. I love it. Yeah, Kari was with me last year. Hopefully she gets to come again this year. Tons of Canadians, because that's where it is, in Canada. So I'm just going to finish sorting this quickly, and we're going to do our mixed media. So if you want to get your craft mat, you want to get your inks, your blending tools ready, and you want to grab your mister and some paper towels. And then I'm going to show you exactly which pieces we need, and we're going to do all of the messy all at the same time. So I know for some of you it makes you twitch, but don't. Do you have any of the grease kits left? I do, but Nita, my issue is I can't get them over the border. I can't get it over the border. You know I would sell to all of you guys if I could, but It just right now, it's just not something that can happen. So I don't want to tease my American friends because a lot of them have been waiting for the extra kits because those class kits from the cruises are awesome. And I did 2 with a trifold, but don't worry about it. I just talked to Janine and I'm ordering. I'm going to do some classes using the trifold. So we'll get to use some of my product with the trifold album. If you're not familiar with those, they've been around for a while with 49 and Market, but it's, you look at it and you're like, I have no clue what I would do with that. Well, I've done some really, really fun classes. So I will be doing classes similar to what I did for the last 2 cruises in a trifold album using Vicki Boutin product. Did I miss any other questions? I think I covered it all, right? Yes, you were there, Chris. I remember. It's fun. It's a fun event. The organizer, Lisa, has been my friend for years. She has had the exact same team. I've had the same TA, Tara, and my mom used to come with all of them. So a lot of people who go to Scrap Fest would know Sheila. She loved to come and support. So yeah, it's near and dear to my heart. Near and dear to my heart. And it's a nice area, and it's spring, so if you come, you can go and do the falls. You can go see Niagara Falls at the same time. It's only, I don't know, 2 hours? An hour and 40? 2 hours, I'd say. Hey, Victoria, you were there, right? I'm glad to hear you will be in the trifolds. I love the cruise book we did. 100%, right? You weren't there. You didn't come to it. It wasn't you. I don't think, right? I know. I loved it too. And think I haven't done one with my own product yet. So it'll be very exciting to do some different types of mini books using my product. Okay. I'm going to say time to tap out and let's do the mixed media. I feel like everybody who's going to be back is back now. 2 hours from Kitchener, Cambridge. Thank you. 2 hours to the falls, and then you want to do the falls in Niagara on the Lake. It's beautiful in the spring, very gorgeous in April, hopefully, all dependent on weather, like everything around here. For the ABC Islands, the trifold, yes, that was a pretty one, wasn't it? So we did one for Greece, and then we did a travel one for the Panama Canal trip. So loved it. You guys all love that. Okay, so I'm organized. I'm ready to go. And now let's talk about the mixed media. So I have my inks are ready, my mister, my rub-on tool, and you need to grab your rub-ons. I moved my seat over too far. Can't get my card up. There we go. So these are super special, and a lot of you might have looked at them and went, I have no clue. What would I do with these? What are they? And you kind of get a peek on the back. So the whole thing, it was perfect to release them with the inks because these will resist your 49 and Market Ranger inks and Distress ink. And other water solubles, maybe they work with those too. I don't know because I don't own them. So I can only speak to what I know. And you guys can let us know. Probably, I think they would work with some of Simon's as well. Some of you I know are using Concord and Ninth. It all depends if they're water-soluble inks, because some of the stamping inks aren't. It's a different formulation, right? So we're going to be using these. So grab this. You want that sheet of foundations paper, whatever you're using. You need this one. And we're going to grab all the pieces. I'm going to tell you from what stack you need to grab. Okay? Are you ready? So we need our cover piece. And this one is going to be one of the early ones that we cut. And remember, we did 2 of the same papers. So number 2 and number 3. I'm getting there, Tony. Give me a second. So we need from number 3, the one that we rounded the corners, that has the tree on it. Oops. And I'll tell you the measurement when I get it out. So from number 3, this paper is the 6 by 8.5. So from paper number 3, the 6 by 8.5, you need that one. The foundations paper was the last paper we cut. It is your 6.5 by 8. So these two pieces so far, right? Number 3. And then the 6.5 by 8.5 craft paper. Okay. So that's the craft paper we're going to be using. And I believe the only other one we need is the ledger. This is all we're inking on. And then we need this ledger paper, which was paper number 1. Paper number 1, the large piece. Okay, so paper number 1 and paper number 3 is where we've got our pieces, and paper 12. So 1, 3, and 12. And then I'll put this, get it out of the way, because we're going to do some messy stuff. 1, 3, and 12. So number 1 is a 7.5 by 10. Number 3 was a 6 by 8.5-ish. And number 12 was a 6.5 by 8. So Wendy wanted to know, I know this may be a complicated question, but how do you decide to use glue or tear tape versus pop dots to give height and dimension? I'd never use glue for height and dimension. That's to glue flat. So some things, if they're incredibly intricate, I'm not going to pop them up, because especially something that isn't protected in a page protector, I would be concerned that we would tear it. So I'm not going to do that. I would use pop dots for some things, but if the pages are going to be touching and I don't want them to mate, get stuck together, I won't use pop dots on everything. Some things I'll do flat. I love liquid glue for intricate things. I also love liquid glue for something that I need extra time to position it. So if I put double-sided tape on, I'll put a bead of glue to give me that extra bit of moving around. Because you know sometimes with your adhesive you have one shot and it's stuck on your page. So when I do pockets or such, I will put a little bead of glue on the double-sided tape so that that gives me a second to position, because the glue will slide around before it's ready to adhere to the paper. So hopefully that helps. I use tear tape for the pockets, but I also use glue because they never stay. That tape will still lift off. And if you notice, this paper has a little bit of gloss to it, so I'm going to back it with glue. I'll use a double-sided tape, but I'm also going to use liquid glue because it doesn't adhere as well. It's the paper doesn't accept the adhesive as well. So these are our mixed media pieces that we're going to be using. Okay, we're going to do front and back of this, just the front and just the front. I'm going to tell you this too because it's going to be helpful. We're going to start with this page. So in your laser cuts, please pull out the tree because you need a little bit of positioning, right, before you know where to put your spider web. So let's grab the tree. Let's grab the tree. And that's why when it's not, like, look at, I have no stock in any of the adhesive companies. So I'll tell you what I use as a crafter. It's certainly not to sell you on anything. Like this, people told me they'll use this and what is the glitter glue company, but you want one with this precision tip. I have the one that's the gun here. I have this one too, right? But I'm loving my barely art. I'm loving that one. So in your laser cuts, I want you to pop this guy out. Okay? I want you to pop that guy out. Gently. It will pop. Don't force it because you'll tear it. Okay, so you want to gently take out the haunted tree. Isn't it beautiful? I love it. Yes, so that's what Nicole is saying. Like in hotter climates and a lot of humidity, people don't, and I don't trust pre-adhesed. So I always will double up my glue. I use that liquid glue all the time now, but it's messy. So just make sure less is more. I think with the glue, don't put too much on it because as soon as you press it down, it's going to squeeze out everywhere. So be careful. So let's grab our tree. Grab our tree for that one page. I love it so much. Keep it here, Vicky. Stop messing around. So I'll take this guy out of the book because it's much easier just looking at one flat page than the whole project. And we're going to start with that guy. So I'm going to get my craft mat. Hi, Carissa. Yeah, there were lots of crew. A lot of crew there, right? It was Connie. I was saying Victoria, but it was Connie. My other blonde. Okay, so it's this page with the tree on it is what we're going to be putting the tree on. So let's get rid of everything else for now. Keep this handy, my rub-on tool. Let's put my craft mat down. It's a messy one. And now it's like good habit to just clean up your stuff. And let's do all the messy stuff right now. I don't even know where this craft mat came from. I just grabbed it. I have like 50 of them, but it's a messy one. It's not super pretty. It's not super pretty. And let's talk about the process here. So we are going to figure out our positioning, and the first thing we're going to do is put the rub-on on. And then we're going to ink this up, and then we're going to do a little watermarking, and then you need a paper towel handy. So the tools I'm going to need is my mister, my rub-on tool. The other thing I didn't talk about, but I like, these rub-ons are a little bit tacky. That's what kind of makes them magic. I will use my powder tool to put over top of that to take the tackiness away so the pages don't stick together. So if you have some kind of version of a powder tool, you probably could even use baby powder, a little bit of cornstarch, whatever you have, right? Just to take the stickiness away. I have my inks ready and my blending tools. And I will have paper towels that are underneath everything. So I have my stack of paper towels. Okay. So where did my tree go? Is it underneath? What are you doing, you crazy lady? Here it is. Here's the tree. So we know binding holes are going at the top. Our tree is going to fit on here. Let's look on the finished one. So that tree, so we can get everything else on the bottom, it's probably going to go right about there. So let's kind of give an idea. The tallest part of the tree is about an inch from the top of the page. So it's going to go, and the only reason we need to do this is to place our rub-on. So about an inch from the top of the page. So about there. That looks correct. Okay. It's a little bit, it's not a full inch. I'd say It's just a little bit better than 3/4. And does it matter? Kinda a little bit. Just so we have enough room to get all our stuff on the bottom, okay? So I'm just going to place it there. And it's pretty close over to the right-hand side. And see this space right here? That's where our rub-on is going to go. So I'm not gluing it. It's just for positioning. We're going to open our pack of Irresistables. We might be here till midnight tonight too. So it is what it is. I am okay with it. There's nothing I love doing more than sitting and making. But because we're doing mixed media and all the rest, it is what it is, right? It's the 3rd page. We're going to be using the leaves coming up, but we want this spider web cut out. So it's okay. I'm going to cut through this rub-on and it won't matter. You can cut up if you want. You could cut up into it like this. Let's do that. So please cut out. These are really tacky, so you don't have to worry about the backing coming off of your releasing paper or your rub-ons because they're stuck on there pretty good. Okay, so just cut out the spider web. 4 days later, Vicky's free class was done. And it might be one of those situations. You've hung out with me before. We might need a whole other break. But it's okay, because you can join for as long as you want, okay? I'm crazy. We have already established that. So I just had my spider web cut out. We have established that. She's crazy. Natalie might not be able to end up staying for the whole thing, but, you know, you guys have met me before. Sometimes I give too much. It's too much. But one never knows until we're in the middle of it. Okay, so now I'm going to put that rub on. Put that rub on right in here. It's going to go right there. Okay, so see it? I'm going to place it-ish right here. Does it have to be perfect? Nope, it doesn't. Just put her on. Can you see it? Not really. I take the side of my rub-on tool and I rub it on so it's all kind of in attached to my page, and then I'll go and rub the detail of it. And then the biggest thing with these is don't just lift it. Lift a little edge and make sure there's no white stuck on the releasing paper. Okay, don't rub it too hard either. It doesn't require that. And then this is where I need my pokey tool, because my pokey tool helps me get my finger underneath it because I have fake nails. That one released very easily. And then I just go back over it. There. So you can feel it. It's tacky, but you can't see it. The reveal is going to be when we start to ink it. But it all came off. We're good. And it is right here. You can see the sparkle of it, right? Perfect. So now we're going to ink. So I'm going to take my Arctic Bliss, or whatever ink you're using, but you want an ink that is water soluble so we can do the watermarking on it, okay? So I'm going to take my blending tool. Let's see what color I used on this one. I think we're okay. And then in a circular motion, I'm going to just start depositing some pigment. Wow! Look at that. Look at the reveal. Because these resist the ink. So I'm not going to ink everything. It's just going to kind of be like an amoeba of ink. So just get some ink deposited. Lay down your first layer so it starts to dry so you can build some of your depth. You like that noise? Nice, Vicky. Squeakity squeak. And I am going to bring it down in here a little bit, because it's supposed to be nighttime in the pumpkin patch. Nighttime in the pumpkin patch. Love that, right? And I'll even press a little bit, tap it in there around that, just so I can get the darkness on here. Connie, did you say you have company? Do you have company? But hello, sweet friend. See, so don't cover everything. You just want this kind of, it just makes it a little bit more interesting. And then build a little bit of depth in it. But when the ink is wet, if you let it dry a little bit and then go in with the ink a second time, you can build depth in just with one tone. But if you rub it on top, if the ink's wet, you're just moving the same ink around, right? So what I like to do is I'll go in with this first layer, right? Because if you have a heat gun and you gave it a blast, just stay away from this, because I don't know. I think your heat could melt that. But I'm going to go in with this first layer and just go, okay, I'm okay with that. Let's see what happens. And you can take a little bit of your paper towel and just buff your rub on. See? And all the pigment's going to lift off of that, and you have a full reveal for your rub on. Now I'm going to go in and do a little bit of watermarking. If you put too much water down, you'll lose the detail of this. So kind of avoid that area. But let's go in. I like the Tim Holtz Distress Sprayer just because this spray will let me just do a half pump and I can get like a light mist. If you do like a full spray, it's too fine and you don't get detail on it. So all I'm really doing is a few drops. So I'll go around my spider web, but not too much. And then I'm going to show you something too. I'll still go in and ink this a second time. But look at, now take a clean paper towel. You don't rub, we're just going to lift. So we'll put that on there, get all that water absorbed. It's not too wet. This isn't a super wet technique, but look what happened there. And now we have that pretty. So once this dries, what you can do is go in there, and I could layer one more layer of that if I want to not have these pure white. But if I go in and ink this right now, it's too wet and I'm just going to pull water around. So this is all we're going to do with that page for now. We'll move on to the next page, but I will come in and I can make those, like some of them light and some of them, see, add the blue on top. Sometimes I'll do this like 3 times. But this is why, so we're talking about, you're like, I own Distress ink. Do I need the 49 and Market ink? Here is the golden nugget with these inks. They match your color palette for 49 and Market product. That's why I would be adding to that. If you buy all of the 49 and Market, you love Vicki Boutin, you love Dennis Burton, Joanne, I just, oh my goodness, forgot her last name. But if you like 49 and Market, you want these inks because now you have inks that match your cardstock. Now you have inks that match your papers. So it's not like, is it a must? You have to make that decision. But that's what makes them different. They react very similarly to Distress ink, but the formulation is a little bit different. But I love them. I'm an ink girl, so I buy all Ranger inks. I own everything that Dina comes out with. I love what Diane comes out with. I love everything Simon, and I've been a Tim fan forever. So I will have these, but I have all the others. So if you play along with me and you're going to do Friday Night Lives, I'm going to be always using Ranger. I'm a Ranger girl. I love it. Okay. So you get what I'm saying. If you didn't lift all this water and you start blending like this, you're going to start picking up some of your water. So we will come back, right? Did you top up the ink pad with reinker? No. No, I have not. Thank you, Joanne Baines. Thank you. Had a brain fart. So we'll come back and deepen that and do maybe one more lift. Because like some of it, I'm like, ooh, I don't like how bright that is. I want to take it down a bit, and we'll do that. Okay. But for now, let's set this one aside. But isn't that fun? I love it. It looks very mysterious. So we could go back in here as well with a little bit, if you want to, of the off the rails, right? We can come back when we come back and do a little off the rails too. But we'll set it aside for now, and we're going to move on to the next one. Any questions about that? Who's playing along and did that? Is it your first time kind of doing this inking stuff? Are you an old pro? Love it. I'll set that aside. And then I'm going to put my page back on here just so I don't lose it, because we aren't going to do the rest of it right now, but we will start with this page, right? I love it. I love the inking. And this is one of those things, I feel like stencils and ink is the easiest way to start your life as a mixed media artist. And then the next thing we do is gel plate together. And I feel very confident you can do all the things, and I feel very confident you will love all the things with a little bit of instruction. Some people are like, it's too messy. I'm like, it's okay, your hands will wash off, and I feel like it will feed your creative soul. I do very firmly believe that. So let's go in and do this baby. This baby. So that's the one I'm using my foundations paper, and depending on what paper you're using will affect your outcome. Okay? The paper you're using will affect your outcome. The other thing is you want to be pretty clean with your ink blending, that you clean your mat off, because if you don't, you're using these dark colors, you're going to get some color transfer to the back. Okay? So we just want to be kind of aware of that. Let's do this one now. I love inks too, Daisy. Daisy 1648. I love it. Isn't that crazy, Sarah? So Sarah's saying she bought 2 different mint ink pads, and both were bone dry. Bought a re-inker, used about half to rejuice the pad. Definitely reach out to Ranger. Definitely reach out, but that color is light. You almost don't see it. Like, it's very, very light. But definitely want to buy the re-inkers. Weird, because they are all manufactured in the US, so I'm not sure what would happen there. But, you know, with anything, maybe that when it was being manufactured, maybe there was a batch that the part that adds the ink wasn't working as well. You never know, right? Things happen with manufacturing. So I would definitely reach out to Ranger. That's who you need to go to. I would think they must have customer service. If not, the store you bought them from should be able to reach out. Because there's things like my name's only on it. I'm not the manufacturer. So even when we were doing my class, we were using the sticker sheets, and some sticker sheets had 2 of the front and not the back one, which I had no clue that was even happening till we were in the class, right? It is strange, but it should be replaced. It should be replaced. So here we go. Let's round the 4 corners on whatever. So foundations paper is a heavy weight, has a little bit of a coating on it, so the ink sits right on top. That's the most important thing when you're using paper that you want to do mixed media techniques on, is how porous the paper is. So if your paper is super porous, you're not going to get a good blend. Your inks will not blend on it because it is porous and grabbing your ink like a sponge. Whereas a paper that has that little bit of a coating on it means it's like an ice rink. It's almost like it's gessoed. So all the ink is sitting on top before it starts to soak in, and so it's wet. It remains wet and open. So that's what you're looking for. If you're using a plain old sheet of cardstock, I'm going to tell you, you're going to get streaks, circles. It won't blend well. And it's not you. It's the paper. So I don't want you to say, see, I can't do mixed media. I can never get it to work. And I'd be sitting with you and I go, sister girl, or my boyfriend, Guess what the problem is? It's not you. It's the paper, the medium you're using. And a lot of people will quit this because they feel like, see, I told you I can't do this. And I'm like, you can. It's your tools. The tools matter. So first thing we're going to do on this guy is we're going to add this piece. And then we need to make a little, we're going to cut that piece we just cut through on the back, and we're going to make a little spider web. Okay? And that's what I said, because people are like, I have all, do I need more? I'm like, you don't need anything you don't feel like you need. Why I love them is because now I don't have to worry about, it's something I always had an issue, because Tim isn't matching to product. He just picks colors that really make him happy in his palette. But those pigments and the colors he's picking don't necessarily match scrapbooking colors. So why this is magic is, have you ever done it where I'm going to use this color, it doesn't really match. I'm going to try to blend it with another color, but you need to know a little color chemistry. So now what the magic is with this is they will react in a very similar way to Distress ink, but now they custom match because we match all of our paper designs to the inks. So that's what makes them different, right? So now let's look at that big spider web. I love it. I love it. It's right here. So when I cut it out, I'm going to include the little ink dots and the stars. So cut that guy out, boop, like that. I love it. I could have a whole page. These are the things I learn as I start working with it, that I'd be okay if this was a whole page of spider webs. I would have been okay with a whole page of spider webs. And I'm really sad I don't have a whole page of spider webs. Who would have thought? Who would have thunk it? But I do. It's the one thing I would have used a ton. A lot of things in the rub-ons now as I use them. Because when we're designing is one thing. When you actually sit down and physically use this stuff, sometimes you're like, ooh, I would have liked like this. This leaf, the fern leaf with the script on it, I could have had all of that. And then there's some things that I'm like, I don't use very often. So I think the next time when I design these, I won't put as much of that. I'll put more of this, and you need repeats. Especially for us that are doing 2 pages of something. You might want it represented on the left page and the right page. So definitely digging it. But wait until we start using some of this stuff too with your Curiosities in Willow Grove. Because that whole thing is meant to be like nature studies. And oh, you haven't even seen. You wait till I start using that stuff. You guys are all going to be like, yeah, I want to do that weekend. If you loved Fernwood from Vicki Boutin, you're going to want to do this next collection, right? Well, I want to use these with the ferns and stuff, right? I love it. So we're going to put this along the top of the 6.5 inch side of the paper. And I'm going to drop it down about 1/2 inch from the top. And now you have a straight edge here, so it makes it easy to line it up. I'm going to stand up because it's easier for me to see it. And I'm going to drop that in, I don't know, not exactly 1/2 inch, but a healthier than 1/4 inch. And just drop her on. Put it on there. So what are we going to do? I don't like to start rubbing an edge. I like to get it all committed. So rub whatever you're using, the side of your tool, even your hand. Get that committed to the page so it doesn't buckle as you're rubbing it. Like I want parts of that all attached. Okay. And now I'm going to go in and make sure I rub all the details. So rub along the top of that. Not super hard. You don't have to rub super hard. But the biggest thing is you do not want to release this without doing a little edge at a time and making sure all your webs are adhered to your paper. And I'll tell you something. You want to put these rub-ons on first and then ink. Because I want the base of this under this rub-on to be white. If I layered this onto an ink background, you're going to see a little bit of a halo of that color. You won't have the contrast. So if I put it on white first and then ink around it, it's going to remain very white. If I put this on a layer of navy, it has to be the ink has to be completely dry or this will not stick. You will not get it to stick because if it's wet, your rub-on's not going to stick on it. You will have a little bit of halo. You won't have the level of contrast you will if you put it on a lighter background first. But with that being said, when I put it on a navy, the white, it really pops. I just think it has something to do with the ink. So see how that'll buckle a little bit? I'm all right with that because it's actually lifting. But sometimes when you have that happen, see that ripple? If you're putting a word down, your E and R might not be attached anymore. So be careful that maybe rub in one direction, especially with a word or just little circular motion. Don't rub like this because it will makes the release sheet slide, and then your rub-on might not line up anymore. Okay, so I'm going to start lifting and just make sure there's no white on my rub-on sheet. If there is, I lay it back down and I rub it on. And then I also still, even though it did lift, I will still rub, because sometimes, because it's one long piece, it has released, but it's not actually attached. So slowly start to lift that. Is anybody using these rub-ons for the first time? I love them, in case you were wondering. I seriously love these, right? You are using the stars. Yep, the stars and the ink drop. I did. See? I love it. So I use the side of this tool more than the tip of it. So I really think it's worthwhile if you're using a ball burnisher. I think having something that has a longer surface area when you're rubbing it on works better than trying to put it on with something with a point. So put the same sheet down, and if you want to rub with your finger, just don't flip it because it could stick on there, right? So when you're looking, do you see that part of the rub-on right there that kind of sticks out? So it's not coming straight down, it's the one that sticks off to the left. That's where I'm going to attach the little web for the spider. And remember on that first sheet where our spider web came from, there's lines. So anything that is kind of a straight line. So see, this piece right here is a line. I'm going to cut that out. There's some extra stars if you want to stick them somewhere. Let's just do it because we can. I'm going to put a couple of the star I just cut off. I'm going to put right over here. I didn't on my original design, but I will put it on here so I don't just lose this piece. So I'm going to add that first down here because they're pretty. Yay, I love it, Alyssa. So I have that other little thing of rub-ons, and I'm going to put that right here and add it because I just cut it off and I will lose it otherwise. So why not carry those little stars over here too? Oh, I think the athlete might be home. You know why I know it's him? Because the first thing he did was shut the light off in the hallway. I knew it was you. How are you, Tiger?
Not Tiger, that's for sure.
No. Are you not even as good as his caddy?
No.
No.
Do you have Halloween candy here?
Yes, because somebody gifted it to me. It is not for you.
Oh, this was about to get mowed down.
I did not do a very good job with those because Rich distracted me. It's your fault, dude.
Later.
Did you take the candy and run?
No.
He is terrible with the candy, man. He's candy man. So the length that you need right here is about a, let's say a 1 3/4 inch piece of that. He's gone already. He's like that. He's like ran in and ran out. So about a 1 3/4 inch piece. This right here, that strip I'm going to use. It looks like it could be part of the web, right? So about 1 3/4 inch piece. It's about there. And now, like I said, I'm going to attach it from that little, where I just put those stars that are all wonky. They don't even look like stars. I totally messed that one up. And I'm going to attach it like that. And just try to make it straight. And it's going to come down from that spot. See? Right there. So do what I said, hold it, and get that all attached before you start to rub so it doesn't move on you, because it's finicky. It's a little finicky one. And then when you get this done, we're ready to ink. We are ready to ink. Those stars I really mucked up, though. You'll see it. It's a mess. Oh no, Kristen, that's not fun. It's a real test, your Amazon readers. Can I tell you something? I'll share because, you know, sharing is caring. So have you heard of Peepers? Peepers? So Peepers does progressives now. So I only need the 1.5, but I have to tell you that these Peepers progressives, I love them because it's only down in the bottom. So now I can wear them and not go blind when I look up. So I have to tell you, if you look for these online, I love them. I love them. Super helpful that they're progressive. I didn't even know you could get progressives in cheaters. You're probably looking at me going, yeah, they've been around forever, Vicky. Well, I just love that I went in a store and I could buy them because I only need the 1.5. But I love them. So we are going to go in and do a similar version. But do you see when I said I added the ink a second time? Do you see how it's not super white? That's because we're going to go in with a blend of the Arctic Blitz, and then I'm going to go in with some Off the Rails. And when it completely dries, I went and put ink on top because I didn't want heavy white contrast. I wanted to have the watermarking, but by putting a second layer of ink over top of it, it really tones it down. Really tones it down. So let's go in there and do the same thing. This is the most fun because it comes to life, right? So I will have my two blending tools. 8 hours into the class. And this is what I was saying about maybe even helpful, friends. Do this. Put paper towel down behind your blending. So it's not going on a non-porous surface. You still can, it won't carry over to the back of your page. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to start blending and revealing this lovely spider web. You're going to ink this entire page. And you'll see my stars, total mess. Total mess. And watch, because that ink kind of stays wet on here, that you aren't dragging your fingers all through it. So I will continue to wipe my fingers as I blend it. So like everything, I want some areas darker, some areas lighter. I don't want just one even application of blue ink. I want dark ink. I want some light blue areas. You want the pink ruler. I love it too. It was American Crafts. It's ancient. I love this thing too. I should have ordered tons of them back when it existed. But it's still there, but it's not. You know what I mean? American Crafts is still there, but it's not. But just so you know, I'm in the process too of ordering a bunch of my older mediums, and I'm going to do a whole class. So I'm going to do that. So now, right, I can turn it. Then the back of this stays white. So when I go to do the orange and the pink, orange and pink, I just made that up. Orange and yellow, I still will have a nice pristine background. Okay, so let's just get your ink on here. Build up some of that area. You want the contrast so you can see that spidery web. So what we might do too, just to make this class make sense, is some of the, when we get to the embellishing portions, we might just paper clip and then you can go back and glue stuff down. Because sometimes that's what we do in these classes, because we'll be here forever, right? But we'll figure it out. We'll see how it goes. And now I can just watch. If you put your hand on there, you're going to transfer that ink. You'll lift it with your fingers because it's still wet. It's okay if your blend isn't perfect, because when we go to watermark, you will have... Okay. Oop. So I have my Arctic Blitz down. Now I'm going to go in with a little bit. See? I just lifted it off. You'll get your fingerprints in there. So just be careful. Yeah, Photoplay did close down. Just close down. But you know what, friends? It's very hard to make plans for next year with the tariffs changing all the time. Most of these companies' products come overseas. So if it was on a boat or a container coming in and it goes up 100%, they're not going to be able to survive. So I'm sure that played a big role in it. It's like we're already just struggling to get by. We can't, they have to pay for it, right? So I think keep supporting your stores and doing the things. It's kind of hard for small businesses right now. They sold all remaining stock to scrapbook.com. And literally the announcement and closure was in the same day, right? Sorry. I'm going to apologize because I do think I'm getting a cold, so doing the best, right? Love this. So Michelle is on a break because Janine, the owner and brilliant mind behind 49 and Market, is actually teaching classes at Memory Bound in Iowa. And she is taking a break from those classes and peeking in on us. I love it. Hi, Michelle. How are you? So I'm going to do a little bit of off the rails now, which is your gray color, right? So I'm going to get another paper towel. Watch, because you can also transfer the pattern of the paper towel on. And we're going to look, just deepen that up. It's midnight. Spider web in a dark spot. So I'll go in with this, and then we'll go over the blue again, right? But see how that adding that little bit of off the rails with your Arctic Blitz is going to give us that nice smoky blue. So it almost starts to make a navy, right? So don't go crazy with this. We just want the moodiness of that, right? Just want the moodiness of that. Yeah, I didn't get to see Tim's class yet. I'll definitely check that out, but I was trying to finish up my Christmas. So he's always, I love that guy, right? And everything he's doing with Simon Says Stamps, love them too. So see, I've been around for a long, long time in this industry and worked on many design teams. I know a lot of store owners. I know a lot of manufacturers. So we're going to do, oops, look what I just did, laid it right in there. Dum-dum. And then I'm going to go over this a little bit with blue, and then I'm going to watermark. And then we can fill some of that in. But look at that, just starts to give us kind of a moody blend, right? And now I'll blend some of that darker out with the blue again. Yep, the magazines are done too. That's where I was last night, was watching Catherine, because I did for 14 years, worked with, probably more than that, with Scrapbook and Cards Today. And I started with Canadian Scrapbooker, right? Knew those ladies were on one of the message boards I was on before they opened it. So I've known all of them forever. So super sad. It's all super sad. The industry's changing. It's not going away, but it's just different, right? Like everything kind of ebbs and flows, and that's why just keep supporting your stores. Thank you for supporting me. If you guys don't show up here, what else am I going to do with myself, right? So now see, go over top that gray to bring the blue back to the top. And then we're going to do some watermarking, and then we'll go over it one more time. So just this mixed media, it's going to take a while, right? Before we even get in. We haven't even started making anything yet. And I know my spider's going right there. So I'm going to put that in there, right in that circle area. And then I'm going to go in with a little bit more of that dark. Okay, let's watermark. So I'm going to move this, but see the back is pretty clean. Put your lids back on so you remember which color's which. And we're going to do our watermarking again. So be careful up here. You don't want a ton in here because it kind of takes away from your pattern. So start kind of at the bottom. Go off your edges a bit. If you have an area that you don't love the blend, that's a perfect opportunity for your watermarking, right? Do little pool, do splashes. I will put a little up here, but then I can also go back in and add some more color if I need to. So now you're going to want to take a clean paper towel and you're going to lift all that water off like this. Boop. Look how pretty. Now look, some of my pattern on my paper towel went in here, but we'll just embrace that. I have track marks on here from like a tractor. Love it. So when I did this, I liked it, but it seemed a little bit too much contrast, right? A little bit too much contrast. So if I ink over top of it, I can make that layer softer. So that's what I'm going to do. Okay, I'm going to do that. But this has to be dry. Make sure you've gone on here and lifted all the water off. Right? Buff off your webs. Only after all the water's off, because if you rub that and there's still water, it'll streak across your page. So I'm going to go in here now and I'm going to ink on some of those areas to not make them so contrasty, right? So pick some, go in some on with blue, and you can go in some of them with your darker. But look how pretty that is. You start to get this really cool. I will do this sometimes and lift the ink like 3 times. But I can darken some of that up, and then I don't have. I still want those to pop. So if I don't do that, it's going to be too light. Isn't that pretty, friends? Okay, and now I'll go in a little bit with the off the rails. This is where my spider's going to be, so I do want that a little darker right in there. Oh, look at that. Do you really see where it on the white goes really gray? Because you've kind of removed the blue, right? With that lift. It's art. I definitely love my blending. I've been doing this for years. I went to Ranger U years ago with Tim and Claudine Helmuth. And who else was there? Diane Rivley was there, but she wasn't a Ranger person yet. She just owned her store and was an artist. So she had short hair, spiky hair. It was kind of her biker chick era. I love it. So I got to meet her. Wendy Vecchi was there as a student as well. She hadn't started. So I've been doing this for a long time, and I still love it. I love the mixed media aspect of paper crafting. Right? So I want to show you, because I'm going to show you doing one more blend or one more lift. So what you get, because you aren't going to get the pure whiteness. Well, you shouldn't, but because it's foundation, who knows? I could be a liar. But isn't that nice and moody? I love that. Nice and moody. So I'm going to go in and do one more light lift. If I don't love it, guess what? It's okay. I can just add a little bit more of color on top, but I love it. Very fun. So it's not going to have the whiteness because now you already did one lift, right? The whiteness, the brightness of that first one. Okay, don't overwork it. We're going to cover most of it up anyway. And then I'm just going to put a little bit of blue and some of that. Blend that out. It's a very kind of cosmic vibe, right? There we go. And we say, clean off your mat, because we've got to do the back of this now. Clean off your mat. And we're going to do, like this is a class in itself, right? This part. All the mixed media is going to take a while, and then we'll start building. Wipe your hands because you're going in with lighter color. So you want to make sure that you are not going to get dark blue all over everything. So I'm going to wipe that off my fingers. Actually, we're going to do something because one more is dark blue. So we're not going to do the back yet. Set that aside. We'll do the back after we do one more dark blue. If you want to come back into this too and add your second layer, go do that, and then it's kind of done. A little bit, but this one I did leave kind of this. Yeah, when you wash your hair, it's not a lie. I tell you guys that all the time. You wash your hair is what cleans up this distress ink the most, is the oil in your scalp, the friction when you're putting it, right? So let's just darken some of those white marks up a bit. A little bit. Okay. Lovely. And I do want to darken where my spider web is going to go. Love it. I will eat into the outer edges of where the ink is, just if I don't love my blend. Do you know what I'm saying? Just eat into from the white onto that. And I feel like that softens up boo-boos. See? I love that. Not just in the middle, but watch. Right here. And then when I lift that, it softens my blend a bit. Okay. And leave it alone, Vicky. And step away. I'll leave this one. And then grab your ledger paper. We're going to do that kitty cat on the fence one. And then the last one we need to do is with our warm tones for our leaves. And then we'll start building the book at 8 o'clock at night. Boop. I say it and I'm joking, but really for me, I love doing this. It's so much fun. So far, right? We've done these. We have these 2 blends. And then we're going to do orange on the back. And then the oranges and yellows. And this one's ready to go. And now we just need to work on this baby. Oh no, I don't know where this page went. I shut my book. Let me see if I can remember. If you guys are referencing your instructions and can help me, where was the spider page in the album? Right here? Between these 2, I'm thinking. I feel like it goes right here. Tell me if that's right, friends. If anybody printed the instructions. Did it go here? So this could be wrong, but I'm going to take it out again. I just don't want to lose it. Page 7. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's correct. Yeah. But now let's grab that last page because we're going to do this. Oh, I love it with a script. We're going to do this guy right here. I'm not even going to take him out. I'll just leave it there. So what rub-ons do you need for the bottom of this page are the scripts. So I'll show you. It's on here. Which one did I use? I use this piece right here to start. Cut that bottom right-hand corner out. Okay, so that bottom right-hand corner, it's going to go up here. I'll tell you where in a second. And then I took a little bit of this. So see right here, there's just that little business going on. Just take that top right-hand corner right about here. Of script. Okay. There and there. I know seeing them is a challenge. I agree. I agree, Kari. It is not super easy. So whatever version of it you get on there is perfect. That top one is going to, the top of the rub-on is going to be about 4 inches from the bottom of your page. So 4 inches, and over on the right-hand side, it's going to go right about there. So 4 inches, right about there. So see that kind of crazy fold right here? Ooh, that's another easy way. So see line 21? Line 21, it's going to go right around line 21. Put it there. That makes it even easier. Yeah, I designed a whole batch that will be coming out in the new year. There are definitely going to be more of these. Okay, here's one. I'm going to go sideways first. These are trickier because it's all just little pieces. So let's put that on there first. I love this because if you're a lover of 49 and Market, I feel like I know some of you wish the paper was just done for you. You don't want to ink, you don't want to do the things, but you know in the Vicky world, I'm going to make you do the things. Because I love that now I can decide where I want this stuff to go. Because otherwise it wouldn't have sat where I want to put the cat and the pumpkins on the fence. So I just love giving you things that there's lots of texture on this paper, but we can add some of that mixed media, layery vibe that pre-made papers have in it, and I'm giving you the ability to make your own. And I kind of love that. Like, I feel like if you love Tim and all the stuff he does, then I think you'll like what I do, because I do it for paper crafter, right? For scrapbookers, for card makers, for mini books. Because my background was art. I went to school for fine art, graphic design. I've drawn, mural painted, done all these things long before my kids came along. So for me, it was very easy that this was going to be my other, my what is it? My part deux in life. This guy is going to go in this lower corner. So right at the bottom on the left, you're just going to add this. I would say, see where number like 32, 31, right around there, and probably 1.5 inches from the left-hand side. Question, could the backing be a color? I don't think so. And it would cost more, Cheryl, right? But that's definitely, put it out there, because to the boss. You could ask Janine. I know it's probably a hard thing if with vision, like it's hard on white. If we're watch when we do this on the orange, no issue at all. It's when you're using it on white. You will have no problem using these on a dark background because you can totally see it. Here, you're going in blind and hoping for the best, right? I get it. Oh, you know what though? It would, yeah, I don't even know what you would do. I don't know. Because it is like how they're manufactured. So some things I think we have some kind of ability to change and others we don't. You get what you get. There. Okay. So I have mine down. We're going to do the same thing. And I only went on this page in with the Arctic Blitz. And again, look at, you don't want to ink the whole thing. It's kind of a loose, snaky from up from the bottom left and up, and then just kind of comes down. So you only really need to go ink up to about line 19. Line 19. I love doing the things too, Tammy. I love it. I love these. We've had stuff like this years ago in this industry. And so when I go to visit Janine and we're sitting down and working on stuff, and she had some samples of this, and I'm like 100%, yes, I'm in. And then Melissa and I came up with lots of fun art. I don't be surprised, there could be stuff that comes from the other artists with 49 and Market too. I love it, because if you love some of their styles, right? But I feel like what we try to do with these is make them that it doesn't matter whose stuff you're using, it will appeal. Like, right, if you love Joanne's stuff, if you're very much into Dennis's stuff, that it will work. They'll work. That noise. It's kind of psycho. We're channeling a little bit of psycho in here. See, so just kind of don't make it one just big solid blob of color. And then layer some depth in some areas. It's hard to layer wet on wet, but we'll try. I just don't rub it as much, right? And then you're going to watermark, and we're done with that one. And we just need to go in and do the brighter color with the leaves. Yeah, don't worry about the rub-ons now. They're not like back in the day rub-ons. They're not like back in the day. The rub-ons with 49 and Market are phenomenal. You will not be disappointed. So remember where I was telling you about go into an edge? I'm going to buff that off of the white before I put water on it, right? I just want to get the ink off to reveal, right? And now I want to go in and eat some of the edges of that ink like we did before. I really like coming in from where it's still kind of wet, white, and kind of eating in, so we work on some of our blends. Don't overdo it. You can always go in and add some more, but let's lift that, Vicky. I think you're overdoing it. And we lift, we don't rub, right? Ooh, that's pretty. I'm going to end up adding a little bit more ink. I think I overdid it because I can't see my text, but not a biggie. We'll just go in with some more blue. I got crazy. But I just want it on the text. I love around it, just the text. You kind of can't see it when you lift it all with water. Just be careful that you don't have a lot of wet on there, because you will make a mess with your ink. Ooh, I love this so much. Tell me how you really feel, Vicky. I love it. I love it. I'm going to put just a little bit of water right there. Just make sure you're happy with what you got. A little bit here. A little bit there. Okay, leave it alone. How you doing, friends? Clean off your mat. Let's finish that gold piece, and then you can put all your mixed media away. But we have lots to do on that page, so let's grab it and do it. Very fun. Look how pretty that is. So you pretty much just did what you often buy papers that look like, right? Look like this. You did it yourself. And I think that's magic. I love it. This feeds my soul. Like I said, back in the day when I went to Ranger U, and I was like, I keep rubbing my eyes, so when I turn the camera around and my makeup's all over my face, you'll know why. You'll know why. Okay, love it. Cleaning my mat off, because now we're going to get in the lighter shades to do the, so we have these are done. Okay. And now we need to do the back side of this. So what do we need to remember? Our binding holes are going to go right here. So you don't want to turn it. You want to flip it up. So on the back is where your spider web should be, at the back on the bottom, right? So muy importante. Feel where your web is. Flip it up. Flip it up. And let's find that page so I can show you what I did there. So we have a bunch of flowers, or pardon me, I'm a liar. We have a bunch of leaves. Okay, so we are going to cut out some of the leaf patterns. We're going to put those on there. Then we're going to ink in whatever kind of fall background that you want. So I'm going to start, I'll start with the daffodil, and then I'm going to go in with a little just peachy, and then I'll round it out with, I think it was cappuccino, right? With a little cappuccino. and then I'll probably come back in with the orange again. And then just a tiny bit of water marking, and it's done. Okay? So let's do it. So what rub-ons do we need? And I might need a clean paper towel because I'm not going to go in there with all this blue stuff now when I'm going in with yellows and oranges, right? So clean up your stuff. Get your proper blending tools that you need. Boop. And an orange. I'm impressed with whatever you made too, Vicky. I bet it's beautiful. It's beautiful. So for some of you, I know have been emailing me and such, and I know Greta has been helping me with the emails. But if after this weekend, if there's anything you need, and I've missed, because the next thing I'm going to be doing is going in to ship things that somehow got lost when they were sending out. You need a cappuccino to keep you going. I love that. Actually, if Rich ever comes down and checks on me again, which might never happen, I'm going to say, go get me an ice cap. Go to Tim Hortons. I need a treat. I'm going to be here for a long time. What was I getting, friends? Paper towel. A clean paper towel. Clean your hands so you don't put a big blue fingerprint in the middle of it. It can happen. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do we have to turn the page? No, flip it up, right, Kari? So feel with your finger, and is your, look at, I'll pull it out so you see. Flip it up. So when you flip it, your spider web should be at the bottom on the back. Wait. Nothing is going to be my friend. Oh, no. I don't want to do that. See? Spider web, flip. Flip. My rings are all over the place, and I'm opening the book, and I just have it kind of hanging off. So the whole thing could fall on the floor. So I don't trust that. Let's move that. Okay. So let's get our rub-ons. You need the polka dot. You need the polka dot. You need the scripts, both the scripts, and one of the script. What tree does that come off of? An oak tree? Does that look like an oak tree leaf? So cut them all out individually. So you need 1, 2, 3, 4 of the leaves. The only one we didn't the two we didn't use are the oak with the polka dots. Is that helpful? And you can put some water marking on it, but I wouldn't waste it on here because we're going to actually physically do it with ink. So you need everything except for the 2 polka dot ones that are like, I think they're oak leaves. They look like oaks to me. For all of my, what do you call it? An arborist knowledge. So that polka dot's going to go down here. The smaller of the maple leaves in the script is going to overlap it, because that's another magic thing about these, is you can layer them. So don't lose your pieces because it's pretty, right? But I'm not going to waste it on this page. I'll save it for something else. And I'll just paper clip it to the set. So this one is going with the leaf, tip of the leaf pointing to the upper right hand side. And then this guy's going to go with the tip of the leaf kind of overlapping and pointing to the upper left hand side. And then the script is going to go up here a little bit, like that. And then we need the other one is facing down the other maple leaf with the script. Kind of how they are on the page almost, right? If you want to put the polka dots on there, you can. I might put it on with this one just so I don't have to cut that tiny little piece off. I will. I'm going to hold it up, okay? And this one's going to go up here. So we have a little cluster in this bottom corner. I don't know if you guys can see it. So this one, the tip of the leaf and the biggest polka dot one, the tip of the biggest leaf is pointing towards the upper right-hand corner. Then the little tiny script or the smaller script maple leaf is overlapping on an angle with the tip pointing towards the upper left-hand corner. And then you have to put that one after this one goes on, because I had the little stem goes between the two leaves and it's on an angle a little bit this way. And then your bigger maple leaf is going to go like that. If you want me to put these on and do a quick rub on so you can see it, that'll be good, right? I can do that too. Look it. Does this help? Look. So see, they're clustered down here and overlapping. And then this guy is pointing down in the upper corner. I love this page. Makes me very happy. And then I'll hold it here because if you're watching after the fact, you could totally pause the video. And then you have a visual reference. And then don't forget, you have images in if you did print any of it. If you guys have been around for a while, you probably haven't printed anything because you're like, I don't really need to. Vicky always ends up showing me, so it's just a waste of my ink. So this guy's going down. Start with this one with me, okay? So it went in just in that corner. So the leaf, tip of the leaf is pointing up. Get that guy on there. There are a lot of little loose pieces on this design, so just make sure you get it all in contact before you pull the whole releasing sheet off. Circular motion. Don't get too crazy, because if you catch the edge like that, you're going to see like that. You end up lifting the whole thing. And like I can see, I have not released most of that still. They're sticky. They need to be sticky because that's what makes these work really well. Is whatever the technique is for creating these is making that really tacky. Really helps. But you got to get under it so it'll release. But if you do the buckle like I just did, it will shift the whole design. Has anyone done that? Put it down, rub too hard, you get that ripple in the paper, and it shifts the whole design. So you just got to be careful. And some of these polka dots are not going to release. Just kind of let it go. Get most of it down. Good enough. One. I'm going to go in with the smaller script leaf now. Right? So this guy's down there. And now the script leaf, you see it, is going to go on an angle, pointing towards the other one and slightly overlapped. Some of it can even go off the bottom if you want. Well, we'll just make it easy and we won't do that. So there's one there. Again, get the whole thing attached before you start rubbing. So that's just my little trick. I have found, like, get it engaged before you start doing the detail rub, because it's so easy to shift the whole pattern and wreck your rub on. I don't find these are super tricky to use. You just got to be a little bit delicate. Be careful a little bit. Okay. And then before I lift, I make sure it's released. Quiet as I've been all day is when I'm focused on this, right? These are probably the trickiest ones because they're only partial designs. It's probably why the manufacturer of these hated us. Some of these designs are like, oh my gosh, this is very impossible. It's like, please just give it a try. And it's okay, it's mixed media, so if only part of it's on there, it's totally okay. So this guy, I'm going to put right up here on an angle like this. So angling it to the left. And that's the small oak leaf with the script on it. Just get her on there. Let's get it inked. And then we can start building the album. I love when you guys see this, like in live. You get to see how much time these projects take, right? How much time these projects take. Because that's what I said, now that I design product, I make projects, I write instructions, I go and teach. I do that with another company, plus shipping, ordering. That's why when you're like, did you open up the group yet? And I haven't. It's because literally I have run out of time. But we're working on that, right? That having, hiring some people who I can delegate things to will be awesome, because Natalie's helped with a lot, but she can't do all of it either. And then we have Greta, and I'm working on talking to another person who's going to help us just do this all better. Because it's a lot, right? Live is the best. I think so, right? You get to see. Now this guy, and I left the little bubbles on it because they were just on there, is going to go, I'd say, 1.5 inches-ish from the top, like that. Looks good. Get it all on there, engaged. And then get rid of all of the waste, clean up. We're going to ink this, and then we'll get ready to start building. It is, you know it's there, and it's going to all pop in a second here. But these rub-ons, if you saw them in the store, I don't think they'll sell themselves. So if you're a store owner out there, you definitely need a sample, because people are going to love these. It'll help you sell your ink. You know, if you bought the new 49 in marketing, because some people will look at it and go, well, why do I need this if I have this? And that's the biggest thing, is now you have something that matches. And I don't know if that is a frustration for me, because sometimes there aren't the right shades of pink, or the color's off, so I can't use that one. Like, I feel like for scrapbookers, I need more greens. There's greens that I don't have the colors that I would use. I can make my own, but not everybody can do that, right? So it's much easier to pull it. And if you use a lot of stamping ink, they aren't necessarily good for this kind of technique stuff. So somebody out there was going to use the Concord 9th ink. Is it water reactive? Were you able to ink it and do the watermarking? Okay. So I always start light to dark. So I'm going to go in now with my Daffodil. And I'm not going to ink the whole page because, is that right? Look what Vicky did. I put the wrong lids on. I'm like, that is not Daffodil. Dum dum. It's easy because that looks pretty peachy, right? So I'm glad I looked. Dingleberry. The Gina K watermarks. Okay, so now I'm going to go in here. So am I going to see a huge amount of resist with the Daffodil? No. So where my leaves are is where I'm going to add more of the yellow, or pardon me, more of the orange and the darker colors. But I will just go in and start a blend with some of that yellow because it is pretty. I want it represented, but I'll go in with other colors. Okay. It's too light. The lighter colors aren't going to give you that wow with the reveal. But I do want a little bit of it in there. Okay. So you're not going to really see what's going on just yet. Okay, we'll start with that. And they are, all the inks do different things, right? Like you could have your whole Gina K set because they're great for stamping. And then you might want your distress ink. Here we can start to see a reveal now. You want your distress inks because they're the ones that are good for technique, right? So this one, like Live and Learn, when I'm making these stamp or these resist ones, that I'm better off with not as they shouldn't look as distressed because I don't feel like the resist works as well. So, right, Live and Learn. It's one of those things that I know now that I want more of a solid pattern, works better. These ones don't translate as well. But you'll see you have to get in there with that, with the cappuccino, because you can't see a lot of the color on there. And I don't want this to be too bright because it is kind of Halloween, right? Well, not kind of. It is Halloween. So we'll get that on there. Some blend. And then you'll see it really pop with the cappuccino. Okay. Has stuck to the rub-on. Yeah, it's one of those things, right? Not all the inks are going to work the same. And the only one I can recommend is the ones that I use, and I don't have those other inks. So now, look, you'll see it pop when we put that on here now. But you could definitely grab some rusty hinge or one of your other distress to put in here if you want to darken this up. And I might have and just not remember. I might have pulled one of the Tims to get like more contrast in here. So let's grab something that's a little oranger, right? Because this palette isn't complete yet. So I'm going to grab, because I want to deepen this up a little bit. So let's grab one of my distressings that is like a rusty color. Like I want something a little rustier. I'm going to use rusty hinge. Let's throw a little bit of that on there. Just for speed too. Oh yeah, look at that. So if you want to throw a little bit of rusty hinge on there to add a little bit of beef in there, it looks really pretty. Right? Go back in with my Just Peachy. See, my thumb is lifting the color. Good enough, right? And then just go in with a little bit of your water marking, maybe around the leaves, not on the leaves, just to soften up your blend. Lift so you don't overdo it, and then decide if you need any more. Is that you, Rich? Hey, you want to do me a favor at some point? All my friends on here decided I need to have an ice cap. I'm going to cough again, friends. Do you like that? My friend said I needed one. Yes, Virginia. You totally could do this more in a fall, which we will do when we do a little bit more with Curiosities and Willow Grove. But I feel like it's good enough. Sometimes you got to just walk away and leave it. Oops. Where'd that come from? Okay, clean it up. So we have this side. That is our leaves. It's very subtle. I think going in with a little bit darker color is not a bad idea. Okay. Let's get rid of the mixed media. Let's start making this darn album. So I'm getting rid of this because I already have limited real estate on my table. Any questions, friends? How's it going for you guys? So Rusty Hinge really did add that little bit of oomph. I might actually even go in with a little bit more.
I'm dealing with the furniture outside.
Well, just at some point, I'm going to be on here for a long time today, so. Is anybody helping you with that? He left me. Talking to myself there. I like that. What do you think? Set it aside, let it dry. And let's start making our project. Wipe your hands so you don't get the ink everywhere. Getting rid of that. Getting rid of the things. Oh, this is what I was talking about with your powder tool. If you go on there and put a little powder, takes the stickiness away. Now, though, careful, because I didn't wait for the ink to dry. So I'll clean that because I don't want orange on everything. I'm even going to cheat because I like to cheat. Just tap a little and I'll rub it. It just takes the tackiness off of the rub-on, right? So now it's not going to stick on everything. Okay. Do it on here for sure. See, and even buffing that takes the extra blue off, makes that really come to the top again. Hi, Marlo. How are you, friend? Okay, tackiness gone. Boop.
What does the order entail?
A medium ice cap with double cream, please. You're the best. I'm sure he wants to punch me. Well, maybe not punch me, but I irritate him. But, you know, it's my job. So while I was away, it was our, I think, 27th wedding anniversary on October 10th. And it was funny because I said to the ladies in the class, I said, I have to remember, I've wiped my eyeliner all over my face, just so you know. I get eczema on my eyelids. So it's a new spot is right in the crease of my eye. So I keep scratching it. And now when I look at you, if I look like I've been through the ringer, I haven't. I'm having the best time ever, but my makeup is all over my page. Okay. Boop. I laughed too when we were in Texas. Oh, I said to the ladies, remind me when it's October the 10th. And they're like, today, Vicky, today's October 10th. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I better call or text him and say happy anniversary. And we laughed. I'm like, remind me when it's this. And they're like, that's today. So one of my friends at the event said, can I buy your class kits? Like the two that you're making, this one and the layouts. I just want to buy those. I don't want to make it. I will happily just buy. So I laugh. I got to make sure I do a good job because I'm not keeping this stuff, right? You're going with salted caramel. I love it. Go for it. Do whatever makes you happy, right? So what do we have? We have our pages ready and we can start building our project. And that's pretty much the order they go into. So we'll set those aside and let's start building the project. I had to put a calendar reminder to phone for your anniversary, right? Oh my goodness. Once you've been married for a long time, you're like, yep, whatever. It's just another day. Just another day. I think it went here, right? This page. That's what we decided. Yep, number 7. Okay, let's do the things, friends. Good job. How did your mixed media go? How did your mixed media go? I hope you enjoyed that. I love that we customized those pages. Some we made from scratch and some we customized, right? So you're like, why is it so dark in here? Right, Irene? And you're like, oh, because the lights aren't on. Yeah, for Courtney and for Cherie at the event in Conroe, I gave them both the classes that I taught with, right? The Christmas ones. So they pretty much have finished projects. They can just put their photos on, which I love that, right? I think I need purple added to the night. Go for it. Priscilla, I did that on my layout page. Let me show you. Because we did the tree on the layout page because I freaking love that. So let me show you. And I did add a little purple to it. Look. I added some purple on there. That's one of the layouts we're going to do in the class. But see? Boop. So, yep, it totally will work. A little bit of purple will work. Yeah, go for the purple. Love it. All right. You guys ready? Let's do the things. So I'm going to put my rub-ons away. We're still using them, but I don't want to lose things. So just clean your area up. You need your tree. Tree needs to come back. But I don't want to lose my bits. So we're going to be pulling stuff. Get rid of what you don't need for now, Vicky. So you need your embellishments. So in your pack, I'm not pulling all this out. I think it's easier to grab as we go. So let's grab the embellishments we need for this page. So we have the tree already. And I'm going to grab, I have it extra as I grab. I'm going to do this so it just doesn't get lost. I need, off of this page right here, you need this pumpkin right here, the jack-o'-lantern. Pop that guy out. And the one on the end, you need this. So let's pop what we need out. Boop. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stars. So when you're looking at your stars, they're on both. Well, one's a sticker sheet. This is a sticker, isn't it? No, this is die cuts. And that's a sticker sheet. So they're all going to come off of this page. They're all lasers. So you want... Is there a big one on here? Because that's where I can see if it was a sticker or a die cut. It is the biggest one. So see some of these? Grab them from wherever you want, but you want a big one, like one of the bigger stars. I'm going to take this to start. Okay. And you'll know the laser cuts, I think the edges are sharper, so I just want that big one. And then you want some medium. So we'll pop 2 medium size off. And then some of the smaller ones too. Okay. Just get a mix. Pop a couple, but you need 7, so that's 4, 5. I want some of the little ones, 6. Don't overthink it, just pops 7 stars off. Okay, so there's my 7 stars, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm a liar. 8. We'll do this one. 8 stars. We need the moon. The moon, and we need October Magic. I love this as a Halloween collection. I have to say, I love the elements on here. I love the fonts that we used. It's very fun. Okay, so this is what you needed from your embellishments. And now from our cut pieces of paper, we need the green one that I totally messed that up, but let's get the purple piece. So put these back. Don't drop anything on the floor. So from number 11, grab one of your 6-inch border punches. Grab one of these from number 11. Throw that in there. And then the one I lied about, we're going to take the bigger piece and we'll recut it from number 6. Remember, we have these 2 pieces from number 6. That's a lie. Just grab your bigger piece. We'll cut a piece out of that one. And I'll tell you. So this was from number 6. Please grab the 5.5 by 1 3/4 inch piece. And let's make the cover. So I'm going to repunch my border and then I'll cut what I need off of it. This punch does not love this paper. It's just a little too thick, right? So be careful. Oops. And then what do I need to cut off of this? You need about 3/4. Let's make sure. That's how big this really should be. Let's see, am I right? No, about a half. About a 1/2 inch. The finished size should be about a 1/2 inch. Okay, so when it layers on here, it just peaks up like that. 1/2 inch. And then just put that back with number 6. In case we need it. Now get your adhesive and let's start gluing stuff. You guys ready to go? This is the page. Let's put our tree down first. So I'm going to put some tape runner on here and then a lot of wet glue. But I want it to, along the trunk, we'll have tape runner. And then the rest will be wet glue. And you need to get it on your little branches. So you got to move pretty fast with this one, okay? There's a lot of detail in here. So get on there. You know some of your glue is going to bleed out. Just embrace that. But you got to move pretty fast so your glue doesn't dry before you get it down. But because this is a cover, you want it to be pretty secure. So I'm going to get some glue on all those branches. You can always lift and glue too once you get it on there if you don't get it, but especially on the tips. The art is beautiful, but I know some of you are going to hate this part, but it's okay. Just embrace it. It's worth it. It's worth it because it's beautiful. And I think anything, some things worth having are hard. This is one of those. It's worth it though. And if it's easier for you to lay it flat and put it all on there, you can do that because you'll run out of spots. Where do you put your fingers, right? You don't have to glue everything, but I want you to get the little fiddly bits at the end. Need to have some adhesive on it, otherwise it's going to lift off your page. See, when we do this stuff too, you really see all the work that goes into this when you have your designers, like what you see Natalie do and what you see Sarah do, and you're like, oh, I love that. And then you sit down to do their projects and you're like, wow, there's a lot of time that goes into some of this stuff. And I'm like, there is. And some of you, well, look at people who hand stitch on their pages. That's commitment, right? That's commitment. I love the look of it. I've done it. I don't do it very often because I don't have the time. but I definitely can appreciate the craftsmanship, right? And that's what's awesome about this hobby is you can find somewhere where you can fit. Where if you're like, I love the machine stitching, I'm going to do it. I love the hand stitching, I'm going to do it. I love to buy a stamp that fakes it. I use a black marker and that fakes it, right? So I feel like I'm good. I'm going to flip this now. And my biggest thing is I want to make sure my opening where my spider web is going to fit. So that's what's going to determine where this guy goes. And that's right there. And then boop, boop, boop. And no, you're going to have a little extra glue, but it's going to be okay on that dark background. But I will take my little pin that came out of my adhesive, and sometimes I'll just lift some of that adhesive off. Right? There was a lot there. And that's what I do. I'll just go through with my pin and take some of my little glue gobs off. And then the rest, I'm totally okay with it. Because to get this kind of detail, you just kind of have to go, it's going to be a little messy, but it's okay. And I'll take my finger and just lift some of that up too. Just clean it off so I don't redeposit it. How'd you guys do? Time consuming, but oh so worth it. I agree. I love it. I love to stitch too. I love the layout you did, Karen, where you stitched on all of it. It's just for me. Well, in a class setting, some people will do it and some people are going to hate it. So my people aren't used to doing that, right? So we'll do a little bit of it maybe next year. But I make papers that are definitely, don't you think, lend themselves to hand stitching. Love that so much. Love it. I have to find a guide so I can punch the holes. I just don't know where I put mine. So I might have to open another one. Vicky, Von Vicky. If you were, I'm going to cheat. I'll just cheat. I can cheat. I want to punch my binding holes on this one because I won't know for placement. Yeah, that paper was crying for it. You're not the only one. A lot of people who use that paper stitch on it. So I'm just going to cheat with mine and I'll just draw pencil marks and cut them, okay? Now some of these, because this album, you have to think, was in a room with a lot of people manhandling it. I don't know if that, no, that's a fake pencil. So who stitches on layouts? Paige Evans. Who's for Scrapbook Generations? I just forgot her name. Help me with that name. I just forgot. Somebody out there will know. Those to me are the two massive stitchers if you're going to look at stuff that they do. Paige Evans and Scrapbook Generations. Allison, what's her last name? Allison Davies. Allison Davies. If you're going to look at two master stitchers, I'm sure there's lots out there, but those are the two that come to mind. They hand stitch all over everything. I've done it. I know how to do it. It just, you know what I mean? I'm like, there's other people who do lots of that, so I just haven't done a ton of that. I don't know how straight I punch those, but whatever. Going with it. Yeah, Allison Davis. Allison Davis or Allison? Yeah, Allison Davis. Love her, have met her. She's wonderful. Obviously have known Paige for years too. So they both, if you need somebody to help you with that, very good. They're both very good. Okay, let's build from the bottom up. So you're going to put your purple strip on here. Yes, Sarah Miller House stitches too. She's a stitcher girl and a mixed media girl. So I am going to put my purple right on the bottom like that. Boop. And then your green strip can go down. So let's keep moving, friends. So I'll use tape runner, and then I'm going to put a little bit of glue on top of each of the little decorative bits that I cut out. And then go ahead, attach that to the bottom of your page. You're committed, Vicky. Didn't put that on super straight, but it is what it is.
You go, lovely.
Thank you, honey bunny.
Happy anniversary.
Got my ice cap.
Show it to them so they can see how nice I am.
I did already, thank you. And they can hear you. I'm not in a bubble. I did. I put it right underneath when he gave it to me. Oh my gosh, husband. You can take that away. I'll let you. There's other stuff. He loves it. And now I'll put my little scallop edge on there. That was quick. It's just up the road. But now, right, we have to start getting all the stuff in for the winter. So he's been outside putting away the stuff at the pool. Pool's closed, but now all of the outdoor stuff needs to be brought in the house, in the garage. There we go. Okay, friends? So put your 2 strips on the bottom. And then our pumpkins, he's gone already, Kari, are going to go right here. One is going to go here. I'm going to put a foam dot, but I did lift this a little bit. So my top of the pumpkin, the bottom's going to get glued flat, and then I'm going to put a little bit of foam adhesive at the top. Top of both pumpkins. So I'll cut a little piece that can go on the stem, because I like to secure mini books as much as I can, because a lot of people are touching your pages. It's not like when it goes in a page protector. So I'll just do something like that, adhesive at the bottom. But I'm going to get my title on first, but I know he's going to go over here kind of like this. Partially under. And then this guy, the jack-o'-lantern, is going to have adhesive just at the top. And it's going to go like that. But we have to put our October magic down, and this whole thing is popped up. That whole thing is popped up, okay? You just got your pool ready for winter, and we pay to have somebody close it, because then if anything goes wrong with the lines, it's covered. So we just, since we had it put in, we have the same company who put our pool in. They come and close it. It's like literally takes them about 20 minutes. Costs us a fortune, but I think it's worth it. And really, we're not super handy with that stuff, right? Yep, I think reinforcements for this album are a good idea. All of these pages could have reinforcements on it. So I just cut. If you have tape, foam tape, you could totally do this a lot faster than what I'm doing. I have some, scrapbook.com, just I just got to order from them, and there was foam tape in there. Need to do that too. There. Ooh, maybe a little piece there. And then I'm going to put that on there and then glue my pumpkins. While I'm doing it, I'm going to put some adhesive on my moon. My moon is popped up too. Yeah, Allison Davis, amazing scrapbooker. I met her at She Loves Color last year. Really delightful lady. Because that guy's going to go right there. Boop. Okay. Let's go ahead, take my backing off. And like I said, not a bad idea to put a little bit of wet glue. You can on your foam dots. That's what my friends in Texas were telling me. It's so humid there that they put extra adhesive on everything so the stuff doesn't fall off. And I got to experience it. It was freaking hot. It was like 90 degrees. But I was excited. We drove to Waco after the event, and the round top was starting. And if I would have known that, I would have stayed longer. I would have loved to go to that antique stuff. It was fun. Okay. Boop. So I am going to put this now. It's going to kind of mask the bottom of my tree. But a little bit of the G hangs off of magic. Oh, 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 it's magic. You know. So I got to watch, though, because a little bit of my foam dot's going to hang out. So I'll pop that under and then attach it. Here we go. October magic. I'm going to stick that moon on there because he's just hanging around. Now that my hole is punched, I know where that can fit. Like that. And then put our pumpkins on. And we're going to leave the stars, okay? I'm going to say come back and do the stars just for time's sake. I will hold the page up, and that's one of the things when you're done the base of this project, you can come back and glue your stars. Because some are popped up, some are flat. It just takes a little while, and I just want to get as much of this guy done as possible. So I'm going to vote for come back and put your stars on. Well, it's not really a vote. You like that? I'm going to vote for, but at the end of the day, I'm just telling you it's what we're going to do in typical. Round Top is a huge antique market, and it is like we got to see it in action, which I've always wanted to go, and it was pretty fabulous. Okay, so when you come back to finish this, that's popped up, and popped up. So 3 were popped up and the rest are flat. Let's just do it. What the heck? Let's just finish the cover. So get your little foam dots. Pick 3 that you want to pop up. So I popped up the largest one. A medium-sized one that I don't even know where I got them from. So you guys still building away? Doing a great job. Great job. But like I said, we'll be here into the evening. There's no way we're going to get a project like this and all the mixed media done without being here for a while. So like I said, you can do as much of it live, and some of it you might come back and do, right? Totally works. So my big star, I'm going to put right here on a jaunty angle, right underneath. I'm going to put one of the medium size stars right there, like that, and a little one up here in the corner. These are the 3 that I'm going to pop up on here. Okay. And then let's stick the other ones on here. Where's my little sticky tool? Super helpful when you have that one that you can pick the little bits up with. And then put your tape, your glue on it. And glue her down. So we're going to do a flat one right here. Maybe right there. A little one. Oops. That was tricky. Right by this star. I'm going to put it almost overlapping. One right here in the branches, and then one here and one with that star. I love it. I love with the contrast of the purples, the orange, and the yellow from the stars. How you guys doing? Did you get most of this cover done? Because this is my last star, and I'm going to flip it, and we're going to build the back of this page. And I'll put one like this. There. I love it. As much as the first time I did it. So to finish this guy, that's what it looks like. Isn't that fun? So I love that you still can see the art from the original paper in the background there. But then we totally just zhuzhed that up with the ink and with the rub on, and then the contrast of the stars in the night sky. I love it. And now when we build the back, we need to flip it like a tag book. And the back side of this, let's grab our pieces. So I'm going to suggest something. So you have to get your photos in here, right? So for some of these, really the reality of it is I'm probably never going to come back here and put photos on it. Some things, I'm doing my Christmas album. I say it every year, I'm going to do it. So your option is to just leave the tops open, right? Leave the top open, or you won't glue these down, you'll clip them. But we can build this side, okay? We can build this side. So let's grab our pieces as we do. Let's grab our pieces. I love this page. It's the V-Boo crew. Look at us, little ghosties. So out of pattern paper, we need this green strip. So that green strip is going to be from your last papers we cut, the staples. So it is page number 10. Page number 10. And it's that strip that already has the V cut out of it. I'll give you a measurement. Right now I have one hand, so just a sec. Okay, that was from number 10. And the measurement, I think, was 1 3/4-ish. 1 1/4 by 7.5. So it's going there. Let's grab our ghosties, which are right here. I love them so much. So you totally could ink the bottoms of them if you want them to look dip dyed. I am a purist on this layout. They're going to stay white. but I might do that another time. Because, right, I'm going to use this collection again. I'll do more. And then this one. Woo! And you need one boo clip. One boo clip. So grab a boo clip. And you need the Boo Crew. The Boo Crew. Anything else off of this? No. You do not. You need a pumpkin, but I think the pumpkin's a sticker. So we'll do that last because it's a sticker. Now, remember the frames we organized? We need this ornate black and white oval frame. I believe it's in here. Let's see if am I a liar? Is it in here or is it on here? We'll see. Did I lie? It's on here. It's this one with the toad. Mr. Toad. Okay, Vicky, I know those darn people getting in the way of our crafting, right? Hi, Corrine, how are you? Okay, boop. And then let's grab these two frames, which are your Polaroids. You have 3 of them. So I'm going to grab 2 of those oh, you have 4 of them. So grab 2 of those Polaroids. And then we can grab these little words. I love these definition things. We're going to do way more of those. I love them so much as a decorative element. So this guy is right here. Are you grabbing as I grab, friends? So some of them, if you're popping them out by accident, just throw them in your extra tray. You want this right here, 1031. 1031. I just popped all that out. So 1031. And the definition strip. Joy is in your frames. That's in your frames, okay? So do you see the pieces? All of these came out of our die cuts. The Boo Crew, that's out of your die cuts. These are out of the frames. And then joy, a source or cause of keen pleasure or delight. Something or someone greatly valued or appreciated. You guys bring me joy. This brings me joy. And I feel like it's really important to reward yourself with the things that bring you joy and peace. Peace of mind. So I feel like I'm very proud of you guys that you're here crafting, or you're going to set some of this time aside. It's super important for our mental health. And whatever version of this, we're going to start doing some more junk journaling. We're going to be doing more mixed media. We're going to commit to more playing with art and gel plate next year because it's important. So those are our pieces. Let's start adhering. So like I said, we can attach to the frames, just gluing them at the bottom so you still can slide a photo under, or clip them, and when you come back you can put it on. But there's no reason you can't attach this right now flat to your frame like that. Go ahead, glue that on. I can tell you, there's just only one Polaroid in this kit, in those frames. But they are, if you want to cut them yourselves, are 3 by, we're in 8s now. They're 3 by 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 8s. 3 by 3 and 5 8s. And then I'm going to just attach joy. Was that helpful? 3 by 3 and 5 8s. And you need 2 of those. So I attached joy on there, and I'm going to attach my 1031. It feels like that's like a tax form or something, right? Grab your 1031. Funny. And I put both those flat. Okay, so those frames are ready. Let's go ahead and attach the green strip on our page. And then your ghosts, all or only their heads have foam dots. Everything else is going to be flat. And then I did foam dot his arms. It's so true, Amber and Dippy. It's so important for your mental health and your well-being is to find things that release endorphins, and I really believe that paper crafting does, and this community, it does. A lot of you guys are probably home by yourself, right? Or you don't have somebody who crafts with you, or you have high stress lives, jobs, you could be taking care of other people. And I find something like this. So maybe scrapbooking or 12 by 12 pages aren't going to be your jam, but mixed media and art journaling totally can. I feel like your commitment to the craft doesn't have to be huge for that one. You could buy the distress inks, you can get stencils, you can buy embellishments that kind of speak to you, and you can do the things, right? It's super important. So this is going to be a little better than 1 inch from the left-hand side. Like not much, but just a little better than 1 inch. So let's taper down. I use the olive green side, in case you can't see that on your monitor. The olive green side, so the earthier side. And like I said, make sure your binding holes are at the bottom of your page so you're not doing this upside down inadvertently. And it's going to go right about there-ish. Do you like that? Just throwing stuff around now, lady. So I'm going to line that up. I feel like that looks good enough. Close enough. There we go. Okay. Commit. And now let's put our little bit of foam dot. Boo is foamed. This boo. That's popped up. The crew is all flat, but boo is popped up. So let's do that. So for some of you that are tapping out, thank you for joining today. Hope you get to come back and finish. It doesn't take you too long before you get the time for yourself. A little bit behind his head and a little bit behind his arms. Boo, scary. I laugh when we were in Conroe. Paige Evans is a huge lover of Halloween. I like it. It's just once your kids get older and everybody gets older and nobody's fun in your friend group, like I would dress up every year and be totally okay with that. But we just don't do much. We just don't do much. So that's going to go there. So I'm going to kind of lay it out so I can get positioning. My frame is going to go like this. This little ghosty with his arms up in the air, waving him around like he just don't care, is going to have a foam dot on his head and 2 behind his armies. You have a Polaroid die I bought many years ago. It's a good one, Mary Pat. When we talk about buying dies and stamps that make sense and you can get lots of use out of, you know I am definitely of that school. It is good, right, Irene? We have been doing this did you find me during COVID? Like, did you start doing a lot of this during COVID? Because this community grew because I was already doing Friday Night Lives. So I was set up already to do it. This little ghosty is going to go in like that. So the bottom of his ghosty skirt is going to go under the frame, and then he's going to kind of hang out like, woo, haunted mansion, right? And then this guy's going to kind of be hanging out over in the corner like that, but foam dot over his head. So go ahead and glue those pieces down. And then I feel like with the ghosts, I have to do that. Woo, ghosties. 2020. Okay. I'm going to do the things. I love this so much. I hope you guys are enjoying it. And this little boo is going to go on here with a foam dot too. Let's do that. I'm going to attach it first. Like that. They're clips. Surprise! Right? It's going to go on a little bit of an angle right off to the side of the top of the frame. So I'm going to put glue at the bottom of the here, and at the on the ring, like that part that's going to come up like that, so it lays flat. Okay, so on the ring because it's going on the front, and this because it's going behind it. And then I'm going to go boop and glue that on there and clean up my mess. Because if you clean it right away, then you're okay. And then a foam dot behind that. I'm cheap. I can't use a full one. I was going to just put a full one on there, and I'm like, I can't even do that. It does not require a full foam square. It only requires a piece of a foam square. See you later, Karen. Thanks for joining us for as long as you can in your time zone. It's very much appreciated. Okay, boop. So let's glue our ghostie at the top down. So I'd say he's going to go about 3/4 of an inch from the top. And thank you for all the guys that are out there that don't really chat on here. But please, easiest thing too is thumbs up the video. It helps people find us. Any of that kind of interaction is good interaction. And I want community. There's people out there who don't know it yet, but they want to be here, right? So I feel like it makes it super helpful. See you later, Carrie. Have a great class. Unfortunately, I have to run. I cannot wait to finish this. It's going to be a good one. And this is all we're doing now is gluing. Hi, Kari. My buddy Kari is still out there, trooper. So, like, remember, we know that part of him is going to go under here. So I'm going to take my foam dot off the back. And hopefully I can get it to kind of stay where it needs to be on the frame. And then take the other foam dots off back. And then I'm going to glue all of this down. Well, it is fun, right? I find that a lot of you are new, and like this has been great for the stores. And we do these pretty much some kind of version of a free class every Friday. And it could be anything, right? It could be mixed media. We could be doing card making. We do a lot of technique-y stuff, don't we, friends? So for as much as I do the paid stuff, I do tons of free stuff to support this community. Because I think it's a good mix, right? It's a good mix. And I just want a reason to meet up with you guys too. Okay, glue that guy down. And it's hard because we already glued there's stuff on the other side of it, right? So I'll just wait for that to kind of adhere. Love it. Now on his little hand is a pumpkin, and it's a sticker. So you also in here, all the ones you're punching out by accident because stuff's falling out, so I just thrown it in here. Grab one of the little pumpkins off your stickers and put a foam dot on it. Whatever one. Little pumpkin. Right? Whoop. Little pumpkin. And I like it because he's holding his pumpkin. Put that in his hand. There. Little ghosty hand. And then put your ghosty on the bottom and your title, The Boo Crew. There we go. I'm going to build from the bottom up, put crew down, and then I can layer the, and the boo kind of goes overlapping on a jaunty angle. I love that. You know, my favorite are people who are new to this whole thing. What you've found in this group is a whole community that will help you so much outside of just me. Like I'm telling you, this Boo crew, which is what we call the V Boo crew, they're for real. This community is great. And what's really fun is a lot of times you'll be on here and you'll end up finding somebody who lives in your community, right? That lives in your community. Yep. So there's lots of different things that we do, right? That are definitely 49 and market based and my product based. And then some of it is my exclusives and some of it is mixed media. So I feel like there's a little piece for everybody, right? There's a little piece for everybody. I love this. So this page is going to be done now because I'm not going to clip the frames on. I will show you positioning, but I'll leave those for my friend who bought this kit, right? And when she gets her photos on here, they're going to go like this. So you could totally now just paper clip it, right? Don't want to cover my binding holes, but look how fun that is. Isn't that fun? So yes, totally can put photos on here. And if you don't want to put photos on here, you could just embellish it a little bit more, right? Be quiet over there, Carrie. That's Carrie giving me a hard time. You see, one page done. We did a lot, lady. Did mixed media. I let you go to the bathroom. There, okay? There we go. So that guy goes in here. And we're moving on to the next one. So if you haven't glued everything, I'd say clip it. Clip it. And flip it. And we're going to do this guy next. I'm going to shut it so I don't break stuff. I told you, we're going to be here late. I'm going to be here. This is, for this to be let's do a free class. And you know that I could have only put a couple pages in here. And it really is a full-on Vicky class. It's not a kind of Vicky class. It is a full-on Vicky class. I put the wrong page in my album, too, just so you know. So it wasn't because it's free, you get like a little mini class. It's a typical crack smoker Vicky class. She crazy, this lady. She crazy. The ghosts are very fun. They're never mini. Because I had fun. When I was sitting making this, I kept clapping. I'm like, I love this so much. It's so fun. We don't normally do this. We've never done a Halloween class. So, like, it's already 4:38. What do you guys think? 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock? 9 a.m.? Think I'll still be here tomorrow morning? So crazy. Okay, so let's grab our base. Some of this stuff I'm going to say we're going to clip, okay? This is going to take a while to lay out, so we're not going to put the title on here. We're just going to put some of the pieces on, but this takes too long. This takes too long, so I'm going to say take them and clip them, and then we'll flip it. So that's something you easily can come back and glue down, okay? I'm making an executive decision, and did you notice I didn't even ask you your opinion? I just decided, because this takes a while and I don't want you to mess them up. So you need to search Vicky Booten, Curiosities. I have a pen, it's a lot. Or I don't even know if you need my name, but you need Curiosities in Willow Grove, 49 and Market, Halloween. If you search that, it's on vickybooten.com, but you have to buy the whole set. That gnarly tree is part of the whole Halloween collection pack, if that helps you. It's part of the whole collection pack. You can't buy it just that. You have to buy the whole set. Okay, so let's grab this paper. It is our pumpkin paper number 5, and it's the big piece. The big piece. Now, this is important, right? Because we're using the polka dot side, so you want to make sure when you use this that your pumpkins are going to flip upright, okay? So they should be upside down on the back and upright. So we'll talk about that in a second. So number 5. You know what's funny? Why every time I say number 5, I'm like, Mambo, number 5. Like, why would that pop into my head? Like, you've never seen number 5 before. Why does that song pop into my head? Oh, my goodness, friends. Okay, there's the cap. So when it flips up, you don't want your pumpkins to be upside down. Okay, so make sure, do this, turn it like this, and then we will grab the pieces we need for this page. Okay, so let's grab the green mat, which is again from the end there, what we cut. So number 10. And you want the ones you rounded the corners with. And it's going to be the light green side that we're using. So number 10. If you cut this paper already, the only one in there should be, the biggest one is 7.5 by 7. The green mat is 4 by 4. And then you need the little purple strip, which is the last paper we cut, because we've already used the foundations one, which is number 11, not 12. And you had that little strip we cut, remember? This little piece. And you just need a piece of that. So it's the 4-inch piece from number 11. And then let's grab our book, candle, skull, and frame. Book, candle, skull, and frame. Book, frame, okay, off of that one, there is a candle. It's hard to, like, you start popping all your pieces out, so just watch you don't lose them, okay? That's why I have this sheet, so, or this tray. Anything that I pop out inadvertently, I'll just throw it in there so at least I know where to find it. Candle. Candle. And skull. So the skull has a foam dot, and it goes into the little frame. Let's do that first. That's the only thing popped up on this page is the skull. And I did that so it doesn't kind of get lost on there. It kind of, I love that. Very fun. Ooh. We'll cut a V in the end of this. Okay, let's put our green mat down. So you have binding holes at the top, right? So you are going to glue your green mat about 1 inch, 1 inch and a little bit from the top and a 1/4 inch from the side. So go ahead, glue him down. And like I said, I use the bright side up just to vary my greens. And I think that looks around. And let me just confirm before I commit. Looks good. Oops. Stupid fingernails, man. That's why you're pokey tool. Okay. And then this pretty much is going to judge where you put the purple piece, because it goes right to the right hand side of that frame. And then this piece you want centered on that guy, right? So I'll put my adhesive on. So it's not something you really need to measure. You kind of have to eyeball that one. And I think I like him there, so I'm going to hold to the side. And then I'm just going to put that under and decide where the center of that kind of looks like that. Use your polka dots as your guide. My adhesive came down too low, so your pokey tool, like these are one of those things, if you're like, do I need that? And I'm like, yes, I really feel like it's beneficial to get one of those kits from the die cutting places that have all the little pieces in it. I find I use that all the time. So your book and your candle, this guy's going to go here, right? We still have holes to punch, so don't put them up too high, just slightly higher than the frame. And then your book is going to kind of sit like this, and the candle is going to go on top. So go ahead and attach those. You can punch your holes if you want, right? Sorry. I apologize for the Mambo number 5 in your head. Hello, Serenity. How are you? Okay. Attach the book. Attach my candle. I'm going to glue him because he's too thin. Okay. Now there is a little label here that's going to be on your sticker sheet. And then here, Halloween is all out of your die cuts that you can add after. It takes a long time to place, but totally worth it. So I'd add my sticker first that says Happy Halloween, what's lurking around the corner. Put that on with adhesive and then build your title in your open areas. Okay, we're not going to do that together, but that's something you can come back and build. So let's flip this guy and do the back page. I love it. So you are quite welcome if you want to kind of work at your own pace. The only thing is you're just working off your images, right? Hi, Sherry Lynn. How are you? So we're going to flip it like a tag book. Boop. So this piece here is out of your frames. It's a large piece. Again, you are going to have to wait for your photo for that one, right? So is it the biggest one? It's the second to largest. Like, look at, it's this one. It's not the biggest. It's the second to largest, this one. So I'm going to clip that. And then we need this frame. And I did put twine on here that I glued down after your photo's in there. So out of your frames is this one. And I strategically placed where it went because I want that pumpkin in there. So he is part of the story, right? When we can attach that down and we can layer this. This is a fussy cut pumpkin. So it's one of the ones that we fussy cut. It's right there. And I popped it up. And it's going to sit on the edge there. And then the leaves are all from the fussy cutting as well. So this is a busy background, but I really like how it turned out. So that, again, is your choice. So you need carving the pumpkin, which is from, I think, your sticker sheet. And then love this. And we can attach this frame, but we won't attach the others for right now, okay? So we need to get carving the pumpkin and love this. Trying not to pop everything out by accident. Oops, what did I lose? Just a second. There it is. Kitty cat fell out. So we need carving the pumpkin. And I love this. So this, remember with my powder tool, because it's popped up, I am going to use this like an ephemera piece, right? I don't want it to be sticky because I'm going to foam dot it. That's why a lot of things, I don't even care if they ever came in stickers. I would just glue. I like the ability to put stuff where I want it. And I'm okay. These stickers are nice and thick too, which is a plus. But for your twine, this is what I use it all the time. So I wrap it, put it in a sugar container, and it's always handy because I use a lot of, oops, but not when your scissors aren't sharp. So I'm going to take that, put my foam dots on it. Oh, look at, I even put full foam dot on there. And we're going to put this through like this. Pull it to the front like that loop and tuck your tail. Tuck your tails like that. Okay. Now decide the length, and then when I trim them, I'll trim a little bit off of them. And then I'm going to put glue on my finger so that they don't fray. And I twist it on the ends just so the twine doesn't fray and it's secured. might need more for that one. I might be cheating. Okay. So we know this guy's going to get clipped. And there's holes punched on the bottom that I haven't done yet. So I know it goes pretty close to the top. And we already know we're going to put foam dots behind this pumpkin. I want to get as much on his stem as possible so it doesn't break off. And Love This is going to be foam dotted as well. Okay, I'm going to glue my frame, and I'm just not going to adhere it on that side so I can still put that guy on there. So where my fingers are, no glue. Glue it down on the sides. And see this pumpkin? He's part of my story. So I'm going to put the frame right at the base of that pumpkin, like that. I love it. I want to put the other one around there. Lift it, make sure it looks straight. If it's a little wonky on this paper, I don't think it'll matter, but there. Okay. There we go. So this guy is going to go on the top. Love This in the top corner above our little mini pumpkin, our little jack-o'-lantern. And then I covered up that orange leaf there just because to quiet the noise. Okay, that little bit of orange leaf. We can put this pumpkin down. Love it. Right this there. Carve the pumpkin is going to go right underneath like that. And then, like I said, when I go to put these down, I put a bead of glue and then feed that into the glue because these aren't running all willy-nilly. You know what I mean? They're glued flat. But we can add that later. But we can pop our little leaves on there too. So it's just going to go kind of on an angle right there. Love it. Perfect. Okay. Boop. And then we did cut those leaves out. So I'm going to use a purple one, an orange one, and a yellow one. The orange, the purple, and a yellow one. So I'm going to curl it so it looks like a crusty old dried out beautiful purple leaf. Glue on its stem, and then we will glue it like this right above that carving pumpkins. Okay, boop. And then the orange one, I'm going to kind of fold, glue it there. I'll hold this up too, friends, okay? Yeah, we're not quitters here. You will have a lot of people watching from all over the world do these classes with me. And some people, depending where they are, it's morning. Some of them, it's the middle of the night. Yeah, we have quite the group. And this brings us joy. I'm the kind too. I would have had a nap and then stayed up late and did this if I was watching somebody on the different side of the world, right? Look, it's pretty. It just gives a little dimension there, friends. You just got to hold it to your glue sets. And then I'm going to put the yellow one on. I had made a boo-boo before. Oh, what happened? You guys still, yeah, sorry, the connection. That scared me. I was like, oh, what's happening? I have 3 leaves. Yellow, purple, orange. There's just a yellow one down in the corner here. Like that. I actually like that. I'm going to do that. Glue it to the back of... I'm putting some glue on top of that. And I'm going to attach it to the back of where the carved pumpkins are. So it pops up. I like that. Totally going to do that. Because the first time I used it, I totally ripped my leaf. But if I do that, I'm digging it. It looks like crusty fallen leaves. And if you don't live in a climate that you get to see that kind of thing, it's beautiful. I will have to share some pictures. But there, I love that. That's all we're doing on this page. We're going to clip our frame. Scared me too when it all, but the screen was fine. So I'm plugged in. My battery is charging. Everything is on. Yeah, come on. Don't do that to us, right, Irene? What the heck, man? So there's, look at Carrie. There's 2 pages done. So I'll do that, okay? So I can still put my photo underneath it, but look how pretty. 1, 2, 3, Kari. But I didn't want to cover this paper up because it's so pretty, right? So pretty. So we'll put that in our stack. I'll put this back in the book. Let's grab the next page. The next page, we're not adding anything. We're just putting it in there. Oops. The next page is just for photos, okay? That'll be the easiest one we've done tonight. Tonight, this evening. I love it, Connie. I love that paper. It's beautiful. I love black. Like putting all those bright colors on black. There's something, don't poo-poo the black or the navy. And I love the purple on here. I don't know. This is totally different for me and I'm loving it. And that's why you shouldn't only do the things you're comfortable with. So you're going to grab out of your Staples #1, this little mat. Right, from number 8. And it is a 5 by 4.5. And just put it in your stack for now. 5 by 4.5. And I'm just throwing it in the stack. We're not adding anything to the front or back of it. It is just for photos. When you get photos on there and there's something specific, like maybe it's like candy, filling your candy bag or whatever, you can put a sticker on. But for now, it's just a place saver, okay? Hi, Barbara. No, it just, all the screen all of a sudden went dark. Scared me. Let's do this guy next. I'm even standing up for a second because need to do that every now and again, right? So it's this page here. Let's grab our 2 mats. So one is going to be from either stack number 2 or stack number 3. Let's see what the size is. The words are going sideways too, so don't panic about that. 4 by 5. So I think it's in stack number 2 right here. Yep, stack number 2, the 4 by 5. Like I said, your words are going sideways. See? That little paint splat is going to go like that. And then the diagonal stripes, which is stack number 4. And it's the only one that'll fit in there. Ooh, I'm a liar. Where'd I even get that from? Let's look. Because I might have cut it down from this one. I will confirm, but I bet you it's this piece. I will tell you. I'll just make sure I didn't use it anywhere else. So from stack number 4, grab the 3.5 by 6 1/4. For sure, that's the one I used. I just want to make sure I don't need that. Nope. It's on the other side of this one. That's. I'm just confirming, friends, before we cut into it. It has not been used anywhere else. So that is indeed the piece. And what do you need to cut out of it? Put it on an angle and then trim the edge. Okay, let's lay this down. Glue this guy. And it is going to be about a 1/2 inch from the right hand side, flush to the bottom. Okay, and this guy's just going to go on an angle, and then I'm going to trim the overhang off. So you want to put it on a little bit of an angle, like that. And then you can trim the overhang. So I'm going to put adhesive at the bottom, adhesive at the top, and in the middle. And then I know I didn't put the adhesive down too low. But you want to make sure you have about a 1/2 inch or so at the top there, so we can put our little spider web. And then I'm going to trim that off. Hi, Chris. How are you? Hi, Gemma. There we go. Okay. Very good. Okay. So let's get the ring and let's get our little spider. And eek, your story. Your story comes from your frames. Let's grab that right now because I'm sure some of you are like, where the heck is that from? Ooh. Your story is from your frames right there. Grab that. The ring is from your frames. They are kind of gold ropes. So get the smallest one. It's going to go there. And then we're going to put our spider on top of it. Have a drink. Hi, Joanne. How are you? Hello, friends. Eek. We need eek, a spider. We need the spider frame. So those two are from right here. Look at that. Grab one of these, spider frame. I love this laser cut. Look at how the detail in that. And then the little furry 8-legged multi-eyed beast. It's spider, arachnid, and eek. And then we'll grab some stars you need. We'll do it right off this page. Grab 3 stars. This big one by the skeleton, and then 2 smaller ones. Hello, Greta. We're still here. She is my buddy. Greta Hammond and I have been friends since, what year would it have been, Greta? When would it have been? 2000 and maybe 6? Some kind of craziness like that. Eek. Where's Eek? Have you found Eek yet? There's Eek. Oh, the cap fell out. Gotta grab Shadow. I don't even know if Valerie is still here. 2005, isn't that crazy? Eek. So I'm telling you, when we say community and it's important, it's not a lie. This girl and I have been friends forever. So I'm going to put that there. Decide how low you want it to go. Eek is going to get foam dotted. So grab your foam square. Put that on the back of Eek. Just for positioning, and then I can see how far down I want it. That'll work. I glued the spider flat. I didn't pop it up because its legs are so delicate. I think what will happen is he'll break on you. So you know what I'm going to do right now, because I can. It feels a little dark right there. So guess what I'm going to do? Because I can. And I'm going to lift some of that pigment off. Just to lighten that right there. Totally worked too. See? And then I'm going to use liquid glue so that that will glue flat. I'm going to glue that guy down and put my spider on there. From East Coast Australia, it looks amazing. Will we have to, we'll have to rewatch, yes, and be prepared. Because we started at 11 a.m. and it is 5:12. And we have a lot to go yet, but I knew we would. And like I said, you can stay as long as you want. I'm here for the long haul. I committed to this. I'm excited to do it. But I'm no quitter. Let's get glue on all its little arachnid legs. This is what's amazing about 49 and Market and the laser cuts. I know Janine is working away, so she's not here today because she's actually teaching. She's teaching with Vicky Booten too, with the Christmas. And I think she's doing something as well with oh my goodness, brain is not working. And then I bent his little other leg because I didn't like the direction it was going. So see, glue spilt out, but we know it'll dry clear, so not too worried about it. And then let's put Eek, your story. Right? Like that. I have little pieces of the backing from foam squares all over my house. They stick on my feet. They stick on my clothes. Sometimes they're on my pajamas when I go to shower. I'm like, they fall out. Because I was down here working late. And I take it to bed with me. They're stuck on the dog. Stuck on the cat. If I had a dog, they'd be stuck on the dog. There we go. Love it. And then the frame is going to go there and the stars are glued flat. Okay. So I did put it right underneath here slightly. Paper's so thick that you think you're sliding it under. You are not. Look at everybody saying hi to Greta. I love it. Courtney's here hanging out. And a lot of people, she helped me so much in Texas. Gosh, that event was so good. You know, when you're like, you have such a good time meeting with people who are just as excited over paper crafting. And like I said, a lot of people were there by themselves. Like they had come by themselves because they're like, I want to go. I don't have any friends that want to come with me. And left with a whole group of friends. Like left with a whole group of friends. Because right at the beginning of my class, I said, who's here by themselves? I'm like, so make sure you say hi to all of our new friends. Right? Make sure that everybody feels welcome, because, you know, it's a big thing to do something like that by yourself. It can be a little scary because you're like, what if no one talks to me? Well, you can never get away from me. So if you want quiet time, don't sit near me. I'm not the one. I am not that one. And then we'll put one up here. Boop. I love the yellow how it pops on that navy, right? And one up in the web a little bit. A little bit. Right there. There. Okay, we're done that side. Here's the other thing. Work at your speed. If I'm too fast, clip it. That's what I say, clip it. But I also at some point will need to eat again today before I go to bed. So if it's too fast for you, it's okay. It's recorded, right? So now we're going to flip it like it's a book. So the binding holes will be right here. That means when I flip it, they're going to be at the bottom, which makes sense. We already did the back of that page, right? And this one's pretty straightforward. We have these two little pieces we're going to use. So let's collect. So these are going to be in your laser cuts. I did not make you fussy cut all of the leaves, but we needed extras, right? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Cynthia. That's so sad. So is it a bit scary going to a crop where I knew no one? So Cynthia was saying that her scrapbooking buddy passed away in a car accident last year. So big hugs, my friends. And she was nervous to go to a crop for the first time without her buddy. So sorry for your loss. That is tough. So what do you need off of this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're right underneath the skeleton's armpit. Gentle when you pop these out so you don't tear them, okay? They're very delicate. So grab those. Oh my goodness, on that background, that color just pops. Poppity pop. So grab those to start. Don't look for the other stuff. Grab these first. So you need your 5 leaves off your laser cuts. And then I think the other pieces are going to come from your frames. Wander is from your frames, and Life's Simple Pleasures, I think, is from here. Okay, Wander. The wanderer, I'm a wanderer. I roam around, 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 around. And I roam from town to town without a care. I'm happy as a clown with 2-piece. I don't even remember the words. I'm the type of guy who likes to run around. I roam from town to town. And then the little frame. Let's do the little frame. It looks like this. Is it that one? Too small? Yep. It's not the smallest one. It's the second. right? So it's this guy. It's that guy. Okay. And then these are mats, these are stickers. So these mats are going to be in number 2 or 3. I think they're in 3. They're right there. So one says postcard in the top, it's going to go there. And the other one has that kind of little by Hendrik something that starts with an A. It's going to go like that. Hendrik. Okay. So let's put our mats. Remember, binding holes at the bottom. So this is just going to go size, because I know somebody's going to ask. So let me tell you. It is a 3.5 by 3.5. And it's going to go on a little bit of an angle. Upper left-hand corner. And this guy's going to go like this. See? All your leaves are around there. I like to pop my corners up, right? So I like it to look like it's old. And I do that, right? Pop that. And then go, oop, in the corner. You have your binding holes, so just make sure you don't put it too low. Leave about 1.5 inches. This color I really like on here, going in there with the rusty bits. Wanderer is foam dotted. I'm going to see if I have my foam tape, because I like that. I don't know where I put it though. I bought rolls and rolls of that. Are you like that? Do you try to remember where you put anything? Look at there. Cherry on Top sent me some too. And use it. There we go. Let's glue the rest down. How you guys doing? Everybody doing okay? So I'm going to put my frame down. The frame came from the frame pack. You're going to have 3 that were sandwiched together. This is the medium, so it's not the smallest. It came from the frame set, the Frame Necessities 2. And that's where Wander came, and that's where Life's Simple Pleasures came from there too. And we're going to just put it right there. Does not have to be straight. Wander's going to go right above it like that. And then we'll layer the other stuff inside. These are not frames. These came from number 3. The mats came from number 3. Hopefully that's answering your questions, right? Perfect. And then Simple Pleasures. I'm going to curl a little bit because I like stuff to look like it's found objects. Yeah, there's white paper over them. That's correct. They look, because when I first looked at them, I'm like, where'd these pretty frames come from? Right? But it's when you put your photos on there. I love it. I love this paper. We need to do more of that. That just kind of looks like newsprint. It's very pretty, isn't it? Oops, I did that further over like that, so I still have room for my little leaf. So same with, I'm going to take the big leaf and I just bend so it looks like a leaf, right? Like in nature, it would not be perfectly flat unless you pressed it with wax paper. We do that here. We'll take the leaves, we'll go out and collect them with the kids, and you iron them between wax paper. And you can keep them. So I want that to overlap a little of the wander, like that, because it's so pretty. I don't want it to just be flat. There we go. And then I'm going to take the largest of the purple, and it's going to go here. And then the smallest of the purple is going to go there. And then this guy's going to go up here. So it looks like they're floating up the page, right? Here. And then here. If you want to do them in a different order, you can, right? So I'm going to curl my edges again. Hi, Yvonne. Yeah, Greta is a pro at the kidding. I'm telling you, you know, having your friends work with you is awesome, to have somebody to talk to where you're like, oh, look it, we have to do this or this happened. Because, you know, Rich is good. He'll listen, but it is a whole different thing when you have somebody who understands, right? You need your crafting buddies. And if you don't have one where you live, you've got us right here. We're your crafting buddies. Because I love that a lot of times we'll be on here. You guys are all working so hard, so you're not really chatting with each other like you normally would be. You're like, holy crap, Vicky, I'm just trying to keep up. There's no time for chatting. What are you talking about, crazy lady? But normally you guys are having full-on conversations, right? And then, oh, let's put our stickers on the two labels. I'll let you do that because I love to be bossy. Okay, take those. Oh no, dos. A bit of glue. One is going to go here. One is going to go here. And that little bit of black, right? Oops. Certainly makes a difference, I find. Very grounding. We'll see you later, Rosemary. I know, it's I told you, it's not for the faint of heart today. And if your family wants you to eat dinner, have a life, you're like, sorry, Vicky is a slave driver. She's not letting me do anything. Oh, I love this page. It's so simple. And what's nice, a lot of these can be duplicated in a scrapbook page, right? You could take this and redo it in 12 by 12. Love it. Okay, we're done with that one. I should have had a little bit more watermarking up here. So I can do it after. Love it. So guess what, Carrie? Another page done. Another page done. Love it. Happy as a clown with my 2-piece of iron. I'm going nowhere. I'm just making up the words. So here's a rest the brain. That's where the big frame goes. And then 2 little frames on here. So let's take that guy out so I can show you. And this is going to be your Staples, the green paper. Hi, Wendy. How are you? Were you having a life today? Right? Some of you are like, I couldn't be here today because I was doing other stuff. Okay, so let's grab that. And it is in number 10. That's not it, Vicky. Don't try to cheat. What am I doing here? Everything's sticking together. Stop. It's not that piece. It's not the piece we punched out. It's this one. And I'll give you a measurement. Uno momento from number 10. And it is the 8 by 4 3/4. The frame is a large frame from our frame set, and it fits pretty much just in there like that. And then we can grab Beware Wicked Decorating. So beware. Beware, beware, be very, very ware. What is that from? Beware, beware, be very, very ware. And then Wicked Decorating, the stickers. Could you show me the back side? I might need to rethink my paper choice. It's green. The back side is darker green. It's Staples. Oh, the back side of what we did looks like that. Super simple. With my boo crew, party time, and a little dancing skeleton. So we need Wicked, glue these, Wicked Decorating. So you could put Wicked Photo, Wicked, whatever you want to put. Wicked. So let's glue Wicked down first. Because I've already seen Wicked Decorating. We have a neighbor, so when Devin and I go for our walk, they set up their whole front yard is like a display. So there's skeletons at a bonfire. There's skeletons playing beer pong. It is like the best ever. I love when I walk past there. And actually, when Lael and I were with our friend Katrina and Brenda, we drove past, it was actually just Katrina. Brenda wasn't with us for this one. We drove past a house that had all skeletons climbing this giant fence. And I think that is the best and easiest decorating ever, is get a bunch of life-size skeletons and so there was those giant skeletons that you get, and it was like pulling the leg off of another. It was very cool. I love that. So I'm going to just tack this mat down just at the bottom so they still can slide a photo under it. And then I don't have to clip it. But if I just put that just a little bit at the bottom, so it's about a 1/2 inch up from the bottom, 3/4 of an inch-ish, just so you have enough room for your binding holes, right? Beware, beware, be very, very ware. Nobody's telling me what that's from. And then I'm just going to glue It's some Disney thing, I'm sure, right? Glue that just at the bottom like this, so I can still get a photo underneath it. Marnie, did you go to sleep and then get back up and we're still here? Yep, that's pretty much how I roll. Extremely dangerous. Winnie the Pooh, thank you. Beware, beware, be very, very aware. Okay, so now flip it like a book. Beware, wicked decorating. Flip it. These are photo mats from your photo frames, from your frames, and the rest are stickers. So party time with my boo crew and a little dancing skeleton. Little dancy. Fancy, fancy. Fancy, fancy, dancy, dancy. Okay, boop. 2 frames. Like this and like that. Binding holes at the bottom. Be careful. Beware. So this one should go pretty close to the top, and then that one overlaps and on an angle. I'm going to clip these. I'm not going to glue them, but I'll stick my stickers on there. And I won't stick this guy on until I'm done. So what do I need? Party time. Excellent. Party time. Excellent. Perfect. What if you dressed up for Halloween as a child or an adult? Tell me what your what is under Wicked was decorating. What was your favorite costume you ever wore? What was your favorite Halloween costume? My boo crew, with my boo crews right here. What is my favorite? My aunt made me a genie. I love that one. It was, I remember being the age I am, that it was you went as a punk rocker. So I remember going as a punk rocker, and my brother put Kool-Aid in my hair, red Kool-Aid, to help me make my hair pink. And I had pink hair for a very long time as a punk rocker. But do you remember, if you're a child of the 80s, we used to get those plastic bag costumes with the masks? I was Barbie a lot. In those plastic garbage bag costume with a mask. A mad scientist. I love that. Ellie Mae Clampett, aging myself. I love that. What show is that? Let me remember. I can see them. What was that show? Remind me. Ellie Mae Clampett. I can remember, but I can't remember. Favorite makeup. I was 7 or 8. My mom made my face makeup Gene Simmons. I love that. I remember my cousin dressing up like Kiss. Did you see that the guitarist, I think, for Kiss just died? Beverly Hillbillies. I remember it. I dressed up as a pirate and used mascara to draw on your beard. I love it. Did it come off? I love it. My daughter and I dressed up as lawn flamingos for a school event. Some of my kids had the best costumes. So we're going to leave it like that, okay? That can be added later. Okay, front, back. Put that back in. We have a side pocket to do. We have a lot left to do, friends. We're going to be here, like I said, for a while. Paul Bunyan, and use eyeliner for your beard. I love it. We had Raggedy Ann and Andy, where you take yarn. We had yarn. That was a good costume. I did that one year. But my kids had the best costumes. There is a place, I don't even know if it exists anymore, and it was called like something Firefly or Dragonfly, And I would pay a fortune for their costumes. And they had some really good ones. Okay, let's do this guy. Boop. It's going to be a pocket, the side pocket. Let's do this one, and then do you want a 15-minute break? So you can grab a quick snack. Bathroom break. We can do this one. There's not a ton. We'll be fine, but yeah, I think 8 o'clock is accurate. I think 8 o'clock is accurate. We might be done before that, but I feel like let's do this page and then take a bathroom break. I'm going to need one. So we'll do the front and the back of this page. No, we'll do okay, let's do a bathroom break right now because this page is going to take a while. Is that okay, friends? And that'll give you a second to catch up. So let's do 15-minute bathroom break. So off to watch TV. You're good, Irene. You can finish the rest tomorrow, right? So we're just going to do a quick 15-minute because I need to use the restroom. So I think it'll be good. So let's say we are at... so I'm just going to say 15-minute, okay? 15-minute break. So we're going to start, it's before 6. So, well, we'll just say right now, okay? 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. Eastern, back at, okay? Go get a stretch, right? Yeah, break to buy, still available. You still can get this class on VickyBooten.com. Yes, you can. If the layout or the flip book, it's the same kit. If you don't have the base for the flip, you need that. But we're also going to be doing this. So a lot of people have bought both, right? We have all of these that are going to be next Saturday. I'm going to be on here for all day. And we're going to be making this. Same kit. Same kit. Okay, VickyBooten.com. You can get it there. And only thing is, it's not shipping for a week because I've just reordered it. Okay, friends? So I'm going to go use the restroom and I'll be back. Okay. sit for a bit now. You went to make some coffee or something? Yeah. Right? Yeah, I just need to take breaks, but because it's a live feed, right? Everybody gets a break, but I come back, and I'm back. Hello, my friend. I'm about to be your dinner guest, I bet you, right? I just said to Rich, just order a pizza. Just order a pizza. Like I said, this we'll go through this pretty quickly, but there's lots to do, right? You needed this. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that you're doing it. I love this project. I thought it was really fun to make. So I'm going to gather the pieces because right? Your supper was tasty. Your husband made chicken fried rice. That's very nice, Robin. Right? Very nice. Rich is not a cook. So I often don't want what he would make me. Don't want to eat what he would make me. And even if I don't have the pizza, at least Riley's fed. That's all I care about. The other kids are fed. Devin makes all her own food. So she won't eat what can't believe you're still going. I am still going, Sarah, because we are crazy. We're crazy. But we'll, I had a piece of cheese. I'm fine. I'm not really hungry right now, so we're fine. Number 4, if you're still with me, because I know some of you are, I just love having you here, Julianne. You know I love you, so I'm very happy to have you here. So from number 4, you need the big sheet. Both pieces are from number 4 for the pocket. So we'll just gather, but we'll wait till everybody gets back, right? There's that. And then you need this piece for the orange. So those were both from number 4. I sure do. We ship from the US and we ship from Canada. So yes, Yvonne. So the layouts, the only thing you can't order, because we will have to cancel it, is any of the old stock. So if you start digging deep and you see old stencils and stuff, they're all in Canada, so I can't ship them right now. But Curiosities and Willow Grove, anything from the new collection there, from Mistletoe and Memories, my new stencils. So anything under the What's New tab at vickybooten.com, I can ship. It's just anything that is old stock I can ship anywhere in Canada, but I can't ship that to the US. So yes. Right? Perfect. The new stencils are so good. I owe you one, right, Sarah? We'll have to make sure that Greta, which one did I steal from you? I stole something from your stack. So we have to remember which number you need, and Greta can ship that to you. But I do love them. Oh, it was the stamp set. Well, I don't remember which one I took. You'll have to let her know, and we'll make sure you get it, okay? I stole the stamp and die. So you did I tell you, Greta? But I don't know which one it was. The flower set. See, she knows. That's what I'm telling you. We're a team. Okay? So we need those 2 pieces from number 4. Like, look I only left for 10 minutes. So hopefully if people are we'll get them caught up. Okay? We'll get everybody caught up. But those 2 pieces from number 4, and then you need these 2 mats. These 2 mats. Okay? So let's grab that. So number 4, and then number 5, and the mat that you need is, I'll tell you the size for that. I'll tell you the sizes for everything while we're letting people come back. So it'll be like, she's a liar. She said this time and she started. But we've already established that I'm not always super truthful. I'm not always super truthful. I'm back, so I'm like, let's just go. This one from number 5 was a 4x5. 4x5 from number 5. 4x5 from number 5. And this mat is the Yellow and Craft. And you need one that is 4.5 by 7. And it is from number 8. And it's the only piece in there that'll work, right? It's the only one that's that size. So those are our paper pieces. From the bat paper, which was number 4, the measurements are 4 by 8.5 and 6 1/4 by 8.5. Okay, we'll see you later, Kari. You take care of yourself. This was a long one. So even if you have your phone handy and you're still watching us while you're laying flat, but I know you won't be able to keep working. I get it. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me, friends. Sorry about that. Rich got me emergency. I got to remember to take it when I go up there. Okay, so those are our pieces to build our pocket, and we'll grab the embellishments in a minute. But this is what you need for your base. I hope everybody's still here. I left, and then a lot of people have left. A lot of people are probably tapped out. From what we started, we probably have about 100 less. 100 people have come and gone, right? What size is the yellow mat? 4x5. It's the pumpkin paper. It is a 4x5. 4x5. I'm sure you could figure it out. Again, it's hard because I'm here to help the stores, right, sell the product. But some people, you could probably get a cut file. If you have a die cut machine, you could probably find a stamp that you could use, right? It's hard though. It's very intricate. So it's one of those ones that, tricky. It's tricky, right? So for this, I'm going to punch a half circle about 1 1/4 inches down. So just kind of eyeball that, half circle. Like that. So you have a notch for your pocket. Okay. Yeah. So you can take advice from on there. Of course, I'm just talking about my stuff on here, right? But you definitely, I'm sure there's options. People get pretty creative with all of this stuff. So this is going to get attached. So when you put adhesive on, it's going to be on the top, bottom, and side, and not where the little notch is. And then we're going to glue that down to make a side pocket. So you want to make sure it opens from the side, okay? So what was the question? Something about stamps and stencils? Oh my, what did I miss hearing about? Well, I have lots of exclusives. Because all the stencils I shared earlier today are all my art. I don't even know where I put them now. These are the new stamps, right? These are my stamps. And I love this one, right? But these flowers are so pretty. These are the 2 new stamps that are available on VickyBooten.com. And then there are 10 new stencil patterns as well. And it's under What's New. If you go on VickyBooten.com, it's going to be under What's New. And we're going to be using those in our next live. That's the fastest you ever ate chicken wings. Alyssa, did you put them in and just like suck all the meat off like they do? Vroom, and done. I love it. So I'm going to use a double-sided tape from my new tape tool. I love it. It's kind of freaking awesome. So thank you very much. It's from Scrapalatte. Scrapalatte. Very cool. So I'm going to put that on, and I will put a bead of glue. Burnish. And then put a piece up here. Now the song that's in my head is Bruno Mars with Lady Gaga song. I don't know why. It's in my head though. I saw this when I was at Janine's, and she's like, I got it at Scrapalatte. And then they sent it to me. Janine and Scrapalatte. And I love it. Very smart. Thanks, Natalie. What are you eating, Nat? Who made dinner for you? Did your husband make it? My husband's going to make it. He's going to pick it up at the pizza place. There we go. Okay. So that is going to go on there like this. Opens from the side, so just make sure no adhesive is on the side with a notch out of it. If you already put adhesive by accident, just don't take the backing off, right? Question. Hi, Sherry. Sorry if I missed it, but what size is a circle punch? 1.5. 1.5. Hi, Sherry. I saw your email. I did not forget about the cruise kits. Again, just with traveling and then coming back, having to get the instructions for this class done. I will go in there this week for sure to wrap up, figure out some of the people that are missing items, do all of that, right? And then I just have to price the kit. It's not on purpose because, like, but, you know, even Greta and I were talking about it. And we're just going to get to a point where it's not me doing any of that stuff. So I can just be working on classes and videos. And then I'll get somebody who's doing the shipping stuff, because then it's faster, because that's all they're doing instead of me trying to do that and 20 million other things. Other things we notice, like what's interesting, and you know, guys will have to tell me when you're on my website, if you are not registered on the website, like if you have not signed up on there, I don't think the website knows what country you're from. So I think you see everything in Canadian dollars. Like you'll see it with what the store is listed in right now. So just always be aware of that. If you're not registered on VickyBooten.com, I'm not sure if you see prices in US dollars, if that makes sense. I think you see prices in, see, I'm going to have to trim the top of that because there's overhang. No bueno. So I'm just burnishing my, because I know when I was looking for something online, and I think if you're not, it doesn't know where you're from. Do you know what I mean? The store doesn't know where you're from if you're not signed up, and it doesn't have country of origin on there. So just know that, because that must freak you out. Sometimes you'll see the prices on there and go, is that for real? And it's not. It's not for real, because it happened to me when I was in Texas, and we were looking at something on there, and the price was coming up way higher. And I'm like, oh, it doesn't know where you're from, right? So just be aware of that if you're ever looking and going, well, these prices are crazy. It could be that you're seeing the Canadian prices because when you first go on there, I'm going to have to change it. I think all the prices in my store will just be converted to US once I clean it up. I like the surprise of the conversion and think you got a deal. Like, yeah, 35%, right? Our dollar is a lot less. Good night, Karina. Sleep tight, friend. So I'm just going to put these inside for now. I love it. There's a side pocket. Make sure when you punch your holes, you take these out. And let's decorate it. Let's decorate it. So we need the laser cut of the spider web, and really spooky in this. We got some pieces to gather, right? Okay, I did it again. Put my chair and I can't get my cart out. So let's find Spooky is right here. Spooky's on your sticker sheet. It's going to get popped up, so I'm just going to stick it on here for now. Hello, Annabella. How are you? I love this collection too. And I can't wait to use the sister to it, right? The Curiosities in Willow Grove. Because it's going to be fun. And I think Halloween mixed with some of those fern leaves and stuff from that kit is going to be, or that collection is going to be really good. It is a beauty. And I haven't used it yet, right? Because got to get through Christmas and got to get through the other things. But look how pretty that looks on there. And then let's find the feather. See, all the pieces that are falling out. Just take it and move it. So let's grab the feather. Which is right here. Boop. So we have Spooky, the feather, that. We need Really, and that's in your frames. Really Spooky. Oops. Really Spooky. Really. And then a little strip of purple. So we had about an 8-inch piece left of that we had cut. The last paper, so number 11. Just grab that strip. So mine is thinner than what I used on here, but it's totally fine. It just ties a little bit of the purple in there. Okay, let's glue these guys down. Remember, your binding holes are coming in here at about 3/4 of an inch from the top. So I'm going to glue my spider web first. And I'm going to glue it right about there. Okay, so you want it probably 3/4 of an inch from the side, so you aren't covering it all with your words. It's going to go pretty close to that, okay? So just glue that about there. I would say 3/4 of an inch from the top too. Again, this is one of those pieces with lots of adhesive on it, okay? This is back in the day if you still have your Xyron and you could just put it through the Xyron. What other adhesive options do you use? I know that I have all of that stuff, but I'm still, I don't know, a glutton for punishment, and I just put beads of glue all over everything. But do you guys, any of you still use your Xyron? I just like to say that. Xyron. I'm not going to glue everything, but like the bigger webs. And then all of the tails, anything that's kind of sticking off on the edge that could lift. But you just need a little bit of adhesive throughout the big part. But anything on the edges or ends, you need to adhere. Like there. Boop. Anything that could lift. And you got to move pretty quick, or the glue will all dry before you get anything stuck down. I feel like that's good enough, Vicky. Good enough. Oh, I didn't put any there. So it was almost good enough. And then I'm going to put it right about there, I think. Sure. Might be a little lower than I did before, but it's okay. It's a suggestion. So don't worry, your glue will dry, but you can go in there. You still have your Xyron. It probably could be your friend for this, right? There's got to be other tricks you card makers use. What other adhesive options do you use instead of gluing everything like I just did? And I'm just cleaning up some of the ones that I really got messy there with. A dot runner. Yep, that would probably be fast, right? But we just established I'm a glutton for punishment. It has been established. I love this though on that page. It's so pretty. Good enough. So we only need part of this, right? It's only going to come down here. You don't need that whole piece. So let's get really attached. We can let's get really attached. So we'll put really on there like that. Okay. And then, oh yeah, the basting brush technique. Love that. Dauber with glue on it. Very smart. So you don't find that it goes to the front. It doesn't go to the front. We'll have to, I'm going to have to do a little research for some of that stuff, right? Because I love it. Some of the stuff is new to me, right? New to me. And it doesn't leak to the front, because that's my whole thing is I don't like wet glue so much because I don't like how messy it is. So Spooky is going to be popped up. So I'm going to put my foam dots on there and then I'll dust around it. So really spooky is going to go like that. And then I curled my feather. I'm going to glue the middle flat and I put a foam dot at both ends. Just part of a foam dot. So pretty much the same as what I'm doing then, right? The needle tip one. That's going to go on here like this, right? And then we can put the little purple piece is just going to go right under really. There. So you just need a little piece of that. Just decide what you want, right? I'll slide some of that under. And then I'll cut my V. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. Does it exist anymore? I don't know. My friend Beth used to work there, right? Was Zyron? I'm not sure on the refill situation. That is definitely a true concern, isn't it? So there, boop, little strip, purple. Glue this guy down. Love it. And the only other thing is, see this little piece on the frame? It's out of your frames. That little label is out of your frames. Really spooky. You can find them online. Good to know. I'm going to try that technique. I love learning new things. And don't you feel like we do? Like doing these things together? Even though I'm leading the charge here, you guys will tell me stuff and I'm like, oh, that's clever. I love it. I'll try that. So that's where that little tab came from, is your frames. So don't search everywhere. And I'm just going to put it at the edge, bottom edge of my orange and yellow polka dots. Here we go. So I don't know, about a ½ inch up from the bottom, right along the edge. And then we have to build the back of this page, and there's going to be some rub-ons and stuff. So you might want to take your mats out. When we put the stuff on the back, you can decide. But you're going to flip it up like there, okay? Flip it. Like that. I love this page. Look how fun. So we're going to add a rub-on, rub-on, rub-on. See how it shows on the orange? And then layer the other pieces. Let's do it. Okay, rub-ons, where are you? Where did I put you? I was keeping you in a safe spot. Found them. Thank you guys for the ones who are still here, so I'm not sitting here by myself. It's very much appreciated. I know it's a long one, right? Today's a long day. Okay, so now it's finding where I got what from. Where did this one? No. Where did it come from? Okay, so this one here came from right here. I cut part of it out though. So it's this piece here. Okay, that piece right there. You'll see it's kind of a little texty piece. So right by that kind of little flower, up and around. Has a little bit of script at the top. So it came from right there. It's going to go in that corner like that. You have the little text piece in the bottom corner. That little text piece. And where did I get that from? That is the question. So it came from right here, but I cut it out. I didn't cut that whole little rectangle. I cut it on an angle. So it's the length of it, but look what I did. I went like this, and then I went like this, just to make it interesting. Do you know what I mean? Just cut a piece of it out. And it's going to go in that corner here. And then we need the frame with the text in it. Which is right here. It's this guy. Which I love that art. So the idea, if you are like, I love this, I'm going to end up doing, I think for sure I want to do the Curiosities in Willow Grove weekend event. It is, oh, there's mushrooms and there's cloches and branches. So if you loved back in the day Seven Gypsies, it's very kind of Seven Gypsies Vicky Bouton inspired. And we are going to do like lots of little vignettes. It's a very vignette kind of thing. Vignette. I can't wait for that one. That is totally my jam. So go ahead and let's attach this guy to the upper corner. And then this frame is going to be about 3/4 of an inch from the bottom. So I'm going to put him and 3/4 of an inch from the side. So that's perfect right about there. And then right about there. I'm going to put him on first because it's lined up now. So I know now. Boop. I feel like that looks close enough. Make sure it's, I'm going to stand up and do these. I love it. Look at that on there. So remember the trick. Put your blending tool or your rub-on tool and kind of commit the whole thing before you start working in a section. And then I like to do it in little circular motion. Look at the detail on that. Oh, so there you go, Carrie. If you're still here and you couldn't see the other stuff, you can totally see that one now. On the white or on the darker color. I like vignettes. So one of the papers in the new collection looks like the old letter set trays. So every little corner in that is meant to be layered with the florals and the leaves and the little fern leaves and the tree branches and the moths. So I love that. Now when you feel that, it's a little tacky, right? So definitely go in there with your powder tool and take the tackiness off that so it doesn't stick on the next page, or when you put photos on, that really could be an issue, right? Because the emulsion and the photos, these rub-ons could stick on there. So just take the tackiness away with your powder tool. I would hate that your whole book sticks together. So just be careful of that. If you have photos and you think it's, you can put another paper in between it to prevent them from sticking together, not a bad idea. Okay, but I love that on there. So beautiful. You love your Fernwood tag book, and it's going to be the same idea, right? Different, similar but different. With the new collection, because it's almost like a grown-up version of Fernwood. Like I feel like there's, I don't know, there's more business going on with it being the 49 and Market vibe. I cut this piece totally different than this one, but nobody will know. They're not going to be comparing the two. Just make sure. Look at half my words didn't transfer. So they are, before you commit to lifting the whole thing off, that all that detail transfers. Some of these little pieces are tricky. Like I said, I'm sure it's why the manufacturer was like, oh, you're killing us with this stuff. One of my powder tools works better than the other one. It gets clogged. Okay, and this guy, whoop, up here. I love the rub-ons too, Sarah. They're very fun. So take your side, get it committed before you go too crazy on there. What are we watching on Netflix? I want to go up tonight and watch the new, we haven't started it yet, what's it called? With Carrie Russell, Diplomat. That's what I just said to Rich. I would like to watch Diplomat because we very much liked that. But we might have to watch the last one because you know when you can't remember what happened. But, yeah, we like that. Okay. So those are my rub-ons. Rub-ons. Let's grab our embellishments. There's a lot of business going on this page, isn't there? So we know that we need this little frame and this frame, and gather, and noted. So noted. Grab noted. Hi, Carrie. I was just talking about you. I said, if Carrie's still here, and you weren't, but you are now. So I got to stop talking about you now that you're here. It was all good. Gather. There we go. Gather. And then the frame is this guy. And then this frame, which is one of the, look at. See these? So it's going to be this one. So there's big frame on the outside, this frame, it's this one. So it is kind of cement colored on the outside and white on the inside. And it's going to go right in this corner on an angle like that. Okay. So I think that was everything from the frames. My rub-ons so I don't lose anything. Clip. You watched The Lost Bus and you were tense through most of the movie. We are watching Monster. Oh yeah, Ed. I forget how his last name is. How do you like that one? Hello, Karen. I popped on this morning and came back to watch a recording, but I'm still creating. I'm going to be here probably till 8, Karen. I'm going to be here till tomorrow morning. Okay. Do we need anything off of here? We need the party banner. We need the skeleton. We need Sure Thing. Oh, Sure Thing probably came from the frames too. I'll have to grab that. Nothing on here, but we need this dude. I love him. Skeleton. You need him. Hello, Valerie. We were talking about you too. I said, I'm not sure if she's here anymore. I'm still here. I'll be here till 8 o'clock. Who are we kidding? Come on. Like I said, even though it's a free class, you'd think most people would do, oh, it's a free class. We'll just do a couple projects. Vicky does like full on, right? I do full on. Just as I do, and I'm not upset about it. It's just when people are like, you're not done yet. I'm like, no, I'm not done yet. I'm not even close. I'm crazy. And then I need that green, or pardon me, this dark gray tag right there. We're not going to use the whole piece, so you definitely cut some of it off if you want to use for somewhere else. And that guy's going to go there. So the only thing I didn't get, this is sticker under your spell, noted, gather, under your spell. But I need sure thing. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Yeah, I was talking about you because the little black cat fell out. And I said, look, it's Shadow. Boop. Crazy in a good way. Yeah, whatever, right? Whatever, something. She's something else, that Vicky Booten. That Vicky Booten. Okay, let's find it. We need a sure thing. Did it come from here or did I make it up? I feel like it has to be in here. There it is. Found it. Sure thing. Love this and sure thing. And what other one? Sure thing. And right here. Oh, I forgot party. Like it's 1999. Party. Okay, let's find it. The little banner. Boop. Why can't I find it? Because I'm not looking hard enough is what I would think. Did you guys find it? Okay, it's not. Oh, right there. Jeez, Vicky, you're blind as a bat. Here we go. Okay. For your pattern paper, you need that little purple border piece. I can see it right here. Number 11. So you have to still get photo in here, right? So you could totally leave it open on the left-hand side and slide a photo underneath. So let's kind of look at what's going on here. So the one thing, this skeleton's hands will hold this. So for his pointer finger, I'm going to put the party banner underneath his pointer finger. And then he is going to be grasping it on this end. But you want to make sure that you glue that stuff down. Like you have to glue his hand on there. But look at, it's meant to do that. How awesome is that, right? Boop. So I know that a foam dots, like we can glue his legs to there because they go kind of flat, right? His pelvis will get glued flat, but his head and his upper rib cage is going to be popped up. So let's do that. And then he's going to stand on top of gather, so I don't need to support it, but I do need to support his rib cage and his skull. Right? And then you could put your foam dot like this, so his leg is secure without even gluing it. I'll put it under my foam dot like that. Because put foam dots all across party, your banner. I love it too, Sissy Sue. I do. I absolutely love this. So I just tell my family, whatever, this is what I'm here for. Man, and these people show up and keep doing this stuff with me. You better believe I'm going to be here doing it. I get to do what I love, and not many people can say that, right? So I'm here. I'm committed. It's just then some people are like, oh, you're still here. And some it's in a positive way, and some are like, you're crazy. I'm like, I am, but it's okay. I'm not mad. Right? So now he's ready. He's ready to partay. I've got all of the foam dots. I know I'm going to come back and glue this flat, glue his feet. The other thing I want to do though is secure his hand. So I am going to put a little bit of glue under his little like because in the book when everybody was using it, this kept ripping off. So I'm like, ooh, I better glue that better. There. Hi, Kim, how are you? Yeah, and just understand this might be a two-parter for you because I've been here since 11 a.m. and it is 6:30. So this is not for the faint of heart. We got stuff to do, right? We got stuff to do. So what I'm going to do with this one, because I know... Okay, gather is popped up. Put some foam dots under gather. And noted. Noted is going to be popped up too. Sure thing is popped up. I only need to put it on the end though because it is touching the gather, right? It's going to go like this. Like that. And then noted kind of goes like this, right? So that will work like this. Sure thing is popped up. Thank you, Angela. I love it, Natalie. Natalie is a rock star. So thank you, friends, for all of you. Let me hang out with you in your house today. Doing the things. That's going to go on an angle. Sure thing is going to go right there. Right? We know our frame is going to go like this. The frame is going to go like that. This guy, like I said, you're not using the whole thing here, right? So if you want to take some of that and save it for later, you totally can. Pop the little circle out. I'm going to glue him. I'm going to commit that little thing up here. He's going to go right here, like that. So your little purple border is going to fit right here. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, is where to glue that guy. So I know he's going to go right about there. Can I show you something too that you can do? Is if you want these edges to be a little frayed, you could cut parts, nicks of it out. But we ended up covering most of it anyway, so it's kind of a make work situation. I am going to glue that right there. Now that I see where I want it to go, I'm going to lift it and I'm going to put glue on it so I don't have to lift it up again. Glue. Oops. And glue. Oh, Vicky, what are you doing? You crazy? There. Glue and glue. Okay. And then this little frame is going to kind of slide underneath those. Like that. Go ahead and glue that down. How you doing? Hope you guys are hanging in there. This is not for the faint of heart. But it's not a small project, right? Just because it was a free project, I certainly didn't hold back. Oh, I love that. It's cheering. Yeah, it's keeping me from cheering too loud. It's okay, right? They grow up way too fast. They grow up way too fast, so it's all right. You cheer your heart out, mama. Mama. There you go. Okay? So then we know the frame is going to go here. I'm not attaching it. We're just clipping it. But it's going to go like that. Right? Like that. And who can we attach? You could if you want to. I'm making the decision. I'm going to put a bead of glue right at the edge of this frame because I want to glue my skeleton down so I can still slide a photo underneath it. I'm committing, and that is going on here. I'm doing it. So I still can slide a photo under, right? Or put it on top. But I don't want to not do this guy. So let's put gather on. I move that up a little bit. You can do whatever you want, Vicky. You are the boss of you. We'll put gather on. And then we can put Mr. Skeleton on there. We'll see you later, Carissa. I'll still be here. I will still be here doing the things because we still got things to do. Oh my gosh, what was I thinking? I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. You know, too much, always too much. There we go. And put noted right there. Noted. Boop. And then one skeleton leg is flat and the rest is popped up like that. I love it so much. But I would not add under your spell until after you punch your holes. How fun is this? So his pelvis is getting glued flat, and then both of the bottom of his feet. One will get glued together, like he's stepping on it, and one gets glued underneath, okay? So let's glue what we can where we can. His elbow, his bendy elbow is going to get glued flat too, so it isn't just, not the one that's going over the photo, because you still got to get your photo under there, right? We have determined that we still have to get the photo under there. So let's put Mr. Skeleton. Don't take, I see what I just did. I'm not going to don't take that adhesive off under party, under the P, because you still got to get a photo on there. So I'm going to de-stick it. Elvis, Elvis, let me be. Keep that pelvis far from me. Foot underneath, stepping on gathered. I love it so much. Pelvis attached, head right there. Get on there, dude. Don't fight me. Elbow attached. Parte attached. Very good. Oh, stop it. Oh, I forgot to take the backings off. So it's never going to glue if you don't remove this and this. His head was just floating around. oboe. I love it. I love the black, the orange, and the purple on this one, right? Isn't that fun? Party. His foot is secured, so by gluing it to the top, even though it's lifted, I love it. Another page done, Carrie. And under your spell is in your stickers. Now, if you've punched your holes, that's the only thing that gets added there, right? Under your spell. Yay! Let's grab our book. What's the next one? Let's keep on trucking. Oh, Vicky Booten. You have to laugh. You have to laugh. Well, it was because I was gluing his pelvis, and you know, song lyrics always pop into my head, so it had to be Sandra D. Look at me, I'm Sandra D. And right, it was that Elvis, Elvis, let me be. Keep that pelvis far from me. Oops, what are you doing? This one is Arrest the Brain. So all we're going to do is grab the piece and you can put your stickers on later. So let's grab that one again from number 11. It is going to be, you have 2 of these, right? They were 6 by 7 maybe. So we're going to grab one. 6 by 5.5. So it's going to go the long way. You're going to round the 4 corners, and we'll just put that in your stack. So that's an easy one. Let's do that. Let's do that. And my favorite page. Yay! 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 Where's my corner rounder? There it is. You know, Julianne, what other pelvis reference would I have if you know I have to sing everything? Everything is a song lyric. Like I said, if they would have sang to me in school, man, I could have been operating on your brain. I would have remembered all of it. So I'm just going to add that in my stack. And then the stickers I use is May Luck Be Yours on Halloween and October Sorting the Candy. Let's do this page. It is so exciting. We're not far. I agree, Nat. 8 o'clock. Like I said, this is not for the faint of heart. Jennifer, how are you? I do. I think it's fun. Look at how fun this page is. It's super simple, but it makes me really, really happy. Okay, I'm putting the book behind me again. Let's grab our pieces. So we need this page with the skull, and it is right here. Nope. Yep. Number 2. It comes from number 2. Whoops, whoops. Okay, now you're getting out of control, girlfriend. There we go. Number 2, and you need this little green damask piece from number 6. See it? So we'll cut it to the size we need. So from number 6, I'll tell you the size of those 2. I love it too. I love it. This is an 8 by 5.25-ish. And then this strip is 7.5 by 1.5. And we're going to cut about 5.5, about 5.5-ish from that. 5.5 and a bit. Let's kind of meet in the middle. 5.5 and a bit. 5.5 and a bit. And a little bit. We are going to cut a little V from the bottom. Don't go too deep. So I'm going to go up, I don't know, 3/4 of an inch. And then cut in. And cut in. And it is going to be glued on your page about 1 3/4 from the right hand side. So just don't want to cover your skull too much, okay? That looks good. Yeah, about 1 3/4. Boop, right there. Oh, I got cocky. What I did, I over adhered. And I have fake nails, so hopefully I wasn't pressing too hard. So I can, see, look at me. I got this, and I made a mess. I fixed it. I was getting cocky. You ever do that? You're like, I've got this. And then you're like, ooh, I don't got it at all. I'm lying to myself. And then I didn't add it on very straight either. So, there. Now I've got it. Okay? So, we need some frames. Boop, boop, boop. Now, I probably wouldn't be gluing these. I'd be clipping them, right? Because you have to put photos. They're tiny. They're little stinkers. So you need, look at, out of this little stack I pulled apart, I need the green frame, like that. I need the yellow and the green little frames. So they're almost like slides, right? Like that, those three. You need the moths, the death moths, because they have like a little skull on their body. It's a death moth. You need this frame too, right there. Or that label, this label, spiderweb, death moth. I need all three of those. I love this page so much. It brings me so much joy. Death moth. And death moth. And then you need, see the tabs on here, or the little clips? Clips? They're right here. 1, 2, and 3. 3 clips. And this here is in your frames, I think, right? This here. This here. A little bit scary, this here. Some of it makes sense, not always. Not always. Vicky doesn't always make sense. But I can put my moths on right now. And this here can go on here. But these guys might be clipped and added later. Okay? So I'm going to take my moth, and I like things not to be flat because, right, a butterfly would be flying, a moth would be flying. And then this guy is going to be flat, and the other guy is going to be flat because both these, the small and the medium, are both foam dotted. This guy is going to be glued flat on his body, and you'll put foam dots on its wings. It just gives everything a little bit of movement. So, foam dots. Boop. Boop. This here is popped up. So this goes off. It's on his skull. Right, whatever this is right here. It's going to go off the side a little bit. About like, I don't know, 1/4 of an inch. It's flat. So let's glue it. So what I like to do is I'll glue here and then I'll glue here. So I don't over adhere. Glue here and then put a little adhesive right there. And that's going to go there. So at least if I put this on, I know where my moths will start. So this guy is going to go here, boop, on a little bit of an angle. This guy's going to go here, boop, on a little bit of an angle. This guy is going to go layered underneath, like that. Part of his wing goes off, but we'll glue his body flat because we don't want to cover up. But I wanted it to look like, have you seen the art where all the moths are like, it's like hair out of butterflies? So that's kind of what I was inspired by. So I'm going to start with this guy first, the little guy. And I'm going to put it on a little bit of an angle, and he is touching that mat a little bit. I'm going to glue the big guy body, like what do you call that part of the moth? It's going to go like that. And a little bit of an angle as well. I did not glue his antennae, so the frame could still fit underneath there, okay? Just his body. Body. And then, like I said, I don't have to take the backing off right now, but I will support his wing like that and support part of this wing on the page. Put your foam dot on your page so you don't over adhere it. See? I put the foam dot right there, and then I can glue that down. There. And then this guy you can fill in now. Where do you want him to go? That looks perfect. It is fun too, because why I love this, it's not cute Halloween, but it's not too spooky. You know what I mean? It's not super cutesy Halloween, but I still think it's pretty. It's kind of elegant, scary Halloween. Would you think there's kind of truth to that? And then if you want to glue part of your mat down like this, and you can glue the clip to it. So all of these are popped up. So you want foam to go just at the top of the clip, and then it gets glued on like that. So I'll glue the clip on, poke the little hole out, whoop, glue the clip, and then I can back it up with foam dot. That was close, crazy lady with the butt of fingers. Right? So that guy will get glued on that corner, let it dry. And then the green one, I will glue one in that corner. I love this page. I just feel like there's some elegance, gothic. Yeah, but it's not, you know what I mean? It's not super creepy. And there's fun elements like a dancing skeleton, but it doesn't have to be a cartoony skeleton because that wouldn't be my jam, right? That wouldn't be my aesthetic. So that one is going to go like that. The yellow one is going to go like that. And there are definitely foam dots under the tops of both of these frames. So when the photos go in, I would pop them up. And then you can put this guy under the top right-hand side of this frame, like that. And then I'm not going to attach these. I'll clip these because it's way easier to put your photos in and then do it. But this here is going to be popped up, and then a little bit scary. A little bit scary is flat. So thank you for a lot of our new friends that are here. I'm really excited. I love that we could grow this community. It just makes me super happy to have more people here crafting with us because I love this. I do. It fills my heart. So it's going to go like that. I love it. Boop and boop. So let's put this guy on here and the sticker, and I'm going to clip those. And I hope you're enjoying it. I love that too, though, right? Like, there's some, I like, look at Sugar Rush. We had flying rainbow unicorn. I freaking love that. But I think it was cute, but I still think there was something, I don't know. So I will do cute stuff because sometimes I want to do cute, fun stuff. Sometimes I'm kind of channeling my sticker days and I want the cute stuff, and sometimes I don't. But I still like it to be fun and playful. A little bit scary sticker. It's a little bit scary, this feeling inside. Carissa. That's funny. She's like, my belly's full. I'm ready for another 4 hours of crafting. What is wrong with me, right? Where do we even begin? Oh, yeah, this won't be bad. Remember, what did I say at the beginning, Nat? Oh, I figure we'll be done around 5 or 6. And now you're like, yeah, okay, lady. Not even a little bit close. There. So we'll clip these guys. Boop, boop. There we go. Okay, so flip it like this. Boop. And we're going to put that green mat. Remember that we, now I'm going to tell you too, be careful because I don't think as many people will be touching yours as they were in, because, right, there were 200 people at that event. So you'll be fine, unless you have grandkids, and then it could all be over in 5 minutes, so just be careful. So you need from number 10 the piece that we have the border punch, and it will hang over the top, right? Hang off the top, because we want to be able to see that on the other side, right? Look, you want to see that because it's tying that green in there. I love it. I love it so much. I love it. I love it. I love it. So I'm going to put adhesive right there. And then adhesive, yes, here. So decide how much you want to hang over. I'm going to do, I don't know, 1/4 inch-ish, centered-ish on the page. Like that. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted it to do. And then you need 2 yellow mats. 2 yellow mats from number 8. And they are the 3.5 by 3.5 inch squares. Boop and boop. You're going to go like that. Okay. That's funny, Nadia. I can I can be a wishful thinker. See? Yeah. You said 6, then 7, and as I see it, closer to 9. I don't think so. And you know that you light a fire. Every time you say that to me, now I'm going to work. So that we said 8. I feel like it needs to be closer to that now, Natalie. So don't mess with me, lady. I think it's a good thing. Like, I don't think people generally get mad, right? That it's going longer. I don't think so. I could be wrong. And like I said, I'm just living in my little non-reality over here. If you're getting mad at me, well, I can't see you through the screen, so I'm just going to go with it. That's not the case. And then I also think, well, it's a free class. You don't have to stay. So we need these 2 Monster Ball tickets, a gray one and a grayish. Gray and grayish tickets. Monster Ball ticket. Gray and the beige, grayish. And boop. And this is the only place that I use those stickers, but I love them. I love them. So I can attach that to the edge and still stick a photo under it, right? So I'm going to glue it. Tape runner and glue. Just on the side, so I still can put my photo underneath it. Like that. Okay. And that. I absolutely love this Alpha sticker set. Paper Trail. Love it, love it, love it. I love that craft with the text on it. Love it, love it, love it. See? So 1 and 2. A 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. But only a 1 and a 2. And then I put It's a Full Moon and Cool Nights. Because I feel like this is maybe when you're out trick-or-treating. And look, it's dirty. Dirty, dirty. Okay. So pick your number 1. I went with this one. I liked all the text on it. Glue these. I don't think the sticky part is very sticky. So it's going to go there. Like that. And 2, I did the one that's half grid and half this one here. And then you have a whole sticker set we can do other stuff with. And I love them. I'm not mad about that at all because they are very fun. But I don't trust the adhesive and they're going to fall out and you'll be sad because you'll lose it. I love numbers as like little decor or little elements to decorate, right? Well, we did cheat a little bit. But you know what's funny is I'm like, well, we won't stick this. And then I'm like, heck, let's stick it. Let's stick it down. I love this. So Cool Nights, It's a Full Moon, or whatever you want to put on there. If you're like, that's stupid, I don't want that, then don't do it. You don't have to. You can do whatever you want. I'm going to tell you, I probably picked those, though, because they fit the best on the tickets. And I did put those on here, like this. Burp. Cool Nights. I love layering like this, though. I love numbers, tickets, labels, frames. Anything we can cluster is my jam. And even stuff I design sometimes and I'm like, okay, I need to make note because I could have done that better. Or, when we start to put it together, there's things I feel like are missing. Guess what, Carrie? Another page done. Because I'm only making fun of Carrie because at the beginning she's like, woohoo, we got 1 page done. And 85 million days later, we got like at least 6 done now, right? But I'm still happy. I still have the same energy level as when we started. Because I'm telling you, I love doing this. This is like, I'm doing what I was supposed to do. I really, really, really firmly believe that. Firmly and truly, I love teaching. I love learning the things, figuring it out, and then making it bite-sized pieces, like to make it where I feel like, okay, this is teachable now because I broke it down into steps, right? Especially when we do the mixed media and stuff. Guess what? You'll love this page. You can stick that on later, right? But let's just grab the one with the rainbow Halloween colored words and the dots. Let's grab that. We're not putting anything on there right now. You can put witching hour on later if you want to. Jack. The size of that one is 7.5. Let's look. See if Vicky made that up. Seven and a half by 4.5. Just throwing it in my stack. Just throw it in the stack. Look at, so what do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. And I love this one. I love this one. Look. Look. Look at their friends waving at you. Come to my haunted house. It's so much fun here. It's like doing one of Vicky's classes. You can enter, but you can never leave. It's a party until eternity. Sitting down again. Oh. Here we go. Boop. Let's get our pieces. So obviously, I'm not going to attach a frame right now, but we can put our little cluster at the bottom. I love it. I love it. I feel like I'm a little self-deprecating, if you've noticed. I feel like I need to apologize a lot. So I will say, sorry if this is so long, sorry. And it's crazy because, Vicky, you're on here doing a free class. If people don't want to stay, they don't have to. So you don't have to keep apologizing. It's annoying. But I do it because I am who I am, right? That's all we can be. I am who I am. Let's get this guy. So it is the green and damask piece that we have not cut a V in yet. So grab stack number 6. And you need the long piece. See the big one? I'll give you a measurement on that. Ooh, anything else? That's it from your paper. So on the back of it, oh, look how cute. It's going to be that. Let's see. Yep, so I'm going to cut it like that. I'm going to leave it like that. So these stripes, see that stripe is going to be, hold that in your hand and do this. So we have to cut a V. And you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do my corner to corner and just cut the piece out. It is a Canadian thing. Like, it really is. I don't know why we have to feel like we need to keep apologizing. But this paper is thick, so this is hard. But I'm going to do it. So I'm kissing my corners like that. And now I'm going to cut a V up. This paper is so thick, it's hard, but I don't want to cut it too deep. So I'm going to cut it, I don't know. Oh, Vicky, this is so hard. I'm sorry, friends. If you have bigger scissors, it's probably better. And I probably cut it too deep, but whatever. We'll figure it out when we get there. That was not easy. The thick paper is good, but the thick paper is tricky when you come to like interactive bits, right? Okay, there we go. Boop. So it might be a little deep. And if you have one of your ink blending tools around, like, look at, I can see white core. I can see white core. White core is visible. The other trick you could have done is cut up to the middle and cut in. But the paper's thick, right? So all we have to do is just be a little aware. I went a little deeper on here. So I will move my house down a little bit on here. So let's grab that frame. It looks like this. Take your inside bits out. It is very pretty, isn't it? And it's going to go here. Being aware of where your binding holes are going to go. Let's grab the haunted house. It's a beauty, right? But you see what I'm saying? Just be careful. It might go a little deeper because I went a little crazy on there. And this is a sticker. See, it's not sticking. You've got to glue this stuff down. Let's find this. Moonlit Magic. Moonlit Magic. It's not on here. It is not on here. It is a sticker too. Tricky, tricky. So it's a sticker, Moonlit Magic. I'm going to pop that up though, so I'll just stick it somewhere. And what else do we need? We need the tree. And we need the waving, hey friends, and this guy. Okay? Because I made them hold hands. I made them like they were inviting you into the haunted house. They're very welcoming ghouls. I'm going to extra glue them anyway, so I grab what I need. That's a good place to start, right? Let's start at the very beginning. A very good place to start. And the tree. I think I've sang that song twice today. So you know we've been here for a long time when I'm repeating my songs. We know I've been here for a very long time when I start repeating the songs. So I am going to foam dot the top of the house. So I can slide my photos under it after, right? My son is upstairs playing video games and I can hear him yelling. So I'm going to glue that right there, okay? And then I can put my tree behind it, and we know it requires extra adhesive because Vicky's tree is already lifting on her page because she must not have done that. I love the skeletons too. They're friends. This guy's going to get popped up, the hand waver, and this guy's flat. But you need glue because I don't find the adhesive on these stickers is super adhesive-y. So that's not a biggie. I'm just going to put extra. And I know my tree is going to go here. This house is going to go here. The tree is going to go right underneath the little like spider webby awning. Like that. And fitting in on your page, right? That looks good. That looks like it's where he was meant to go. So I'm just going to adhere the bottom of the house. Like that. I have to stand up too, because I can't tell if it's straight. It is a kind of decrepit house, so if it wasn't straight, it would be okay. This is going to get clipped. I'm not going to attach it yet. Moonlit Magic. It's your turn. Foam or powder. See you later. I know your poor fur babies are like, hello, you are neglecting me for this Vicky lady who keeps singing and I keep looking at the TV or your computer screen going, what is going on with this lady? I love when people are like, my cat loves you. Or my dog loves you. When they hear your voice, they come because they're like, oh, what is crazy lady doing tonight? Hi, Beth. I am so late. Just got home. Have lots of catching up to do. Hours and hours. So just know, Beth, okay? I've been on here since 11 o'clock. I just don't want you to get scared. But we did mixed media. We did our paper cutting. It is not a small project. So I'm going to do that. Moonlit Magic is going to go right there. I like it. Commit. Perfect. Okay. My little skeleton, we know that I'm going to put a little foam dot on his hand because he's waving. And I feel like it shouldn't be flat. It's boring if it's flat. I'm going to put that down. And his head. I'm going to put one under his head. Okay. So, where's the other guy? Right? It's like they're outside the door. Boop, like that. So it will get glued flat. The guy with his arms down to its side. I love it. Beth isn't scared. She's like, you can't scare me, Vicky, even with your scary Halloween. It's fun. I don't know. I love these. And I am up some days. Because you'll see when I'm posting some stuff and it's like 3 o'clock in the morning because I'm still here scrapbooking, listening to my audiobooks, and making classes. And I'm happy. And Rich will come down and say, you coming to bed? And I'm like, I'll be up soon. And he's been in bed for like 6 hours before I go up there. It happens. I'm crazy. And I'm trying not to do that though. Like, I feel like that is not super healthy. You know what I mean? I got to be better about the going to bed thing. I love it. I love it. 3 stars. Boop, boop, boop. And then there will be a tab and World of Wonder. And under here is Ghost and Ghouls. Moonlit Magic, Ghost and Ghouls. I'll add that. And the stars. It's purple. I love it. The Ghost and Ghouls is purple. I'm not really a night person. I don't want to go to bed. I've got too many things to do. I'm trying to reverse it and start being a 5:30 in the morning person. I would rather do that. I think I'd get more accomplished and I would not be so exhausted if I start going to bed early and getting up and doing this stuff in the morning instead. That's my goal. Right? We all have to have them. I don't know if I'll ever achieve it, but I would really rather be getting up really early in the morning instead of staying up late at night. Because I think I'm too old for it now and my body hurts. My body hurts. My brain doesn't work very well. So I'm trying to be better about it. But, okay, star, one of the little bit bigger and 2 small ones. Does anybody else find that? I'm like, I can't. My body does not like it when I'm up late now. There we go. And this one. Boop. So go ahead, glue those down. I love this page. You guys like this one? What's your favorite one so far? Do you have a favorite yet? Did anybody do this class because you just like hanging out with me, but you're like, I don't even know if I'll use the Halloween. This could be a great gift. Or if you're like me and I just do it because it makes me happy. And I don't think there's any shame in that, right? You don't have to. If you don't want to add photos on anything, don't add photos. I like the process of making. And then maybe one day I'll just give a bunch of them away. Or you could, some people sell them. Somebody said, is it okay if I sell my projects? And it was somebody who's like, I don't think I like 6x8 albums. And then I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. If you do 12x12, there's no reason you can't do 6x8. I just feel like it's just smaller scale, but I feel like it's a manageable project. Just print your photos, put it in there. You're like that? Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't get all crazy in here. I do. I love 6x8 albums. I just feel like I can see a start and a finish to that. And I think too, just the older I get, it's how much space it all takes up, right? For me. like, what is it? I guess when we get older, we're not nesting. I said it earlier. I'm de-nesting. Throwing everybody out of the nest now. Get out. There we go. Clip. Now let's flip it like a book. Like our tag book. Boop. This is an easy one. Boop. So we need our orange polka dot mat, our orange and yellow polka dot mat. Boop. And that is from number 5, number 5, a number 5. And it's the smaller of the two mats. I'll give you a measurement. Ruler. There it is. So this mat is a 4.5 by 5.5. We need Spooktacular Night. I know this frame is right here, our spider webs. We need the jack-o'-lantern, the big guy right here, and the one beside it. This one and this one. Okay. And Spooktacular Night. Found it. Spooktacular Night. I love the fonts. I love them. And right here, which was from your frames. Right here. And then this Enjoy Every Minute, I think, is from here too. It's right here. So from your frames is where Enjoy Every Minute. Grab that now. Stop what you're doing and do that. Enjoy every minute. And then you want right here. Here and now, I promise to love faithfully. Faithfully. There we go. You're all I need. Love me some Luther. So let's pop up Spooktacular Night. The V-Boo Crew is your favorite. I love that one too. I love that one too. I'm going to tell you, we haven't done, I think I love the cover, and I love the page with the cat on the fence and the pumpkins. We haven't done it yet. I love that one. You like when I have music in my patterns all the time? I would too. I would. I love it. I love it too. I love it too, Dawn. Okay, pop this baby up. Does your brain work that way too? Who else, does anybody else here sing everything? I know, and don't tell me if it annoys you, because we don't need any of that negativity. Thank you very much. But my brain does work in song lyrics and random stuff. Like I could sing country, I could sing an old war song. Guess what just popped in my head thinking about random songs I sing. This one I sing for you guys all the time by Teresa. Was it Teresa Brewer? Put another nickel in the Nickelodeon. All I want is loving you and music, music, music. So my dad used to listen to that song, and then I remember it was on the Muppet Show. It was on the Muppet Show. I think her name is... Okay, some of you guys will know if you've been around for a while. Was it Teresa Brewer? Is that who sings that song? Did I make that up? I could have. Wouldn't be the first time. Right? Okay. So this is going to go. See where the purple band is? Spooktacular Night. Like, you still have to punch holes, so just make sure with some of this stuff that you'll be okay with that. And then this is going to go right about there. Spooktacular Night is going to go in the purple. Foam dot at the top of both of your pumpkins. Somebody will remember. Or somebody will look it up. Put another nickel in the Nickelodeon. Or are a lot of you going, what the heck? Teresa Brewer. I knew, Julianne. I was waiting for you. I knew you were going to know. And I didn't know if you were here anymore. And if you guys remember that from being on the Muppet Show, do you remember the big giant monster Muppets? I feel like that's who was dancing. She was in front of a jukebox. And it was one of the big giant monsters. I wonder if it ate her at the end. Do you remember some of those ones? And then it would like eat the person at the end. I love the Muppet Show. That is such a core memory. Like watching the Muppet Show and Mutual Omaha's Wild Kingdom. That was another thing. I remember that. Okay, go ahead. Start gluing. Start gluing, friends. Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. And then the Muppet Show and Disney. Watching Disney, right? The Wonderful World of Disney. Was that what it was called? Where Tinkerbell would fly around. Yep, I loved it. I loved it. And then I think we were talking about this too. I think Sha-Na Na. Do you guys remember? Do 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 do. I think, was that on Saturday nights? We used to watch a lot of variety show kind of things, right? You can attach right here. I'm just not going to take the backing off of that, just the top. So we still can slide a photo underneath it. Oops. And then get all crazy. How'd I do that? What are you doing, crazy lady? There's always extras, right? There's always extra left. Oh, it takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. Yes, I do love that one, right? I want to rock right now. I'm Rob Bass and I came to get down. I'm not internationally known, but I'm known to rock the microphone because I get stupid. I mean outrageous. Stay away from me if you're contagious, because I'm a man. No, not a loser. To be an MC is what I choose. Ladies love me. Girls adore me. I mean, even the ones who never saw me. Like the way that I rhyme never so. The reason why I'm man, I don't know. So let's go, cuz. Like there is no reason that this old lady should remember all of that song. No reason at all, right? Just going to glue the bottom of this and then put it behind so we still can stick our photo on, right? I didn't take the adhesive off the top of Spooktacular. Thanks for giving me the info for the site to order new stamps and stencils. You're welcome, right? I'm crazy. I loved that song, though. I loved dancing to that song, right? And the other one, do you guys remember? Joy and pain is like sunshine and rain. That was another Rob Bass. And that is aging me, because that would have been when I was going out dancing. And I was the girl. Like, I laughed. When we used to leave the club, I was a sweaty mess because I was dancing. Like I was not, didn't care what I looked like. It was all about just feeling the music. We did not look pretty at the end, right? We did not look pretty at the end because I was just having the best time. And I danced all night long. Drinking water. Because I was out on the dance floor getting my workout in. So we got holes to punch, right? So when you put this guy on here, just a little bit under the purple, like that. Okay. Yeah, I had work to do. Had the cassette, yep. Or taped it off of the radio station. Pause and record. Pause and record. It's like, oh, Casey Kasem, don't start talking in the middle of the song, man. I'm recording it so I don't have to go and buy it. Yeah, I remember Casey Kasem, and who was the other dude? I can see him that we would listen to. Rick Dees. Rick Dees and the Weekly Top 40. Yep, living the best life. I think that was a great time to grow up. Great time to grow up, right? Hi, Jan. How are you in Melbourne? I love Melbourne. Do you know that's one of my favorite places I visited? When I'm going to be back there in Australia in a year from now, pretty much a year from now, I will be back in Melbourne. I love it. There we go. Okay. I love it. That is great. So awesome photo. You could put a great photo on there. I will take my backing off of that because I didn't. There we go. Okay. Another page done, Carrie. Now I'm showing off. The solid, you better believe it was a solid gold era. My friend and I used to do the dance where, because I loved that show. I loved Solid Gold, where they would, you'd, at the end, they'd slide between the other person's legs and like put their face on their like hand on the floor. Do you know what I'm talking about? You'd slide through and that's how you'd finish when they danced to the song. I love that show. Okay, let's go to the next one. It's Arrest the Brain. Oh, we're so close now. We're so close. We're so close. Oh my goodness, and Dance Fever, yes. Oh, don't I remember. And this is like those core memories. REO Speedwagon and this I Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore. That's the one I would have listened to in the dark, thinking about the boy I liked at school. That one, REO Speedwagon, and there was another one that would have been Chicago. I gotta remember what song that would. They were out at the same time, and I would have been listening to that, right? Trying to think of like, oh, the boy I liked. I'd listen to the slow music on the radio, on my big radio that the speakers would come unattached. I got at Christmas. I thought it was the coolest thing, right? You're my inspiration, yes. You're the meaning in my life. You're the inspiration. You know what I'm talking about? It was those two songs, right? You bring meaning to my life. You're the inspiration when you love somebody till the end of time. 100%. Okay, you need from number 11. This is Arrest the Brain one. So we're not going to add the stickers, but let's grab it so it's in your stack. And I was saying I use this punch. But if you have a square punch, you could put it in the corner of your square punch and do the same thing. Or just cut the corners or round them. It's just I had the punch, so I decided to use it, right? But I just remember those two songs being both popular at the same time. And I think, remember we used to go get the mixed LP. When it goes on, it's going to go the long way. The size of this, if Tony is still here, is a 5.5 by 6. So it is 5.5 inches wide and 6 inches long. So you have room to get your photo on there. Okay? Probably, Karen. I probably have it. You need to just come see me, Karen, at my store on, not Welland Avenue. Am I on Welland Avenue? I am on Welland Avenue. And you could just go shopping because I have lots of stuff that is not listed on my website, right? Like the old Locomotion, Do the locomotion with me. You gotta move. What is it? You gotta swing your hips now. Come on, baby. Jump up. Ooh, jump back. Well, I think you got the knack. Is that the one? Was that the one? I'm telling you, Karen, you just come see me. You're still here, Tony. Chicago and Earth, Wind, and Fire. That would be fun. I forget. Valerie, are you still here? What concert did we go see, those old dudes? And I laughed because the one was trying to find somebody to pick up in the audience. I was laughing. And I mean, they weren't young. Who were they? I don't know if she's still here, but we laughed because he was looking for a girlfriend that night. Okay, boop. This page next. I don't know if she's still here. She took me to see some concert. I went with her, and I knew some of the songs, not very many, but I knew a few. Not Simple Minds, because those guys were still doing a great job. Who was the other one we went to the casino to see? I went with you, and we didn't even sit together. Do you remember? And then you played the slot machine and you won money, and Vicky did not play because I don't understand gambling these days. Hello, Pam Guppy. Oh my goodness. Hello, friend. I love it. Not that guy. You know, what was that other one we went to see? The Stylistics. Do you remember the old dude? Trying to pick ladies up in the audience. This is the next page. Look, we only have 3 pages left. Oh my goodness, I feel so good. I feel so good. It only took 87 hours. 87 hours. 87 hours. Music is good. Music for me, reading, crafting, movies, all good for the soul. Like it brings me absolute amounts of joy to listen to a song that makes me remember certain times in my life or things I did with my mom and dad. Music was in our house. My dad, they still have the radio on. It's always on in their house. There was always music in my house. Rich, no. He does not know very many songs. I will never forget, he bought 1 cassette tape in his whole entire life. And it was Van Halen Jump. That's the one. If there was going to be one he was going to have, it was Van Halen's Jump. And his cassette player in his old, what did he have? Trans Am or whatever, Camaro, ate it. And that was the only music he ever bought. We need this page, okay? This page. So it is going to be number 2. Nope. Yep, it's number 2. Okay, number 2. It was the only tape he ever bought. And I always laugh because he just doesn't know the tunes like Vicky Booten does. So this is going to go like that. So when it turns up, you want your spades to be upright. We're going to cover all of this, but you can see the spade. All right, so take it and do that. And the size of this one is 7 by 9. It's a big one. It's the biggest page, I think, in the book. Okay. And then the gray piece that we kept the little border on, gray. That's green, Vicky. You crazy lady. And it is number 10. Okay, number 10. That's it for number 10. And then this orange mat. Nancy, we're still here. We're still here. I'm crazy. We got to finish it. I've got to finish it. So I'm here till it's done. I am not a quitter, Nancy Purdy. I am not a quitter. So look at, boop. I'll tell you the number or the measurement for that. It's from number 9. I'm not a quitter. I am crazy. So it is a 5 by 4.5. How many people do you think have popped back on here that left hours ago? They're like, I drove to Disney World and I'm here and Vicky's still on her live. I'd be like, yeah, I am. Because I got to be here till it's done because I promised you we're going to make this whole thing and we're doing it. Greta, where did you go, Greta? Did you go to Disney and back again? Did you go to the vet with the cat? Did you? I bet you've made dinner, cleaned the house, did all the things, and I'm still here because I am not a quitter. We don't quit till it's done. This is going to get attached a little closer to the right, more space on the left, okay? So closer to the right, a little bit more space on the left. Go ahead, glue this down. I'm so here for the music chat. I'm still here and shockingly keeping up fairly well. Good for you, Sarah. Because here's the thing. So for a lot of you guys that are new, you can, once you've done one of my classes, I feel like you get the rhythm. Because it is like a dance. We're doing a crafting dance when you're hanging out with me. And you will find there's some things that, yes, I'm going to commit to gluing. Some things that I am totally okay with clipping. Because I know Vicky's going to move a little faster than I do. So that's what paper clips are, my friend, and I don't have to feel like I'm falling behind. And I think that really works. So we won't put the mat on first. He's going to go right about here, but let's put our sticker on here. Look at that. Spot a web. You need to glue that sucker. It will peel right off, right? No, we're not quitters. And I got to finish it because it's not like I can go, oh, I'm tired. I'll come back and do it later. This is a pain in the bum to get off. I'm going to tell you right now because guess what? We got to get all these. So I like to do this. Get something that you can poke all the pieces out with. It is way easier than taking it out and trying to. Is it worth it? It's worth it, but I'm not lying. It's a pain in the bootay to get all those bits out of it. Would you agree? Anybody tried to peel this off already and you're like, oh my gosh, Vicky. You're crazy. I am. But I will do the work because to have pretty things sometimes, right? Look at, like you're getting ready to go to a wedding and you have to sit in a chair and let them do your hair and your makeup for hours. And you're annoyed because it's taken so long, but then you feel so good. You're so glad you did the things. But this is a pain in the bum. This one is a pain in the bum. Okay, this is my little tray I've been putting my garbage in. So let's do that. But look at the detail in that sticker. I love it. But this is why you end up needing extra adhesive because you have to handle it so much to get all those bits out. But we're not quitters. Some of you might be. You might look at it and go, I'm okay. I don't need to stick that stupid thing on there. But I will do the things. It's just, I laugh when Melissa did that when she goes, people are going to want to punch us. And I'm like, it's okay. I know how to bob and weave. I'm creative bob and weaver, right? Boop. I love it, Mary Pat. I sing. I don't know if I sing well. And I certainly, with whatever's going on with my vocal cords, I certainly can't sing like I used to. But I loved it. I wanted to, when you have those things. So what were your things that you wanted to be when you grew up? I wanted to be Barbie. If I could have been Barbie, I would have been happy. I wanted to play Sandra Dee in Grease. I really wanted to do that. I wanted to be a country western singer. So I could have been like a Taylor Swift if I could actually sing. I wanted to do that. That's something I would have loved to do. The other thing I would have loved to do is be a marine biologist. I really loved everything about the ocean. And what else would I wanted to be on? I would have loved to be on Broadway. I would love to be able to dance like nobody's business and sing like nobody's business. Like, I would have loved that. I would have loved to be an entertainer. Right? You wish you had bought this. It's still available on VickyBooten.com. Right? And Greta's here. She'll watch the numbers because we have extras that we didn't post. So if it says sold out now, she can look at what the quantities are, and we can add a couple into the stock. Because like I said, either kit that you order, but if you need it for the layout class, because a lot of people are buying a lot. When I went and looked on my email when I was eating my lunch, there were a lot of orders that come in. A lot of orders for the new stamps and stencils. And then, and two, if you've placed more than one order, we do check it and we will return your shipping and condense your orders. So we do that. And I don't know if my friend Shelly is still out there. I saw your order, Shelly. I love it. There's so many of you guys that have been around for such a long time. And just so you know, every time that I fill those orders, I talk to you. I'm like, oh, hi, friend. Every time you show up for the class, because a lot of you don't maybe even know how to sign in and chat on YouTube. But for the ones that do, it makes this so much easier. But I think we have more. We could probably put a few more in there, right, Greta? Because you know the numbers that we have. So if you want to go in there and update that stock, we can. But like I said, if you already are doing Christmas, you have the Flipbook. So you could order either one of those kits. It's the exact same kit, same price. But if you want to do the layout class, you got to make sure that you have the order number for that one. But we could figure it out. I did it. She's been there. I do talk to everybody because it does matter. You know what I mean? I'm just a girl in their basement. And, you know, it is one of those things that every time I come out with something new, I'm always like, I hope people are going to like it. You know, I hope people will see the vision. Because you have lots of choices to make. And when you pick me, it matters, right? Well, you know what? But what's hard, if I am not the store owner's cup of tea, my product won't sell. Because a lot of you guys it's no different than coming and watching me. So if it's in the clearance section in some of those stores, it's because it's not their cup of tea. So it's not one of those things that they really promote it. So if it's more of a doodlebug style store or they do cuter stuff, they're not going to like my stuff. And it's not going to sell because if the person selling it doesn't love it, it won't sell. It won't sell. So it's going to be more up to you. This is going to go in the bottom corner. So it goes off the right-hand side and along the bottom. So go ahead and glue that down. Right? There's nothing wrong with it, but it's like any store. You can't carry product that isn't your style. Because unless you have somebody working for you that's going to promote it, if there are no samples using it, if your store is more like Doodlebug, cuter stuff, then my stuff's not going to sell, right? It's not going to be what people go to that store for. So I don't know. I don't have any problem with it. I was just in Texas and there were 200 people and I would say the majority of them were buying stuff. So it was one of the top sellers at American Crafts. It's sold out at Joann's stores. So again, it just depends, right? But then you could go to another store that loves Doodlebug, which I love that company. I love those people who love that stuff. And if that store is more of a Doodlebug style store, it's going to sell way more of that. It's like Graphic 45. If the store is not into that style, that will never sell in that store. So it's just, I'm not upset with any of those store owners. You got to find what works for you and what you can sell, right? What is your jam? Which way did that go? Does that make sense? Because I truly believe that if you are not doing samples and marketing it to sell, not going to sell. And it doesn't mean that my stuff isn't pretty and doesn't sell well. It just doesn't sell well in your store because you might not promote it. Because it's not your style, right? So you'll just have to find different places to shop for it, right? Here's the one thing I have to say though, and this is why I think once people get on board with what I'm doing, is it's supported. You go on and you can find tons of people using my product, my design team. I do free Friday Night Lives. So it's one of those things for some stores that have followed me and bought my stuff since American Crafts. They have no problem. There are a couple on there that they will do like live kind of sales, and they'll show the new stuff and it's all gone. It sells out for Lail, right? So I just think there again, it's if it is not your style, any product, doesn't mean mine, just mine. But not every store would carry 49 in market. It would not be their style. They might have liked stuff with more of a white base. But yeah, I have never had any issue. Every kit I bring in, all my stuff sells through. But if people are coming to me, it's because they like what I do, right? So they like what I do, but you can't, like, your store is not going to bring it in if it's not selling for them. And you say, can you please get this for me? They might do some special orders for you, but if it doesn't sell, I wouldn't carry it either, right? I wouldn't carry it either. It's focused on card making. So, yep, she carried Flower Emporium, but I don't know if they're more into like lawn fawn stamps and dies. A lot of people, would they really buy Flower Emporium? Probably not. In the store, if that's what most of their design team use for their samples and such, that's what is going to sell. Okay, I'm going to glue this down, see? So it's about 1/4 inch and about, what would you say, 3/4 of an inch down from underneath the border. Okay, go ahead and glue that down. Thank you. So Greta added a few more Flipbook kits because we will have some extra. Like I said, that stuff is, we just put their order in when I got home from Texas. So now we have to wait for it to get to Greta. And then for the Canadian ones, have to wait for her to ship it to me. So we're looking at probably 2 weeks. So it's fine. These videos are all recorded. You're just not going to get it in time to do the classes live, right? I think they just stock so many items that unless you're a Stamperia or Fabrica, yeah, they don't really promote anything other than their own brand. Well, yeah, totally makes sense, right? Totally makes sense. So now we need, this says Curiosity. It's that big, it's from your frames. We need Moments and Perfect. So from the frames is Perfect and Curiosity definition. So here we go. I remember stores that are since not in business anymore, but they definitely liked cute kind of stuff. So that store owner would be like, it's not my jam. And that's hard unless you have design team that you pick all different styles and you show people how to use it. It probably isn't going to sell. And if your store is predominantly card making, it's hard sometimes to bring some of the paper crafting stuff in, right? Because it's not really designed for card making. So Curiosity is going to get glued. Perfect is going to get glued. Now we need Natalie's favorite, a big scary bird. What is that? Like a raven. Raven. That's your cat's name, isn't it? Freaking, I'm such a dork, Valerie. I keep calling it Shadow. The cat's name's Raven. What a dum-dum. Yes, Monday. Access only will be up on Monday for Mistletoe Memories. I just had to get through all of this stuff, right? I just had to get through this stuff. So it's this guy. It's a giant raven. Scary for Halloween. And then Moments. I know you guys have been waiting. I got all of the video links ready. So I'm going to get the website ready for Christmas. But there's nothing posted in there because I haven't finished the projects, right? So I can open it, but there's nothing in there. Oh my goodness. I called her Shadow. It's not like I don't know your cat. Dum-dum. So Moments is going to be popped up. Moments is popped up. Yeah, so it doesn't make me mad that not every store carries my stuff, right? And then there are some stores that never carried it because they didn't do a lot with American crafts, which I understand. American crafts had years where it was awesome, and then there were times where it was an absolute nightmare to deal with them. And I know because I work there. I work there. I didn't get paid for a year from American crafts, right? So it's a real thing. But it was okay because I was still buying all my class product and doing classes and so it was like, whatever, it's a trade-off I'll take. I would rather that everybody else getting paid. I'll figure it out, right? So you're going to do that. Boop. But I loved it. I loved my time with American Crafts. I loved everything I did there. I love what I'm doing for 49 in Market. I'll love everything that I'm doing. Wherever this crafting takes me, I'm still going to be doing the crafting. You know what I mean? Because there's a little bit of uncertainty with some stuff right now, right? Because I don't think the tariff stuff will stay like that. I think that really trying to get the soybean stuff moving. So that's happening, but unfortunately, whole melee of all of that stuff. And when you have an 100% increase in the tariffs, companies won't be able to do it. Do you know what I mean? So it's scary, but it's okay because I'll figure out other stuff that just keeps us going. Will keep us going. We're doing the things we're talking about, and working out all the things. There we go. Boop, like that. Okay, friends? I do, because it just hurts the little guy, right? And I don't claim to understand all the big business stuff. I just know how it affects me directly, how it affects the companies I work with directly. I don't get involved in the whole political side of things. I just know the reality. It is definitely affect me as a Canadian business and other small businesses, right? Here, we can't ship over the border. It's just impossible right now. And then it's scary because you put orders in and you don't really know, like, when it finally gets on the water, are you going to be able to afford to pay for it when it lands? I don't know. And people only have so many dollars to spend. So it affects lots of different things, but I just want to keep crafting. So I'll figure out things, right? I'll figure out other things. We can do mixed media. We can make our own pattern paper. We can do gel plate printing. We can do photography classes. We can do art journaling. We still can scrapbook. We can use stamps and stencils. There's lots of things we'll do. I'm not going anywhere, just so you know. Vicky Booten is like a bad rash. You can't get rid of me. We'll just keep crafting. We'll do the things, right? So look at Doop. We're going to glue his feet so he's perched. And then you still got to get a photo on here. So glue his feet. I don't know. Or just glue his head. Or clip it on. Because you still got to get a photo under here, right? Still got to get a photo under here. And photo time. Photo time is a sticker. Oh, I love it. Natalie, you love this bird, don't you? Natalie does not like the birds. And now I understand that Miss Nita doesn't like them either. And I'm like, guys, come on. I love the birds. This guy's a scary bird. You know where we saw ones like this? When I was in Utah. And we were at Bryce Canyon. And there were ravens. They're big birds, right? Those ravens, you would have a fit, Natalie. They're big birds. Like, the head of the bird is like this big. So I just glued his head and his feet. But I can still get a photo underneath here, under his bum. Photo time! We can make lots of things. That's what I said. And that maybe it's a good thing. I can force you guys into mixed mediaing. Because, you know, it's what I'm like. If I love it, you got to love it too. I'm crazy like that. So see, Natalie, now I'm going to make her love birds. And two, when you tell me you don't like butterflies, don't say it out loud. Don't even say it out loud. I love them. I love them. It is, when I see a butterfly, I literally am so excited. It brings me so much joy. It's not even funny. It's kind of crazy. Okay, we're done that one. Let's flip it. I love mixed media too. Love it. This is super simple. We are not doing this right now. That takes a while. You want to glue every one. So it says Chills and Thrills Documented. Okay, so all we'll add right now is the paper. But then we'll leave space for you to do that later. Because it just takes time. It just takes time, right? To put all the stickers on. But I love it. Look at Chills and Thrills Documented. So what you're going to do is, before you lay it out, you'll do all of that and then pop that up and put the clip on. But we'll get the mat. Butterflies are what connects Natalie to her grandma. I always find them when I need them the most. I freaking love butterflies. Me too. I love them. There is, if you ever come to Niagara Falls, there's a butterfly conservatory here, and it is beautiful. And I remember bringing Devin and her little friend I used to babysit. Her name was Mackenzie. And we went to the butterfly conservatory. And both girls had flower headbands on, and the butterflies kept landing on the... Do you remember when that was the thing, a giant flower on the headband? And the butterflies kept landing on their headbands. It was great because I love taking pictures. I'm going to go there by myself one day, all by myself, and just sit in there and look at the butterflies. I love it. It is amazing. It's a really good one, isn't it, Valerie? I love that one. So it is, I would say... When you come to Niagara Falls, you want to go to the Butterfly Conservatory. It is, I would just go and sit in there. But the best thing was there was a man with a bald head, and it's hot in there, right? Because they like hot, humid climate. And his head was super shiny, and there were butterflies all over his head, like that skull that we put the moths on. And it was the best day of my life. I thought that was hilarious. I said, can I take a picture? And I took a picture of his head with butterflies all over it. Was the best. Number 7. That's where this one comes. Moonlit. Yikes. Yikes. Okay. It's going to go like that. About a 1/2 inch from the side. And put it up pretty close to the top so you can get your binding holes in. Okay. 1/2 inch from the side. About a 1/4 inch from the top. You can glue that down. And we'll get the 2 orange mats. Oh, I love butterflies. Some people don't. They're freaked out by butterflies. We still can be friends. You don't have to come to the Butterfly Conservatory with me. You have these 2 pieces. And that's going to be your mats for on here. They're the same size, which is 3.5 by 3.5. And we can glue all that down. Okay? We have 2 pages left, friends. Where is the butterfly? In Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada. There is a great aquarium in Toronto, though. I would say I will go to the aquarium every time I'm in Toronto if I'm staying. My favorite things to do in Toronto is I love Queen Street. I love to go to Graffiti Alley. I love the shopping on Queen Street. There's great restaurants on Queen Street. We love, it's coming close. So there's 2 things if you want to come this area in November. Is the One of a Kind Arts and Crafts Show. I will be there on the Thursday night. I have to go see my friend Danny Pollock. And he is retiring. So I have to go spend a lot of money on some jewelry. He does all those brooches I love. So I will go and find some pieces that I love. I will treat myself to that. And then you have the Christmas market, which I absolutely love, but be prepared. There are so many people there. It's absolutely mad. It's a madhouse, but they have the best foods and different drinks to have. You want to do that one. I love those 2 things. There is a place I have to look. It's like an old, the water market or something like that. And it's this whole indoor food stalls, like different places to eat. I love that. I'll have to find the name for that. But we do, and then they open up a whole bunch of bars and restaurants that are Christmas themed, where you can go and get all different special cocktails. There was one at the Royal York that was it was called the Elf Cafe or something. So you got to watch for that stuff. The city is kind of awesome. Go to the theater. You can go to the ice rink opens. Toronto is a really beautiful area to visit. And then in Niagara Falls, you have the falls. You can walk down the falls. You can walk behind the falls. The Butterfly Conservatory. I've seen a lot of ads for the, there's a bird one, but when I went before, it was not the best. The Distillery District. I love it. Yeah, the Distillery District is so good. Right? It was so good. Okay. So you can finish the rest of that one because this will just take a little time. So documented is in your frames. You have a little clip, and this is on your sticker sheet. Okay? So I'll hold that up. So if you want to pause the video later and glue that on, add adhesive, start from the top, spell all the way to the end, right up to the edge, just a little bit, 1/8 of an inch or so, and then that's popped up. That's in your frames. That is on your laser cuts, and those are stickers. Let's throw that in. It's another page completed. Yeah, Beatrice, you need more time, right? It's not enough time. There's so much to do, and you have to do Niagara on the Lake I have to do this year too. So they do where you can go to all the big houses and see how they decorate for the holidays. And they do that in Niagara on the Lake. There's beautiful homes down there. And I've always wanted to do it, and I've never done it. Like, the garden tours kind of thing. But there's a winter one. And then sometimes they'll have the Ice Wine Festival in Niagara on the Lake, where they have, like, different sculptures and stuff. It's really fun, right? We have 2 pages left to do, friends. 2 pages. So I think Natalie and I are going to... Natalie said 9. It's probably closer to that. Oh, Vicky. How long? How many hours is this class? Don't even tell me. But this won't take long now. This is my favorite page. That's my favorite page, this one here. How many days for Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake? I'd say I would do that area in 3 days. I would have at least a full day at the falls. And then I would have where you could split it for Niagara on the Lake. Because Niagara on the Lake, you can rent bikes, and there is the most amazing paved pathway along the gorge, the Niagara River. You can see Valerie's house from it. You could wave at Valerie because she lives right on there on the American side. You want to do, as long as you're into wine, the wine tours are amazing. There are some amazing restaurants. We have some good food in this area, right? We've been here for 9 hours. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm glad you guys love me, because this is crazy. Crazy. We need this piece. And this is the one you want to be aware. Beware, beware, be very, very aware that when it flips up, your numbers aren't upside down, right? So I love that page too. So it's going to go like this. Make sure that when you flip it up, the numbers aren't upside down. You know how I do it? I'm crazy. We need the orange matte. So that's from number 9. And it's right here. That one. Dark orange side. I'll tell you the number or the measurement for that. Is 3.5 by 5. Yes, next week is the layouts. Layouts don't take as long. Wouldn't you say, guys? Layouts are never. These take longer because we had to cut everything out. Then we had the mixed media. And I probably did about 5 pages too many for this one. But I was having fun, so I just kept going. From your frames, you need that frame. The size of that is 2-ish, 2 and a bit, by 2.5. and it's going to go up here. Best costume winner, spooky season. So this is die cut. We need the little tag, and then the witch's hat and spooky season. So this one won't take long. We need to cut the corners. So what I'm going to do is eyeball the first one like this. And then I'm going to put this on here like that. And I'm going to draw it with a pencil because I don't trust this late in the game that I'm going to be able to do it. So I'm going to draw the line so I can follow the cut. And then I just cut on the other side of the line like this. So I don't have to erase it. Pretty close, right? Pretty close. It's not perfect. Never is. And then I try to adjust it, and then I end up messing it up. So the other way to do is measure from the top and the bottom. Perfect. That's perfect. So dark you can't even tell anyway. Okay. And then you'll end up using your binding to do your holes. So just make sure you don't go too, you might want to punch your holes and then cut your tag so you don't cut in too deep. You've been a runner-up a few times. I love that. So I've taught all over the world paper crafting. I've been many, many places. And I went to an event in Uruguay. So I used to say Uruguay. And then when I was there, it's Uruguay, right? My Spanish-speaking friends, is that how you'd say that? Uruguay. And you could be like, yeah, that's not how you say it at all, Vicky. You're just making stuff up. And this event was just mind-blowingly good. It is one of those things that will go down in the memory of, it was decorated to the nines. There was a full scrapbook Barbie box they made where, you know how Barbie's accessories would be wired into the back of the box? They put a crocodile on the wall. They put a tote. They put a die cutting machine. It was all, and you stood inside this full-on box, and you know I was living my best life. That was awesome. They did the stairs in the hotel that we were in, all rainbow. They had a pool, and in the middle of it was like a floating stage we had to float out to. Oh my goodness, it was amazing. So we did karaoke, we did Zumba, where they had a whole Zumba instructor. They had a band with smoke machines, and we did a Halloween costume contest. I'm telling you, there was like nothing like it. I'm mind blown. It was amazing. We did box lunch where they had this company come in and set up all these pillows on the grass, and it was the best. They do it like that. I have to say, in any of the Spanish speaking places, they do it up like you wouldn't believe. And they had a costume party. So Vicky made, it's here somewhere. I'll grab it at the end if you remind me, and I'll show you. So I made like a fascinator, like a hat with like sugared donuts and all this stuff. So I had like this candy thing. I wore a hot pink bob wig, and then I just wore like white pants and a pink top. I was so proud of myself because I made that whole headband, but there were people dressed up as like Tim Holtz, a tube of Tim Holtz washi tape. She made it where she looked like a whole tube of washi tape. One person was a giant tassel. They were in the best costumes you ever saw. I felt like such a loser with my headband on. And I mean, it was pretty amazing. I love it. I love the whole vibe. They were so much fun. And you know what? A lot of people didn't speak English, but we could communicate through crafting. It was amazing. I love it. I love it. One of my first events was in Puerto Rico. Absolutely the best time ever. You had to, if you won a prize, you had to dance for your prize. And then they do batuchada, right? Where they're like, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. And then people dance to it. Oh, the best thing ever. I tell everybody you have to go to Puerto Rico. And for a lot of us, the flight, it's an easy flight. That's an easy one, and I love it. We're going. I just remembered. I'm going to be in Puerto Rico in November when our family cruise, and my friend Nilmi is going to come and meet us. Bachata, not bachata, not the dance bachata. It's the drums where they play steel drums. I know bachata. I dance that. It's my favorite bachata. So sexy. But no, it's like what is the other one? Somebody will know. What am I talking about? Like batucada, where they play these drums and then the women dress in white gowns and dance. Like it's something special. And then they play the little, Lizette, you know what not bomba. What is it, bomba? What is that one? You know what I'm talking about, right, Lizette? Because you're in Puerto Rico. Is it, I don't think it's, I thought it was batucada. I don't know. Maybe it's different names. They just all came in and they play the dried out gourds. I love it. I was living my best life, right? And then the ladies were in long white gowns and they were doing this dance. And then when they came in, and you've been there with me, Lizette. So when they come in, they all they're walking and they dance and everybody's clapping and dancing. What is bomba? So it must be bomba. I loved it. It is my favorite thing ever. You have to witness it. It's like when you go to New Zealand, you have to see when they do, what is that? The haka? That just will make you're like, oh my goodness. You vibrate from the inside to watch all of those kind of traditional things. It's my favorite, right? So we're going to put this in kind of on an angle, a little bit in there like this. Boop. I did it before. Why won't it work now? Oh, it's partly like that. Okay, like this. And then foam dots are going to go underneath the top of Best Costume. I have the video of me. It's bomba? Why did I think it was batucada? I just like to say it, I guess, like a dork. You know what I'm talking about, though, right, Lizette? I love it. I love Puerto Rico. Rich and I would like to go live there for 6 months. So we want to find like a long-term rental and go live in Puerto Rico for 6 months. It just is, that place has my heart. I absolutely love it. One day, I'll do my crafting, my Friday night lives from Puerto Rico. So it's on our list. The traditional dance here in this, I love it. Yeah, I love it. It's very important when you go to places to partake in that kind of thing, right? And if you haven't watched that, is it haka or hookah? Haka? Help me. Are any of our New Zealanders here? So I went to a museum when I was in New Zealand and they had it. And it vibrates through your soul. It's absolutely amazing. And then my other favorite thing in Puerto Rico are the coquí. And the one day when I was there, it was right after it rained at night. And I opened up my haka. I love that. It's amazing. Opened up my patio door and all I could hear is the coquí singing. That's amazing. Okay, we need the witch hat. The witch hat sticker. Okay, so either one. Kind of looks like Harry Potter's sorting hat, right? Put extra sticky on there. Put more glue on it. Haka? I pronounced it right the first time. We talk about it. I think we need to do another event in Puerto Rico because I feel like a lot of people would travel to that. A lot of people would travel to that. And it's a nice climate. We still have to do one here. Talk about it all the time. I still need to do one here. Spooky season. Boop. And then that page is done. And to do the back of it. You guys are doing so well. Thank you. And if you're watching after the fact, because you weren't here live, you didn't have your kit yet, or you were doing other stuff and you couldn't get to it, I hope you've enjoyed this. You might have had to watch it in 3 sessions because I'm crazy. And it went on for a long time. But yeah, we are going on a family cruise in November. I'm very excited about it. I need a break. It will be very nice to spend the time with my children, their significant others, and my husband. And we are going to Puerto Rico. We are going to, I think, St. Thomas. Where else? The private island, which I love. Flip this up. Now let's do the page on the back. Boop. Love it. So this only piece of paper we need is this green piece. Right here from number 9. That's not the one. We already cut the V out of it. So there it is. Is it number 9 or number 6, friends? And see that line right here? That's where it's going to get attached. See that? Put it right there. Boop. You've been to Puerto Rico 3 times and you love it? Me too. I think it's number 6 or number 9. Okay, I got to sit down. You lived in Colombia for 6 months and it was amazing. I bet you it was. I'm going to be rewatching this for a week to finish. That's okay. It gives you something to look forward to, right? Like I said, would you guys have wanted me to have fewer pages in it? Some might. Some might be like, it would be much more manageable, Vicky, because you're crazy and it's too much. Or some of you are like, it's just right. So we need these 2 frames. Look at, I can't wait to do this page. Ooh, makes me happy. So 2 of the gold frames from the frames, right? Boop and boop. So would I attach these? Probably not. We'll do the embellishment because you have to still get your photos underneath it, right? That looks a little long. That looks a little long, friends. Let's see. Is it? No, it's not. It's not long. It's just right. Because those holes are going to get punched. So that's going to go right about, well, let's look for lines. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's the 3rd line from the bottom. It's going to go right there. Like that. So it's not too long. It's perfect. So you could just adhere it just in the corner. So you could still get your photo underneath it. Right? I'm going to do that. That's what I'm going to do. You love watching the Maori MPs in New Zealand perform the haka as a protest in Parliament. It's so powerful. I bet you, right? The first time I saw it was the All Blacks. And they were, oh my goodness, it was the best thing I ever saw. It was New Zealand playing Scotland. And it was like the Maori and Highlanders. It was the best thing I ever saw. I have no clue what they were doing. I have no idea about the sport, but I was mesmerized. I was mesmerized. It was the best thing I've ever seen. 1, 2, 3. I don't know the sport. I enjoyed the watching. Those are some beautiful specimens. Those men, I'm telling you, wow. Go sports. That is some crazy stuff though, right? The, what did I just say? What is it? Rugby? Is it called rugby? Is some crazy stuff. They have like no equipment on, taking each other out. Just crazy. Very enjoyable though, I have to say. That is a fun sport to watch. So there, we're going to put it overlapping, but I've only glued the corners down just so I can still access underneath it for my photos, okay? right? I can still get a photo underneath there, and then it could be glued down again. Oh, Leonie, it was amazing. That was my first class I think I ever taught in New Zealand, and I was eating lunch by myself in between classes, and I was sitting watching the rugby, and I came back and I said, I don't know what I just experienced, but it was kind of a beautiful thing. And it was the All Blacks and a team what did I tell you, Scotland. It was pretty awesome. Okay, so these are our fussy cut. You need the pumpkin out of the fussy cut. Okay, this guy. And he's going to go right here again with your foam dots under the top of him, and he's glued flat. And then Trick or Treat is going to be here. I don't understand how they don't get hurt. Like that thing where they lift each other up to catch the ball. I'm like, what is going on here? That has got to be dangerous. I don't know how you don't hurt your stuff. Crazy. Okay, Trick or Treat. Trick or Treat. It's going to get foam dotted up. And then we need the green mushroom and the little frog. I guess it's a toadstool though, isn't it? So when you go to Puerto Rico, I have only ever stayed in San Juan. And that's what my friend Nilmi and everybody who lives there say. They're like, you haven't seen anything. If you go all the way the other end of the island, you have the, help me, Lizette, what is the bioluminescent bay at the other end? Where are some of the, I think they have some of the top 10 beaches in the world are in Puerto Rico, but I've seen nothing. And that's why Nilmi tells me I need to come and live there for 6 months so that I can go to, what are the parties you guys have at Christmas? What is that where you all walk down the street and go in each other's houses? It's pretty awesome, right? So here's a little toad. I'm going to pop him up. The top of the mushroom is going to get topped up. So I understand at Christmas time in Puerto Rico, and it could be other places too, that they have these parties where everybody goes down the street and like you eat food at everybody's house, right? I don't know. I want to go and experience all the things. So I'm going to put that down, glue the base of the toadstool down, and the top is popped up. We'll have to look it up. There's a tradition at Christmas time where it's like street parties. And I think that sounds like fun. I think that would be fun to go and experience all the things all over the world, right? I think if you can, and you're healthy enough to do it, is go see the world. Go do the things, experience the things. And if you meet somebody and they're like, come with me, I want to go with Natalie, and go with somebody who is from there or knows the culture, it's a whole different experience than what you do as a tourist. Our spooky squad is the little word that will, see, in our clusters, we don't want, the frog can't just be floating. So by putting the little word strip underneath, it gives you, it grounds it, right? It grounds it. So I'm going to put the little toad popped up. That's popped up our spooky squad. And I believe that one is not a sticker. That's going to be a little word strip. It is. It's right here. See, there's lots left, friends. We have lots of stuff left to do. This is limited embellishment for me. This is limited embellishment for me. So our spooky squad is going to go like this. Boop. Okay. And then the toadstool on top of it. So let's go ahead and glue that down. Like that. Okay. Oh, Devin's home. Devin's boyfriend's car has like one of those loud mufflers. And I always know when he's here because I can hear it down in the basement I can hear his car vroom, vroom, vroom when he drives away. There. Okay. And then let's put our stuff at the top of our pumpkin and pop up trick or treat. Closer to 9 o'clock, right, Natalie? You had it. Natalie pegged it. I didn't want to believe it, but she was right. So our 10-hour class. What is wrong with you, Vicky? Okay, and the sticker at the top of the pumpkin. Well, it is a great idea, Inez, but it's hard because you think when I'm doing a collection, it's still a business, right? So I can do small classes, but this is way more work for me than doing our whole weekend event. So it's one of those, what's nice with that is you can always do access only and just do the parts of the class that you want. But for me, it's much easier to do a whole collection that we just do all the things, right? So some of these I can, and this worked out well because what I love about the idea of this one is it is a sister to a full collection. So by doing like a mini selection that goes with the full collection, I didn't have to do two whole, like a Halloween one separately. It's nice that it goes with, right? It goes with the Curiosities in Willow Grove. Hi.
Hello.
I'm still here.
I was just saying, is Mom still teaching?
Yeah, we're almost done. Because you know, Devin, you've met me before. It's just pure craziness, baby girl.
Yeah, I'm just coming to get some of this because I haven't ate.
Me either.
Twins.
Make me a little bit of that too.
How many do you want?
5. She's making asparagus. I love asparagus. Okay? Look at that, Carrie. Another page done. We're on the last page of the book. We're on the last page of the book. Oh my goodness. I love it. Closest to predicting the end of the class. Yeah, right? It is, but we have fun, right? We have fun, even if you're here all day long. But it's good. I'm going to eat something, and then I'm going on my bed to watch a TV show with my husband. I'm not doing any other work tonight, right? So this will only clip on, which I love. It's like a mini page. But I also agree with you, Inez. Some of these, not everything has to be. That's why I want to do the trifold books. Let me see if I have one so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Well, do I have a project here that I can show you, the trifold? Because I want you to see one of those so you can see what I want to do next. Vicky, where did you put them? It's how I roll. I don't know where anything is. I want to show you because I love, love, love those. But I don't know where they are right now. So I show you a naked one, I think. I don't know where I put them. $49 at Market has a whole bunch of different styles of albums. I can't find anything right now. Oh, here's one. Is this one? Yes. So this is what I'm talking about. We're going to do one of these too. I'm still speaking to you. I walked away, so you couldn't hear me. But this is right? This is a quad. But look at how much fun we can have, right? So we're going to do some of these too. I don't know where I have the other ones that I could show you the finished ones. Those books everybody loves. When I show them, everybody's like, let's do one of those. Oh, look it. Here's one. I'll show you this one. I love it. I found it. So this is the one that everybody, every time I show you this, people freak out because they want the kit. But I can't ship them to the US. It's only in Canada. So this is one of the ones that I did. And I mixed a whole bunch of different products in here. But look how fun this is. Because I love to do interactive, right? But it is a manageable one with all of the different flips and flaps. How fun is that, right? So we are going to do another one of these with the mixed media and all the rest of it. This is one of the cruise ones that everybody keeps like, can I buy that one? And I'm like, if you live in Canada, you can, but I can't sell them. And I think I have 25 of this one and the other one I did. This one I think was for Greece. We did this one for Greece. But how fun is this, right? So we're going to do more. Lots of things will be coming, right? I won't do access only for this because there's no instructions or video with it. Well, there's instructions, there's no video. I would only do a flip through. So I won't do access only for that. Sorry, I was walking away. But I will do another class with it. We'll do another class with it, right? And there would be access only and the kit at that time, right? That was Panama. I thought the other one was Panama. I thought that one was Greece. We did this one too. Wasn't this Panama? Wasn't this one Panama? Look it, I don't remember anything. There's so much coming. And I don't remember anything. You didn't do that one. Okay. Let's do this last page and I'll chat while we're doing it. I guess the biggest thing I have to say is a lot of you guys are here and maybe for the first time, we have fun. I think every class has some kind of value in it. You pick the ones you want to do with me because you love the colors. You love the product that we do use, right? And look, I would sell you all the things. It's just right now, you can't get the stuff over the border. So I can't sit on the stuff, but like I said, we'll just do a new one and then it will ship from Greta and it will ship from me and it won't be an issue, right? The Greece one was the one I emailed about before with the insane tariffs occurred. I know. And it's just, again, one Vicky. I wish if I had a crystal ball, I would have mailed all the stuff out. I wouldn't have taken. I have all those grab boxes are ready to go. It's craziness. So here is one of those things. If you're thinking about doing, come to Scrapfest. And then I can bring everything to you. You guys can get it across, no problem. Because you would just be shopping, right? Here we go. This is your page, Valerie. There's Shadow. Oh my goodness, right? The neutral one was for Norway. I don't remember anything. I don't even remember what I did for Greece now. I have to look. But there are boxes and boxes of all that stuff. So if there is something that you want, you could even let me know and I would just put it aside until then if you come to Scrapfest, right? But I want to sell all the stuff because there's so many new things coming. It's time to clear out the other stuff, right? So this mat is from number 6. It is I think it's a 4x6. Let's look. Last page. Oh my goodness, there's Shadow. 6.5 by 4.5. And that is your mat. That goes right underneath that little ledger right there, like that. Boop. I love this. Let's build it. Let's do the things. So So we'll put the mat on, and then we're going to make our little cluster at the bottom. I love it. I love Time for the Cat, Amber. Amber and Dippy. I saved it to the end, so you had to stick around because it was your favorite. Seriously, there's so much coming. And I'm going to do another one of those quad folds or whatever that album is called with my newest collection that is going to come out next year. The one that we just wrapped up, and I'm going to do 2 different projects with that. So just be ready for it. Maybe I'll even do something with the Sizzix stuff for that. We could make our own pattern paper and do a whole thing with that. So it's on the agenda. And then if I order it new, I can order it to the US and then we can ship it from both, right? So you need your fence. So let's gather our pieces. We need a fence. Get the kitty cat. Need the kitty cat. I love him. We need the pumpkins. So one of them is our Fussy cut pumpkin. And it's going to go there. You might, but no, it depends how long you stay. They're really not all that hard on if you're shopping, and you know what I mean? And it's in your suitcase. It's more because I'm a business, right? I have to have the proper paperwork and documentation. For you to shop, it's not an issue. Like when I come from the US into Canada, I just declare it and it's not a problem. It's for me as a business. I can't just bring stuff over without a broker. So it's a lot. It used to not be a problem. I've always filled out paperwork. It's just the paperwork now is 10 times what it used to be. I just think, and then a lot of the shipping companies I used to use for cross-border aren't doing it. They're not doing it because too many trucks are getting turned around. If the paperwork, all you need is one person to not fill the paperwork out correctly and the whole truck will get turned around. So it'll get better. Just right now it's hard, right? I love Christina Werner. She's awesome. Totally awesome human being. Right here. Boop. This guy. You need. Boop. That guy. And this guy. You need those 2. And then we need the happy banner. And we need 6 stars. And hauntings. We'll find all the things. So anything else off of here, you could grab some of the stars off this page. I have 2 left, so might as well grab them. Okay, 2 on there. So don't forget, I will end up doing on a Friday night. On a Friday night, I will go and do a bonus class closer to Halloween. Did we need anything off of here? Some stars. I'll just grab a couple off of here too. So on Halloween or around Halloween for Friday night, I will do a bonus layout class. Okay, a bonus layout. So just keep all your extras, whatever you have left over, because there's still lots, and we'll do something with it. Okay, I will give you some more like I do. And then I need, so that's 1, 2, grab some bigger stars. That one maybe. And I need happy. It's not really, like I said, you don't really have an issue. And they're not going to open your suitcase for the most part. And it's more if you have alcohol. It's alcohol and tobacco is the biggest as a tourist coming across. And hauntings. And the plus is too, you can fly into Toronto or you can fly into Buffalo or you can fly into Hamilton to do the Scrap Fest one. And I would rent a car. It's kind of a little bit more rural town, so you will want a car so you can go and see the things, because you could make a whole thing of it in April. It's very pretty. And then you'll get to meet Rich and Devin because they're both going to be coming to Scrap Fest. They're both going to be there. And there's so many stores to shop at. In the crop area is fun. It's a great group. And then maybe if you come, we could plan like a dinner or something. We could go out, whoever comes. We could do something after my class on Friday. Could do a dinner. That could be fun. Figure something out, even if we just met. That's what we did last time, didn't we? We just ordered pizza and had it. Natalie was there. I'll talk her into coming again. And we just met. I just put powder on the sticker because we're going to pop that up. For Scrap Fest, somebody already said it. And as do you guys, one of you guys know what the date is for Scrap Fest? It's in April. And I can't look at it. It's on my phone, right? My calendar's on my phone. We had a pizza party. It was so much fun. And we'll do that again because Lisa's very good. We'll do that again. We'll plan something ahead of time. And then I just put it out there for anybody who wanted to stay. We can stay April 17th and 18th. Thank you. It's just the only Canadian event, right? Until Valerie helps me organize the one. We have to do that, Valerie, at some point, right? We have to have the big Vicky event in Niagara. Okay, let's glue our pieces down. I love it. So this guy is going to be popped up, and these ones are flat, and the head of the cat is popped up. Oh, I would love that, Valerie. I would love that if we could totally have like a whole V-Boo crew. And I will plan accordingly with Lisa to do some fun stuff. She'll love it. Oh, Lisa, I'm just coming in and taking over. So let's glue your fence down. Just don't glue the top of the what do you call these? What is that called? On a fence, the posts. What are the posts called? I just lost the word. Does it start with an S? And then we are going to line it up right above 32. Well, my rub-on is a little high, so I might do it right above 31. So I don't cover it up. Just depends where you put your rub-ons on. I'm covering it. Okay? Rail pickets. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Picket fence, right? So I'm just going to not glue the top so I can lift it to get my pumpkins underneath it. And maybe I won't glue the last picket so I can slide the pumpkin under it. Okay? And then I'm going to put this right over here like that. What's nice is you have the lines, so you can line that up. Okay, so this little pumpkin, the fatty one, the chubbers, jack-o'-lantern, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is where we're going to slide him in like this. Like that. See? Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is on the front of his face. That one's behind him and on the front. And then this guy. We colored it. This was one of the mixed media techniques we did. So these are the rub-ons that resist. And then we inked it and watermarked it. So that's why we're here for so long. We had a class within a class, didn't we, guys? There was a class within a class. We've done a lot today. And then that guy's going to kind of go like this. And then glue him down, and then take the backing off here and here. And I might put a little bit more adhesive on there. There we go. And then this little guy is going to go right here behind the picket. So it's like almost behind the fence a little bit like that. And glued completely flat. And that was the fussy cut one. Just because directionally how the little stem of the pumpkin's going, that one fits better. Thank you, Tisha. I love spending the day with you too. The day and the evening. Maybe we'll have to sleep in tomorrow, I think, right? Because this was a little crazy. Crazy good. It was crazy good. And then let's put Raven with a little foam dot under her head. And she's going to be on the fence. What was the story about the pumpkins on the fence? Right? That we learned in school. So it's going to go picket and then on top. Like that. Because she's just perched. Or he. Whatever you are opting for. I love this cat. I love it. Okay. And then let's put Hauntings on here, which is going to go right at the base. And then I put Hauntings, the Great Candy Haul is the sticker that goes on the bottom. Hello, Darina. It's one of my favorites too. And this could totally be transferred into a scrapbook page too. But wait till we do those layouts. I'm telling you, if you love this, the layouts next Saturday are some of my favorite pages I've ever done. I love the colors on it. I love all the techniques. It's fun. You're going to love it, especially if you're into scrapbook pages. You will not be disappointed. You will not be disappointed. It's a good one. There we go. And then the little piece is the Great Candy Haul. It is a die cut. It is not a sticker. It is on this page right here. I love the cat theme. It's just hard to do themes. The industry is just not big like it used to be. So I can squeeze stuff in, but to do themes, they just don't sell, right? The Great Candy Haul. Like even Halloween. It is very popular in the US, Canada kind of, not really a lot of other places won't do Halloween. Like I know that in New Zealand, they always buy my stuff, and I know that this was not a huge hit for the New Zealanders and the Australians. I just don't think it's celebrated like it is, so that's hard, like even to do a camping one. If there's not as many people scrapbooking anymore, the stuff just doesn't sell like it used to. So I can squeeze things in, but it's hard to do theme stuff. Themes are hard now. But that's why we just need to, maybe I can do it in a stamp set. So we could do our own backgrounds and we could use a stamp that has like a camping theme. Woo! You dum-dum. Look what I did. At least a photo's going on there. It fell off though. Any themes. Like I want to do a masculine themed collection, but it won't be like, it will just be color. Color is what would be just doing things like color and pattern. That's a little different. Some of the phrases. But it's an anomaly when those sell well. They just, I don't know. People like flowers and butterflies. It just sells better. But I think it's just the industry's just not as big as it used to be, right? You just don't have as many people doing it. But I really feel like Curiosities in Willow Grove have elements that you totally could do with some camping stuff, because it's a lot of outdoor stuff in there, right? But it's not going to be hiking boots. It won't be a tent. Like those things could probably be a stamp set. It's going to be pretty hard to do it as a collection anymore, because at the end of the day, we have minimum order quantities. We have to order certain amounts of stuff, and if it doesn't sell, then a company could not be making any more scrapbook product, right? So yeah, it's hard. The theme, I get it. I want to do the things that make you happy, but it's hard, right? Bathroom cleaning and linen day today, all day, still going, right? There's so many different ways to memory keep and so many different ideas to find on social media. There are. We can do lots of things, right? There we go. Boop. I love it so much. Happy. Almost forgot happy. Not popped up. I just put it flat. And it's just going to go right underneath like that. This makes me happy. And you could totally put another word up here once your photo, like whatever photo you pick. So I just have to remember to mail this. Because in Texas, my friend came up and stuck the money in my pocket, and she's like, when you're done this, I just want this class finished. Can I just have your samples? And I'm like, sure you can. I don't need to. I used to have people who every single time I would do like one of my weekend events are like, you know what? Can't cut as fast. I'm getting older. Can I just buy your prepped class? And I'm like, yeah, it costs exactly the same, even though all the work's been done, right? So fun. Let's flip it and do the back side of this page. And it's the last one. I love it. I love it. Look at the clusters down here. Isn't that fun? So much fun. Storyteller, full moon. And then this is popped up. Okay. We're going to layer the polka dots on the stripes, and then the corners of that are going to be popped up. Very fun. So you need the mat from number 6. It's the last piece. And then you need the orange polka dots. So you have stuff that's cut here we don't use. It's just what was left over. But like I said, keep it all. And when we do the bonus project, Halloween, where I want to use this and I want to use some Willow Grove, we will, make sure that we use... That one came from number 5. That piece. It's the last pumpkin piece. Okay. So let's glue that down before we grab stuff. Measurements. This is a 4.5 by 6.5, and the striped bit is a 6 3/4 by 5. So let's stick our mat on there. There we go. And I will stick foam under the corners. What happened with Mary? Big baby reveal party today. Our nephew and his wife are expecting a baby boy. Congratulations. That's so exciting, right? So exciting. Congrats. Here we go. Okay. I'm not gluing it down yet, but it's ready. I'm going to glue the center flat, but the corners will be popped up like that. Let's grab our pieces. So out of your frames, you need the 2 rings and Storyteller. So we have these 2 rings that have kind of that light blue wash on them. So see, friends, with the cutting diagram, you didn't really need written instructions, did you? You just had to stick around for 85 hours. But you can watch the rest of this. If you didn't finish live, you totally can watch the rest of it later and finish. And if you were watching recorded, thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It's so easy to just press that thumbs up on the video. Foam dots on this one, okay? And it helps people find us. It affects the algorithm. So I'm always like, I don't care about it for popularity. It's more just keeping this hobby alive. And the way we do that is tell your friends. Say, hey, I met this crazy Canadian lady that did a 20-hour class, free class, and I enjoyed it so much, I'm going to come back. And the people were so nice there. And you're like, I haven't scrapbooked in years, but I really enjoyed it. And I think I want to do more of that. Or she does some mixed media. So when she does some mixed media on Friday Night Lives, I don't want to miss it. So I'm going to make sure I hit the subscribe button so I get notified when anything's coming. And make sure you go on vickybooten.com and sign up for my newsletter. And join the creative community on Facebook, Vicky Booten Creative Community. And that's where pretty much we share everything, right? So that's going to end up going. We're just collecting our pieces because look at, you have binding holes. You might want to punch these holes before you glue this down. Okay, we need to punch those holes. Let's grab Full Moon and this card. That's this one here is going to go there. And the Full Moon. The bats come out at night. The bats come out at night. We need 2 bats. Boop. I'm always like, it's the easiest thing, right? Easiest thing to just thumbs up the video. The other thing too, when the video's done, I would love for you to comment in the regular comment section, right? So grab 2 bats. So I don't want them to be too big because that is a small card. So just grab 2 bats. Boop. A little one and a medium-sized one maybe. Don't rip its wings off. That wouldn't be nice. But yes, if you could leave a comment in the regular comment section would be awesome. And I'm going to glue those guys on there right now so I don't lose them. On my Full Moon card, you can get the little bats on there. So all of this collection was definitely designed with intention, right? It's things that would layer nicely together. I love cards like this with a little moon on it. I think that's Rich coming down to see if I'm still breathing.
You still on here?
So we're done in like 10 minutes here. He's like, you're freaking crazy. I'm going to put...
I'm going to sleep. Actually.
No, you're not going to sleep. That is not allowed. We're watching Netflix.
4 in the morning.
You're not.
I got a rotisserie chicken for myself.
Yeah?
Do you want some of the leftovers?
Did he bring pizza home?
There's pizza. I made do asparagus, but I'm saying, do you want any of the chicken or should I put it away?
Yeah, leave it out. I'll eat the dark meat out of it.
It's mostly dark meat.
Because you ate all the weight?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I don't like the dark meat. And I know you liked it anyway, so it's like, okay, this works out then.
This works out. Everything's working
I'll
out.
leave it out for you, and then I made you the asparagus.
Okay, thanks.
Love you.
Welcome to the Booten house. Right? They're all going to come and talk to us because they're like, haven't seen you all day, lady. I got to come and talk to you at some point. So that's going to go there. This one has foam dots under. It's going to go like this. They're like, we want to come down and make sure you're still breathing. And the ring is going to go like this. And then they're going to be interlocked like that. I love it. This is clustering. This is Vicky Booten's jam. But let's glue this one down first. This is my jam. I would say it's one of my crafting superpowers is the cluster. He's not going to bed yet. But he is golfing again tomorrow. But I am not getting out of bed in the morning. Just so you know, if you're looking for me, I'm not getting out of bed. I'm sleeping in. I'm going to lay there and do nothing for a little bit. I need a little bit of a mental break before I come back downstairs and work. But I am going to take a little breather. I'm going to punch the holes, okay? I'm going to trace this page. I just want to punch the holes so I can finish this sucker. There we go. Well, guys, I just flew home on Wednesday night. I taught anybody in Texas. Would you say I was busy? So I'm the kind, if I'm there the whole time. I'm going to be there. I'm going to hang out with you guys. I'm going to do the things. So I taught 2 full day classes because it's the Christmas Flipbook, the one that goes with this. I taught that, and those were both at least 8 hours. What was it? We started, I think, at 9 to 5 or so. 8 to 5, I don't know. We were in there for a long time. It was freaking awesome. We finished it. That was when that class, we did the whole thing in that time. And then we had a whole day that we did make and takes and hung out. 8 to 5. It was a long one, right? But it was good. Okay, now I feel better. The holes are punched. And now we can build the bottom of this. So it was a long one, but I loved it. Like I said, no regrets. You worked nonstop. I was there the whole time working, and I love it because when I'm there, I want to hang out with you guys. Like if I'm there, I want to spend time. I want to hear from you. I want to meet you. I want to hug you. I want to take pictures with you. And then we went, and normally you'd go home and maybe rest, but I didn't. I got to meet up with my friends. It was Lael and myself, and it was, oh, Vicky, what are you trying to do here? And my friend Katrina and Brenda, and we went off to Waco to go visit Chip and Joanna. And then we went shopping, and then I flew home on Wednesday night, and then I had to get the written instructions for this done, because the project was done, but I hadn't written the instructions and the cutting diagram. And then I rolled right into finishing that Christmas book I shared with you earlier, and then got ready for this class. So I need a little bit of a breather. You got to take a little bit of time, right? So that's going to go there, and this one here. So it goes a little bit lower, like that. Okay? Like that. So I'm going to glue this guy down first. Glue this ring down. And see that star right there? It's like right under, like covering that star. Right under the tip of that one. So it is sometimes, right, I don't take care of myself. Because I love what I do, but I am the one, it all kind of falls on me, right? And then I still have shipping to do. So that's going to happen this week. So for some of you guys who have emailed me, and for some reason, some of your stuff didn't go out. I don't know what happened with FedEx. No, UPS. But I'll go and follow up on all that stuff. Hi, Carrie. How are you? Auntie Vicky. I love it. Miss you already after Texas. We had so much fun. Did you eat the chocolate chip cookie? I did. Do you mean the one from Waco? Oh my gosh, that cookie is so good. It used to be called Chips Everything But the Kitchen Sink or something, and now they changed it. It's called the Silo Cookie. Oh, if you ever go there, I love Waco. I do. I love that. But here's another thing. Are you guys familiar with the barbecue place we went to, which is a guy's name? What, Terry Black? Are my Texans, are you familiar with Terry Black Barbecue? Oh my goodness. And there's something to be said about a beef rib. It was so good. That was a really nice after, but the whole thing is you're not resting, right? You just roll through. Chips, cookie, chips, it's because it's oatmeal. It's oatmeal with chocolate chip and nuts in it. It's very good. But Terry's Blacks, oh my goodness, in Waco is so good. But do you know what happened? We were walking in the door, and there was some type of predatory bird. Natalie would have loved this. It was like a hawk was chasing a bird. So we're walking through, and it was like a arbor with plants on it. So we walk through, and there is a hawk comes in and swoops right in front of my face. I'm not lying. Like the wing almost touched my face and was chasing a bird. And I'm like, I almost got a bird right in the face at Terry Black's. We laughed. It was pretty funny. Question. Sorry if this has been asked already, but when is Access Only for Christmas? Monday. I just had to get through all this holiday stuff, the Halloween, Monday. And you do not have to apologize. I have been saying I was going to get it up, but Monday. And Natalie and I are working on opening the group up as well. But I was trying to get the instructions and stuff done. It's not going to happen before it's open. So at least I can get all the links and stuff up. So Monday. And then next Friday is the Halloween class. And now I'm trying to figure out how do I get instructions for everybody. But it also worked well because you all have the link to the YouTube, right? So I could, in essence, put the instructions in the YouTube link, right? I could do that as well. So just trying to figure it out. And it's been a lot. And I know, thank you for your patience because I'm sure I drive you crazy. Just know it's a lot and it could be done better. I know it could. And we're getting there. That's the plus with now having Natalie and Greta and Sarah, who told me she's never going to leave me because she loves me the best. And then I'm going to be talking to somebody else next week that hopefully I can get them on board as well. So I will have a whole team. And it's going to make everything so much easier. Are you really going to use that snake? There's no snake on here. Look at Jennifer. There's no snake. Which snake? This guy here? I did on the layout class. I did use it. Ooh, look it. I did use it on the layout class, not here. So you need your candelabra. And it's going to go here. And I did foam dot the top of the candles. And then we need a little bird and the two purple and the orange toadstool. So the bird that is facing to the right. Ooh. Hello, Laura. I have to tell you. So I'm trying to talk Lori Lee. She needs to come and do stuff for me again. And I feel like you don't really have a choice because I'm super bossy like that. I love her art. So I'm going to be messaging you this week too, friend. Because I feel like this community is a big warm hug. And I feel like you need to be here with us all the time. Right? You need to be here. I have so much fun stuff coming that you will love working with. So you guys can't leave me. You have to be with me forever. You have to be with me forever. So look at the birdie is going to go on here like that. And then the two mushrooms. I love this cluster. Makes me happy. And this is the last page, and then we'll take a peek. Do you have any questions about stuff that's coming out? So thank you for asking. Yes. So as a recap, we are going to be doing the layout. The Halloween layout class is next week. Next Saturday. It is going to be more of the same, but in layout style, right? So that's going to go here like this. Boop. And then the little orange one's going to go on top of it. And then access only for Mistletoe and Memories is going to go up on Monday. I still have a handful of those kits left. They're almost all gone. So if you're looking for the whole weekend event, it's still available. This is the album for that. It's going to be so much fun if you weren't here at the beginning. This is the album for Mistletoe and Memories. Look how fun. The rub-ons. Let's any other pages I didn't show you. It's a good one. I have not completely finished it, but it's close. But look how fun. These are pockets. How fun is that? Look at little gift pockets. Isn't that fun? So we do this, and then we do about 9 double-page layouts. No lie, 9 double-page layouts. It's going to be good. So there are some kits left for that. Access only will be up. We have this one is coming. on the 30th, right? The flip book for Christmas. And then in the new year, we are going to be doing the which one? Curiosities and Willow Grove. That kit class is going to be in January because I like to give you a little bit of a break, and it gives us something to look forward to after Christmas, right? It's good. We do fun stuff, right? We do fun stuff. If you like this, you'll like all the rest of it. It just keeps my brain good and healthy and happy. Is just making all the stuff. So we make all the stuff. We get to get together as a community. Some people do all the things. Some people pick and choose. Some people do access only because it's what they can afford to do or it's what they have time for. I try to make it so there's a little bit of everything for everybody. We have free Friday Night Lives. Support your local stores. You know, we're all in it. I'm a small business too, even though my name's on product. If I don't do classes, I can't do what I'm doing. So with that is the classes. I do kits, but I only sell a very limited number so that it works for all of us, right? Try to be very conscious of being conscious of all the things, right? So it works for all of us. So thank you for all the stores for supporting me. You guys are the best. Thank you for all you guys that buy all the product, that come and join us and hang out and are amazing members of this community. Excited for a lot of you guys that were here for the first time, right? For the first time, I hope you enjoyed this. Yeah, it's all kind of awesome, right? It's all kinds of awesome. It was an amazing day and evening, 9:30. Friends, it is what it is. It was kind of crazy. Maybe I should have done half of what I did for this class, but I hope you enjoyed it anyway. That it was a long one. It certainly wasn't for the faint of heart, was it? Vicky, you crazy. If my mother was still alive, she would have been like, Vicky Lynn, oh my goodness, you are crazy. She would have said it. I would have been, I know, Mom, but I love what I do. I never feel like any of this is a burden. Even when it's hard, I still love it. And it's a lot of times this is hard. This has not been all wine and roses, right? A lot of it's tough. But I'm still here, still doing the things. And like being when I was in Texas at that event, that is where it just makes it all like, oh, it's so worth it to get to call these people my friends. So worth it. There we go, storyteller. The only other thing you need is traditions. It's a sticker. Okay, I'm not going to add it on there because you still got to get a photo on there, but that's it. And friends, this was not flip and clip. This was not flip and clip. We freaking finished this project. What do you think? So let's take another little peek at the finished flip book. So you have something to reference. Still lots of stuff left too, right? I had so much fun making it. I just kept going. That's the honest to God truth. I had so much fun making this. I just kept putting stuff in it. Because I'm like, I'm not done yet. I got to add this page on, but my brain is not. My dad was calling. Can you guys hear me? Let me know. Yes, okay. Bill was calling. Okay, let's flip through. Huge thank you to Natalie D'Souza, because she just hangs out with me. I'm like, oh, it won't be too long today, Natalie. Yeah, right, you crazy lady. Okay, just a second. I just got to flip it back. Yeah, my dad called. It happens. Bill was calling. So it freezes the video, even though it's on Do Not Disturb. But he's emergency, right? Since my mom passed. And he calls. He never calls me any other time. It's only when I'm on live. Right? Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay? So this is your front cover. We did this. You guys have this completed. And then when you flip up, we have our Boo Crew, the Boo Crew. And then your Happy Halloween. You got to glue all those letters because it's going to take a little while. And then the sticker says, what's lurking around the corner? And then that page, we did that one. You just got to glue the pieces down, right? With So he's calling me for something. Go tell somebody to call him. Just a minute. Devin? Can you call Boo? He's called me 3 times. Call him on his cell. He just called right now 3 times. Can you please call him? Sorry, friends. Got to find somebody who can call him, and now he's not answering his phone. So, I'm still here. Got to go tell, right? My dad keeps calling, so he'll be fine. Anyway, so then you have your little photo spot. And then you have your green photo spot. And then your photos. This is your pocket. You can put more in there. We finished that too. And then I love this page. That's another favorite. This one was a favorite. And then another photo spot. Oh, we love this page, right? With a skull. The skull and the moths. There we go. There's another one. And then here is our haunted house. Spectacular Night. So this is the order it goes in. So if this is helpful as well when you go to put your book together. And the whole idea is with this flip stand is you could switch it out. You could do a birthday one. You could pretty much just follow the same design and you could add whatever you want. And then our last page. I love it. I love this, love this, love this. I had as much fun making it as sharing it with you guys, so I really hope you enjoyed that. Let me flip the camera, say a proper goodbye. Hope that I'm going to see you next weekend again. We're going to have so much fun with the layouts. Remember, girl in her basement, so I have to jiggle you for a minute till I can adjust this. Right? No perfect, proper setup. Up my nose, and I've been rubbing my makeup off my eye all day too, so look, I'm still here and smiling. So huge thank you to Natalie for joining me. Huge thank you to all of you guys for spending an epic amount of time, but I loved every minute of it. If you're doing this after the fact, I hope you enjoyed this as well. This was a fun, free class to give back to this community. I love you guys so much. Lots of fun. Hope to see you for the layout classes. Don't forget that there will be a Christmas class that we're going to be doing with Mistletoe and Memories. The Mistletoe and Memories Flipbook class is going to be at the end of November. And then we have Curiosities in Willow Grove, so lots of stuff coming. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Some of you enjoy your day. And I'll see you guys later. Thank you. Bye, guys. Don't forget thumbs up, and if you haven't already, make sure that you leave a comment in the regular section of this video when it's done, and subscribe so you can come out and hang out with me again. See you later, guys. Bye.